I don't want to show anything yet.
Well, it's too late.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll set your slides up. Okay. I haven't put yours in the. This is like the morning slide. It's okay. It's okay. We're just already live, so.
It's okay.
No, I know. I just have to get to full screen again. This isn't. It's okay. Nope, it's fine.
Check. All right, everyone. Well, we're going to get started with an exciting program. Thank you all for being here. My name is Gerard Honig. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure to meet yet, I am the president of the board of directors of the Peggy Lillis Foundation. And on behalf of the organization, I'd really like to thank all of you for your time and your energy. And for some of you, this is a newfound entry into this field, and then for a number of you, combating the burden of C.diff infection has been a long-standing effort, and in some cases a life's mission. And I think we've seen in recent years what such dedication can bring to the patient community and to public health in the United States and around the world. And we're here to challenge ourselves, to celebrate that progress. For me, my journey with the Peggy Lillis Foundation began in around 2015 when I was a basic researcher working on novel concepts in microbiome transplantation. And what the Peggy Lillis Foundation brought to my life was really a connection to the communities that are intended to be served by biomedical research and the research that I was pursuing. And so it began with that. But then over the years, as the field evolved and my participation in the organization evolved, and the organization also evolved in its breadth and its reach and its impact, I really came to see the case of C. difficile as really an inspiring instance of the possibility for change. So the challenges in public health are very deep in this country and around the world, and in some ways they can seem intractable. But I think we can see, in the case of the C. difficile field, we can see how concerted efforts of patients and family members and clinicians working together can apply really relatively simple tools around stewarding the antibiotics that we do have, around judicious and thoughtful use of the diagnostic tools that we do have. We can really see implementing these really simple approaches can have really dramatic effects. And we see these in individual hospitals, from academic medical centers to community centers. And we see this even in entire countries where C. difficile infection has been reduced really dramatically, and we're starting to see the fruits of those long-standing dedicated efforts, on-the-ground efforts, and the efforts of leaders within the field in the academic setting really throughout. We're seeing the benefits of this in reduced infections. And we've also seen the possibility of this field to really prove out completely novel ways of thinking about developing therapeutics as well. And I believe that the broader benefits to biomedical research that are going to emerge from this field are really going to resonate for many decades to come. So this event is really very special, convening of different stakeholders coming from different perspectives, including clinicians and industry representatives as well. And really at the heart of that are patients and caregivers bringing your energy, your passion, your time, and especially your perspectives on what is needed and why it is needed so urgently to combat what continues to be a devastating impact, which is really the devastating impact of an infectious disease which reflects certain ways in which our healthcare system is operating. And these ways are changeable, and we're here to really talk about how we can make that change happen and continue to make that change happen. So with that, I'd really like to, again, thank all of you. I'd really especially like to thank a number of sponsors without whom this event would not be possible. The presenting sponsors, Nestle Health Sciences and Series Therapeutics, as well as many additional sponsors who bring not just funding, but also your passion, your energy, and your dedication to the field. And there's really too many to mention, but I encourage everyone to really interact with a number of our sponsors, representatives here today, and discuss with them their exciting innovations in the field. So with that, I would like to please welcome Chris Saborito from Nestle Health Sciences. Do we have Chris? Great, thank you. Who will share a few words on behalf of the presenting sponsor. Thanks again, and have a wonderful day. And for those of you who are joining us tomorrow, wonderful day tomorrow as well.
Good morning. My name is Chris Saporito. I'm honored to be representing Nestle Health Science and Series Therapeutics this morning. And I want to express my gratitude to the Peggy Lillis Foundation for their tireless efforts in confronting this urgent threat of Clostridioides difficile. Through education, awareness, and advocacy, you have become beacons of hope, providing guidance and resources and a sense of community to patients and their loved ones. Today we gather to reflect on the experiences of patients who have battled this infection and to raise awareness about the urgent need for improved prevention, treatment, and support. As we all know, C. diff is one of the top 3 most urgent bacterial threats in our country. It's responsible for deaths of approximately 20,000 Americans each year, yet many people are still unaware of this infection and the severity and its impact. When it comes to C. diff, we must always remember that behind these statistics and research papers, there are real people, there are real patients, and real families who are affected by this devastating infection. Each person battling C. diff has a unique story, a journey filled with pain and fear and uncertainty, and it's our responsibility to ensure that these patients are at the center of our efforts and that their voices are heard and that their needs are met. However, we can't overcome the challenges of C. diff alone. It requires a collective effort from healthcare professionals and researchers, policymakers, patient advocates, and industry leaders. By working together, we can drive innovation, improve treatment options, and enhance the overall patient experience. Alongside our partners at Series Therapeutics, we're proud to be working tirelessly to address the recurrence of C. diff infections. And as a collective, we must invest in research, development, and find more effective treatments and preventative measures. We need to explore new avenues like innovative therapies and targeted interventions to break the cycle of recurrence and provide long-term solutions for our patients. We must continue to educate the public, the healthcare professionals, policymakers about the importance of early detection, proper management, and prevention strategies. Treating this disease demands that we listen to the voices of patients, understand their needs, and work together to overcome the challenges that they face. So thank you for being here today and for your dedication to combating C. difficile. Thank you for your dedication, your passion, your commitment to this important cause, and let's continue to stand united in our fight against C. diff because together we can make a difference in the lives of patients and their families. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I always think it's a little weird. Me speaking is weird. So I would also like to welcome all of you to our 2024 National C.diff Advocacy Summit. If you haven't met me yet, I'm sorry, you will very soon. Of course, I have a frog in my throat. But anyway, I'm so glad you're here today. I'm Christian John Lillis. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Peggy Lillis Foundation, as well as Peggy's eldest son. So the summit has been my favorite event since our first one 9 years ago. While the gala is snazzier and shorter, and you should absolutely come to New York for that in November, being with many C. diff survivors and our allies is what really energizes me. My mother's untimely death was the spark that created the Peggy Lillis Foundation, but it's the family of advocates that we've grown over the years that keeps me motivated. And as we grow and welcome new volunteers, supporters, and allies into our family, I like to step back and reground us in my mother's values. Despite how devastated we were by her tragic and needless death, the values she instilled in me and my brother continue to guide and animate PLF's work. As we know, around 30,000 Americans die of C. diff every year. That's over 400,000 people since we lost my mother 14 years ago, and hundreds of thousands who perished before her. Yet, when confronted with these facts, her children, me and my brother, said, "This is unacceptable." Partly it was due to her being a single mother to whom we were devoted. Partly it was her being a beloved and popular community member. Partly it was my experience in nonprofit organizations. But more than anything, it was the values she instilled in us that made this cocktail of circumstance, skill, and connections so potent. My mother was many things. A young woman who had an unplanned pregnancy. The third of 9 siblings from a working-class Irish Catholic family. A single parent who relied on welfare, her large family, and her community to care for me and my brother. A kindergarten teacher who cared deeply for her students. Kate, can you? Yeah, I want people to, sorry. I want you to be able to see her while I talk about her. We didn't practice this morning, which was really a deficit on our part. Next time I'll get up at 5. No, I won't get up at 5. She was a kindergarten teacher who cared deeply for her students, the godmother to 12 people, a trusted confidant to many people, including many of mine and my brother's friends. These are all parts of her biography that some of you are probably familiar with, but she was also a savior. Now, as a lapsed Catholic, I would never say she was a savior like Jesus. Jesus wishes he were as cool as Peggy. So what do I mean when I say Mom was a savior? It's not just that she stood up for her gay son at a time when being queer was very unpopular, nor is that she fought for her younger son who has dyslexia and needed help to succeed at school. That's just good parenting. But Mom went far beyond that. She saved people from real danger, took on bullies others feared, and gave shelter to those who needed it. Honestly, I cannot tell you how many people slept on our couch when I was a kid. So I want to share 2 stories from her life and how they have inspired me and others. Excuse me, I literally did get like a cherry blossom in my throat as I walked up here. Dramatic pause. The first time my mother saved someone, she was 15 years old. One summer afternoon, her 7-year-old brother was playing with a lighter under the bed in the middle bedroom on the top floor. He inadvertently set the box spring on fire, and being 7, didn't tell anyone. Eventually, my grandmother smelled the smoke, and she and my mom ushered all of the younger kids out while a neighbor called the fire department. Once outside, my grandmother realized in horror that her youngest daughter, my Aunt Mary, was still in the house. Worse, she was in the bedroom at the end of the hall past the room that was now in flames. Mom didn't hesitate. She ran into the house, up the stairs, paused at the top, seeing the flames beginning to leap through the open door. But hearing Mary's cries, Mom ran down the hallway, grabbed her sister out of the crib, and snuggled her tight to her body. She ran back through the flame and smoke and kept running until she reached her family on the other side of the street. Firefighters arrived at this point, took Mary from Mom, pulled Mom aside to check her over. Her long brown hair, she's 17 in that picture, but you can get a sense of what she actually looked like. Her long brown hair was singed, and the fake eyelashes she'd put on were now melted to her eyelids. But otherwise, she and Mary were unharmed. Today, Mary is 58 years old, and she has 3 adult sons who are all really great men and great family members. So then when I was 22, I went to England. This was my first time traveling abroad. One time while I was away, my friend Kayla called Mom. Mom had known Kayla since we were 10. Upset, Kayla asked if I was home. Mom reminded her that I was in England and asked what was wrong. Kayla said, "Can I spend the night at your house, Peggy? Christopher is being mean to me." Christopher was Kayla's boyfriend who was becoming increasingly emotionally abusive. So my mom said, "Why don't you tell him to leave your house?" It was Kayla's house. Kayla said, "I can't, I'm afraid of him." Mom said, "Well, I won't let you be afraid in your own home. Stay put, I'm coming over." Mom told my brother Liam, who was 18, what was happening and asked him to come with her, just in case. When they arrived at Kayla's apartment, my mother turned to Liam and said, "You hang back, because if I hit him, it's self-defense. If you do, it's assault." Kayla answered the door, visibly upset. Mom told her to hang in the hallway with my brother, while Mom handled Christopher. To give you a visual, at 42, and you can kind of see it up there, Mom was a curvy 5'6", with shoulder-length brown hair and growing kindergarten teacher energy, unless you pissed her off. Christopher was a slim, muscled 6'2" with bleach blonde hair and a kind of permanent sneer. As a single mother, Mom had long slept with an aluminum baseball bat under her bed. It was the 80s. When Liam was about 13, he had written Peacemaker on it in permanent marker. She brought the bat with her, just in case. She entered the apartment and turned the corner into the living room where Christopher was lounging on the couch in his boxer shorts, talking on the phone. Mom looked at him. She smacked the bat on the floor 3 times to get his attention. Christopher looked at her with his eyes open wide. Mom said, "You, get up, get your crap, and get the hell out." Christopher yelled into the phone, "Holy crap, there's a crazy lady here with a bat, call the police!" And he hung up. Mom said, "We don't need the police. I won't hurt you if you get your stuff and leave." She watched while Christopher gathered his things and got dressed. Meanwhile, the police arrived. With Liam and Kayla now in the apartment, Mom went into the hallway to talk to the cops. My mother's 2 brothers were cops, and she explained that the big guy was bullying her son's friend and refused to leave the house. The cops then entered the apartment and escorted Christopher out. As just a funny aside, like 2 weeks after that, me and my friend Eric ran into Christopher at this club, and Eric was like, "Oh my God, Christopher's here. He must be so mad at you." And I was like, "Dude, he's afraid of my mom. What do you think I'm gonna do to him?" Anyway, this is just Brooklyn justice for you. Now, these are just 2 examples of my mother being a savior. For me, they exemplify not just bravery, but her deep and abiding love for other people. Though Mom was part of the me generation, she was often selfless. My mother was the center of our large extended family. She made friends and built community easily. One of our peer support volunteers recently confided in me that many of the people that she supports express suicidal ideation. they're battling recurrent C. diff for months or possibly years, and they're kind of at the end of their rope. There is no doubt that C. diff is a painful, embarrassing, and torturous disease. But I feel like as people, we can bear almost anything if there is hope and if we have a community. A therapist that I saw for most of my 20s, as opposed to the one that I see now that I'm 50, once said to me, the only difference between anxiety and excitement is support. So from AIDS to breast cancer to disability rights, large national community-based movements are the only way that fundamental change has occurred in America. No president did it, no Congress did it, not without being forced to. This is also true of civil rights and marriage equality. Each of you in this room, and many who couldn't be with us, are the nucleus of that community and movement. Whether you're a physician, a pharmacist, a C. diff survivor, or a family member, you're playing a crucial role right now in changing how C. diff and resistant infections are surveilled, prevented, and treated. Whether you work in a hospital, a government agency, a diagnostic company, a biotech firm, or a pharmaceutical company, you can be a savior. All you have to do is be like Peggy. Protect the vulnerable, stand up to bullies, and shelter those who need it. Okay, we will have a great summit. We have amazing presenters and panels. Tomorrow we will be going to Capitol Hill to urge our elected officials to support several pieces of legislation, including the soon-to-be introduced Peggy Lillis C. difficile Inclusion Act, which would make C. diff a nationally notifiable disease. And before I introduce our next speaker and our first non-promotion welcoming presentation, I again want to thank our presenting sponsors, Nestlé Health Sciences and Series Therapeutics. I want to thank Ferring Pharmaceuticals for its generous, long-standing support. I'd also like to thank Accurex Pharmaceuticals and Merck, BD, Bactolife, OpenBiome, and TechLab. Without the financial and moral support of these companies and organizations, we would not have been able to have today happen. So please join me in welcoming our first speaker. I don't have my glasses on, I can't. Bobby Jo Stoner from UK Healthcare. I'm so sorry, Bobby Jo. I didn't bring the thing up with me, and I was like, sorry. Anyway, I ended it with humiliating myself. That's always a positive. Welcome, Bobby Jo.
All right. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. So I'm Bobby Jo Stoner. I am from the University of Kentucky Healthcare System, but I'm here representing the Society of Infectious Disease Pharmacists. I'm the Public Outreach Chair. So without further ado, this is just a slide of what SIDP represents and our demographics. So Society of Infectious Disease Pharmacists, I think Margot was here last year on a panel. So we're about 81% hospital, 24% academic, 9% industry, and about 4% of government organizations. So these are my objectives for my talk, but I'm hoping for a little bit of audience participation, if that's okay. So can you raise your hand if you have a Facebook account? All right, the majority of the room. An Instagram account? All right. TikTok? A little bit less, right? Yep. LinkedIn? Awesome. And does everyone know how to use Google? Great. Okay. All right. So this is using a little bit of a different part of my brain is to talk about how to reach the public with regard to antimicrobial stewardship and C. difficile. So I'm going to start with kind of some basics and then go into kind of the public education. So what is antimicrobial stewardship? So as mentioned previously, there's a couple of different facets for antimicrobial stewardship. There's guideline and protocol development, whether that be a urinary tract infection guideline or a duration of therapy guideline, in order to help and this is mainly in hospital settings, but it also can be in community-based settings like primary care offices, duration of therapy, different antibiotics, which ones to choose. There's formulary restrictions, which is what we use in our hospital for a subset of antimicrobials. So we have something called first dose protected antibiotics, where a pharmacist or a physician just verifies that in order to restrict a drug for the rest of the house staff. There's de-escalation. So there's going from a more broad spectrum antibiotic, such as meropenem, to a more narrow therapeutic drug, such as ceftriaxone. And then there's surveillance monitoring. So we look at a list of all the patients who develop C. diff or all the patients who have a staph bacteremia. And so these are all what we kind of classify as antimicrobial stewardship efforts. And the reason we do that is we would like to prevent antimicrobial resistance. And so antimicrobial resistance is a top global health threat. In 2019, an article was it was put out in 2022. It was based off of 2019 about there was about 1 million deaths associated with antimicrobial resistance globally, and that is a direct correlation, and then indirectly about 5 million deaths. As I have listed here, there are kind of multiple facets. One is humans, animals, and plants. So humans, you want to think about, you give antibiotics when someone has a viral upper respiratory tract infection. Animals, if you're given antibiotics to preserve a poultry line chain, and then plants, you're doing pesticides in order to get them across from travel for sale. So those are the types of things that you want to think about when you think about antimicrobial resistance. It's not just in humans, it's humans, animals, and plants. With regards to a crisis that we have currently, not only are we using antibiotics inappropriately, but we have an access crisis. So I'm sure a lot of you know that, we haven't had antibiotics along for a very long time. We've had some decades here, but the amount of antibiotics that are being developed are becoming slower and slower. And so we're having a lot of issues combating the antimicrobial resistance because no new antimicrobials are being developed. Antimicrobial resistance actually affects all countries in all regions and all income levels. So with antimicrobial stewardship as it relates to C. diff, it is known that antibiotic exposure nearly always precedes a C. diff infection, and that commonly prescribed broad-spectrum antibiotics have been particularly implicated, something like levofloxacin or ciprofloxacin. Up to 60% of hospitalized patients in the U.S. receive antimicrobials at some point during their admission and are often maintained without de-escalation for about 5 days. So antimicrobial stewardship efforts, so was a article put out in 2015 that really looked at how you can use education and restrictive strategies in order to decrease C. diff. And this article found that it could decrease a C. diff infection upwards of 77%, which is astonishing. And so education, like educating the providers as well as the patient, along with restrictive strategies like restricting certain antibiotics, will decrease C. diff episodes. And so going into that, there's kind of multiple facets when you want to think about stewardship as it relates to a complication like C. diff. And so it's recommendations. So making sure you're making the appropriate antibiotic choice as a provider and making that recommendation with the appropriate antibiotic duration timeline. There's education both with the provider and the patient. So understanding that the most narrow antibiotic is being used for the disease that the patient has. And then shared decision making. So making sure that your patient is aware and is in that process with you, like multidisciplinary rounds and things like that. So I tried to pull a couple of articles regarding like a patient's perspective of how they understood C. diff, in particular antimicrobial stewardship. There was an article published in 2022 that looked at they did an education pre and post, or they did a survey pre and post, a post-discharge patient comprehension of what they perceived C. diff was and how to prevent it and things like that. But you can see the first question is, what is your primary language? So that's a gap that I think a lot of us have, and an opportunity to educate people on C. diff is, it's not only English speaking patients, there are patients who speak Spanish, and in Kentucky, our second language is Swahili. So we had to adapt for that as well. Do you have difficulty reading and understanding? So level of comprehension is also a big thing for patients, of understanding, making sure that the resources that we're providing the patients are, they have the ability to understand them. And then understanding like basic hygiene and symptoms and things to look for preventative and treatment for C. diff. Okay, so as I mentioned a little bit before, there is a little bit of a resource gap. So a couple of things that we can do is in these updates and clinical resources for both providers and patients. So, and I'll talk about this a little bit later on. But understanding that both providers and patients need very different handouts and education tools in order to understand C. diff and how it relates to antimicrobial stewardship and resistance. Tapping into social media and public websites. So this is a big one. So our entire lives are pretty much on the internet now. And so how can we kind of rein in all that information in order to provide more of a standardized approach of how we educate people on C. diff? And then working with community health centers. So I don't mean just like, what I mean is like pharmacies, for instance. Obviously, I'm a pharmacist. I'm going to talk about pharmacies, but healthcare departments and primary care clinics and things like that, outreach services and events, and making sure that they understand what C. diff is and what antimicrobial stewardship is. We also need to look at like website traction. So that's something that we're doing a lot with SIDP, is trying to figure out how many people are actually downloading our web, or how many people are going onto our website and looking at clinical education or public education. How many people are actually downloading our handouts that we're providing for the providers and the patients? Because I'm path of least resistant type person. So how many, like if we're developing all these handouts and all these web pages, but no one's actually looking at them, how can we utilize our resources elsewhere? Okay. So these are a couple of handouts that we developed for antibiotic disposal and antibiotics, and how can this correlate to educating the public on C. diff. And so as you can see, one of them was a Spanish translation for antibiotic disposal. So making sure that it's easy to read, it's appropriate, it's validated. And then the other one is it was directed to high school students, which I'll go into a little bit of, is it easy to read, is using technology like QR codes and things like that. And so as mentioned, introducing the concept of antimicrobial stewardship in a middle school or high school level is probably an area that we're missing as far as that young generation, because people need exposure to different things in order to comprehend it and understand it and advocate for it. And so I feel like that's a population that we have the opportunity. We have at least a first exposure of how they understanding, maybe get them interested in basic sciences. And so I do think the concept of stewardship should be introduced in the middle school or high school level. Inclusions of different backgrounds, so diversity, equality, and inclusion, so DEI, and you want to make sure that you're including people who are underrepresented. And then the biggest thing is meet patients where they are in their medical journey. So as an aside, I'm a endocarditis pharmacist, specifically at UK. So a lot of my patients have a substance use disorder. And so I think that translates to all patients, of meet them where they are. I do think there's a little bit of kind of pull away from healthcare right now, especially in the last probably 5 to 10 years, and understanding like the opportunities that we have to really say like, okay, like what is your bias to the healthcare system, and how can we bridge that gap? These are a couple of handouts that we developed regarding antimicrobial resistance. And so the two on the bookends are meant for providers, and the middle one is meant for a patient. So a couple of things that we noticed, and we helped develop this, is, it's a lot of information. I don't know about you, I'm a very visual learner. And so I'm critiquing our own handouts, but essentially the bookend ones have a lot of words and things like that, whereas the middle one's a little bit more condensed, and hopefully that's more appealing to a patient. with regards to C. diff, we do have a couple of handouts that we developed, and I pulled some handouts from the CDC. And so as you can see, again, I'm critiquing our own handouts. Handouts need to be like legible, easy to read and things like that. Because how many people get a handout from a primary care office or a discharge summary, right? Is anyone actually reading the educational pieces behind a discharge summary or the handout at the primary care clinic? This is very wordy. We have some opportunities in our group to really make that more patient friendly, along with the two handouts that the CDC put out. The one in the middle is great. It's very like colorful. It has a lot of opportunity for the patient to really pay attention on. And then the other one, as you can see, it's a little bit more like monocolored and things like that. And so are they really going to read it? And so it's just opportunities for the patient to really understand and really grab, do a quick read, and then most of the time it goes into a trash bin. So there is a article, I don't know if anyone's read it, about introducing prevention of C. diff via YouTube, which is another focus that I'm gonna talk about. So currently, they looked at about 100 YouTube videos when you Googled C. diff or C. diff infection, and they excluded 5 that were non-English speaking. Only 5 out of the 100 that they found. They also found that 1/3 of the videos mention modes of transmission, which is huge for this disease state, right? You need to know how it's transmitted in order to prevent it. And only 1/3 of them mentioned it. None of the videos at the time were created by U.S. governmental agencies, and this was in 2017, so there may have been by that point, but when the article was published, none of them were created by U.S. governmental agencies, and they were all English speaking. So again, resource gaps there. The ideal would be expansion in culture-specific videos, so having a way to really engage the public, have a patient-to-patient discussion on videos, and then expansion of governmental sponsored videos as well. So I would not call myself tech savvy in any way, shape, or form, but I did do this. I spent an enormous amount of time doing this. So a situation that I kind of think about is, and there's some patients in the room, so they may kind of feel this. If you were in a pharmacy, hopefully not violating any HIPAA or anything like that, but you're standing there and you heard a patient say, oh, I'm here because I need to pick up my C. diff treatment. And you're just there to pick up your blood pressure medication. And you're like, what is that? I don't know what that is. And so as you can see, everyone picks up their phone because everyone has a phone, and they Google or Bing or whatever you do. And you look to see what does that mean. And so the first picture is on, I literally did an Instagram reel search of C. diff. And or Instagram search. And as you can see, the bigger ones are reels, which I don't know if anyone knows what a reel is, but essentially a tiny video, mainly coming from TikTok. None of them look very, they're all patient or public driven. And then as you can see, a couple of them are actually from the CDC. The 2 of them that have like the yellow and blue are CDC Instagram posts, which is great. And then there's a couple that are from different other institutions, like an Instagram handle like C. diff awareness. But what we would really want is to have more patient or more foundations and things like this, like the Peggy Lewis Foundation or different organizations like IDSA or SIDP, to have those reels to kind of pop up. There are some holistic things in there, which is great to have that kind of balance for everything. But you really want to have the opportunity, if you really want to educate the patient, having C. diff to come up and talk about ways of prevention in more of a standardized approach. Then I Googled C. diff, and these are the things that pop up. Now, as you can see, and I Googled antimicrobial resistance, things from the WHO popped up, and then there's a couple of different definitions. But again, what we want to see is more traction of the sites that are going to really help the patients understand how to prevent and ways to really advocate for themselves for C. diff. I did notice that a lot of the videos that were aimed at the public were about 8 to 10 years old. Most of them were English speaking only, and a lot of the videos that I pulled on were institutional specifics, and they're coming from a physician, a pharmacist, or an APP, which is great. But we really want more, standardized kind of patient directed videos as well. So opportunities. So like I had mentioned before, I'll start with the middle. So there were a couple of articles that talked about educating specifically in antimicrobial resistance and C. diff in the middle school and high school area. I think this is an area that we could tap into. Now, whether or not that means educating them, like, I don't think people have a pen and paper anymore at that age. They all have, TikTok and an iPad. So how do we educate them in a more formal fashion? There is, I did see that it says there's a CDC official TikTok page. I haven't validated that. But as you can see, all these different things come up. And so misinformation is out there and things like that. And so we really just need to kind of hone in on those internet opportunities. And then I did want to put in here that I am a pharmacist, so I think in a pharmacist brain, which this is not necessarily a pharmacist brain for me. So I did look to see if like CVS, the big pharmacies like CVS and Walgreens, had any educational opportunities on their website. CVS did have antibiotic resistance, so I do think it's an opportunity for us to have C. diff education on their websites as well. And so in conclusion, a couple of things is having updated resources, provider and patient confidence, and leadership support will all lead to an educated and healthy patient. And I'm here to answer any questions. Has anyone created a video or anything like that for a patient regarding C. diff or AMR? Personally, yeah.
So I'm Jennifer Ryan from Caring Pharmaceuticals, and we've created, we've created a number of videos on we have an educational website on C. diff, and we have a branded website for one of our C. diff product, and we have videos featuring several of the patients in this room, as well as some other patients that participated in our clinical trials. And consistently, when we look at our website metrics, the patient videos, the patients telling their stories, and the patients explaining how they got C. diff, thank you to several folks in this room, which most of the time was due to antibiotics they received for another condition. So that one, those videos go a very long way in educating patients on the fact that if they're getting broad spectrum antibiotics long term for things like sinus infections or dental work, unfortunately, those in the C. diff community know, but the message, and I know we have a lot of folks who support the story, the message getting out to the broader population that try not to take or tell your dentist you don't want the preventative 14-day antibiotic if you need it for an infection post-procedure. Okay, so we're fighting the good fight along with you guys, but unfortunately, until we can continue to spread the message and make C. diff and of course the antimicrobial resistance story broader, we're going to continue to see the spread. And I think it's education at the grade school, middle school, high school, even collegiate level is great, but there's still a lot of education to be done just in the general HCP communities as well. And we found in a lot of cases, sorry to go on, sometimes dental practitioners don't know that their patients got C. diff because of a long-term or broad-spectrum antibiotic they received. So there's still a lot of education to be done in the medical community as well.
100%. I can agree with that. I do think that that's awesome that you guys have the videos and things like that. It is always just something that we're trying to think about. If it just like with the handouts, it's like, are they really reaching the patient, right? Do they really want a piece of paper? Are they actually going to look at it versus like a video that they can like look at repetition, do it over and over again? But yes, I really think that the opportunities of, unfortunately, fortunately, is social media and like how can we have more patients out there and more providers and things like that? Because there's so much misinformation and there's so much information out there that how do you cipher to get the best information possible? As an aside, I'm a new mom, and so being a mom at this time is also really like, it's information overload, and how do we like combat that in order to help the public? So, yeah. Awesome.
Great talk. Thank you. I enjoyed that and learnt a lot, which is important. A couple of points to help with Jen's comments. One, have you tried getting into the STEM program of educational systems in this country? Because that gets at mainly, middle school and above. But I think the STEM program infiltration will be useful to what you said about teaching the early ones. And then the second point about meeting Jen's comment about the dentist. There's actually been just published by Debbie Goff and her dentist husband all about how dentists abuse antibiotics. And for many years, they used clindamycin, which is the prototype.
Yes.
Yes? Antibiotic-associated
Yes.
colitis. So clindamycin ought to be outlawed, as far as I'm concerned. But the
Definitely should be
dentists,
restricted for sure.
yeah.
Yes.
But the dentists use it like, thank you.
They do.
So those are my couple of
Yeah,
comments.
thank you. Oh, yeah.
I think that, by the way, Molly Locke, nice to meet you. I'll be talking at you in a little bit. Half the time, the antibiotic isn't even needed.
Absolutely.
And I think that instead of, yes, definitely educating the public, I think, is important, and I'm 100% behind it, and I'm doing my part. On my end, I've discharged a number of patients this year with C.diff. I've printed off some stuff from the CDC for them, and also just sit down and having a very heartfelt conversation about what you need to do at home for cleaning things and for your own protection, things like that. I do not write for clindamycin very often, but when I do, I lose a piece of my soul every time I write for it. And I do actually give out a specific C.diff warning with the use of clindamycin. I actually sit down and have an actual conversation with them about this antibiotic, and that it doesn't always, but it is known to do this. But I also think that educating from the provider perspective, a lot of providers are like, you have a sinus infection, you've been sick for a couple days, here's some Augmentin, here's some doxycycline, here's some Levaquin. Again, another piece of my soul leaves my body when I hear that. But what I think really needs to be happening also is that these providers need to be educated that these people don't need antibiotics. What the provider needs is a set of kahunas and sit down and say, listen, you don't need an antibiotic. Antibiotic will actually be more harmful to you than helpful. And actually sitting down and talking with your patient. I really cannot, I feel like I come back to say the same thing. Sit down and talk with these people. Explain to them, the antibiotic is not the answer here. My personal favorite is, I need a Z-Pak to get ahead of it. I'm like, the hell you do. The whole reason that we have antimicrobial resistance to Zithromax or Z-Pak is because, again, to touch base on what this gentleman ahead of me said, people are writing for it like candy. And then we get ourselves in a situation where Zithromax may truly be helpful to somebody, and you can't use it because it won't work. And like I said, half the time it's not even needed. And I think that the place to start is for the people who are actually writing for it.
I would agree. Yep. So you bring up a very big point. Like I could talk on and on about antimicrobial stewardship in general, but I totally agree. As a pharmacist, we see antibiotics and antimicrobials being used inappropriately, and a lot of the commentary that I get is, well, it makes me feel better that I'm going to give them an antibiotic because the patient wants an antibiotic, or they think that the medication is going to help. A case in point is like viral infections. A lot of they have a viral infection, and it's easier to give a patient something. It's a tangible thing that they can do, and they think they're doing something, versus like a little R&R and some water and some, supportive medications. A lot of providers feel comfortable saying, okay, well, I'm going to give them an antibiotic because they'll probably make them feel better, not necessarily actually treating the actual infection that they have. But you bring up a great point, for sure. Yeah.
I just want to bring up, I'm a superbug, actually getting me. The inconvenience of being sick outweighed that, so I would always choose the antibiotics until I got a superbug.
Yep.
And I feel like if a patient who had actually been through that if I had actually had the opportunity to speak to someone who had overused antibiotics and paid the price, maybe I would have listened more than a doctor preaching at me or a news article that I had read.
100%. I bring this back to, my current practice. We have peer support of patients who have substance use disorder. And so having those conversations with a patient who's ongoing that, like I said, meeting them where they are is crucial. So peer support is a great opportunity. And this is what this foundation is doing, is advocating for peer support and things. So thank you. Yeah. Well, thank you all for having me.
So that was, to be very, very clear, Bobby Jo Stoner from the University of Kentucky, which first came up when she applied for the talk. It was UK healthcare, and I was like, Britain? Really? I immediately assumed it was the United Kingdom. So I'm sorry for bumbling her intro. Will not happen again. I am delighted to bring up our next speaker, Dr. Glenn Tillotson, who is third year. He's always got something so super cool to talk to us about. So Glenn, please come up and do your thing.
So, yes, I am the UK representative, but not from Kentucky. So my background is as a medical microbiologist, infectious disease person, obviously from the UK. Been in this country for a long time. And I've been through the mill of pharmaceuticals and diagnostics and so forth. So I have a fairly broad background. And most recently, I've got involved in the microbiome, which is a fascinating field, both microbiologically and, dare I say, deep science. And the deep science is moving at a breakneck speed. So I'm going to try to integrate a little bit of our antibiotic resistance to sort of dovetail with what Bobby Jo talked about, and what we're trying to do in terms of managing antimicrobial resistance in the patients that really need help. So I'm going to see if I can get this right, because I'm always bad at this sort of thing. Anyway, there's no way I can see that, so I've got this. Unless I can put my neck... Anyway, I'm a consultant to Ferring Pharmaceuticals, Spiro, Taro, and Dynavax, and I forgot to mention Paratech. So, quite a broad swathe of different pharma companies and different products. And just to give you a feel for antimicrobial resistance, yes, about 1 million people thereabouts will have died this year or recently. And this data is from a UN environmental program. But they're estimating that by 2050, 10 million people will die through antimicrobial resistance, which is roughly the same as cancer. But cancer gets a lot of the headlines, gets a lot of the money. Antimicrobial resistance tends not to, even though it should. And the other, diabetes, diarrheal disease, RTAs, so forth, they have much, much lower mortality rates. So going back to a bit of history, and I wasn't around in the pre-antibiotic history, but I've been told that the case fatality rate for pneumonia due to Streptococcus pneumoniae was around 40%. The case fatality rate for Staph aureus bacteremia was 80%. Remember, this is before antibiotics. 97% of patients with endocarditis died. In World War I, if you got a wound infection, you were likely to lose that limb. But we've moved on. We've got antibiotics. We're really good. And these antibiotics are enabling us to perform complex surgery, remarkable transplantations that, 30, 40 years ago were unheard of, and chemotherapy for cancer patients. So let's throw a couple of acronyms into the mix. MDR. You've already had MAR, now we'll have MDR, and it's a vexed term. What does it mean? Well, in 1980, it basically meant resistant to multiple antibiotic or anti-agents, but it didn't define the number or what. MDR now is resistant to 3 or more antibiotic classes, and a class is a beta-lactam, a fluoroquinolone, and a minor glycoside. If you take those 3 out of the armamentarium of physicians and pharmacists, you're down to a few options. Now, MDR, as I say, resistant. We also have XDR, which is seen in tuberculosis and causes panic. And that's susceptible to just 1 or 2. So your options are truly limited. And you can guarantee that one of those is probably toxic. Now, let's focus on the cancer patients briefly. These are bars here show you both adult in blue, pediatric in red. But these are specific organisms with resistance features. So Klebsiella is a good number of them, 20% or more, depending where you are resistant to extended spectrum cephalosporinases. Pseudomonas, fluoroquinolones. I can go down the list. But the MDR don't just have one of these, they'll have 2, 3, 4. So your options are, you don't know, you're managing your patient with cancer. You don't know what's in there. So you have to go in with what I call the blunderbuss approach until you really know what's going on. So we use broad spectrum antibiotics, but they're kind of the problem of their own making. They will drive and select for antimicrobial resistance genes, not just in the pathogenic bugs, but also in the background commensals, the nice healthy ones that you enjoy. So we need to develop narrow spectrum antibiotics, but the problem here is you don't necessarily know what your target is, and in cancer patients that weight can be particularly detrimental. So what you tend to do is create an environment. By using broad spectrum antibiotics, these can lead to a destruction of the normal protective microbiome, and that leads to a condition known as dysbiosis. So your GI tract doesn't have the protection that it normally would have. It's been destroyed. And under these conditions, that's when our friend Clostridioides difficile can flourish. All the nice protective bugs have gone. So C.diff comes to the surface. And the other part is that it's a breeding ground for bugs that are MDR strains, multiple resistance mechanisms. Now, we just heard a really good presentation on stewardship, so therefore I'm going to say nothing about it. But stewardship, one comment is, it's really good for populations. However, to actually get to the patient that needs it right there in your bed, you've got to use different approaches. Selective digestive tract decontamination is one technique, and the other is restoration of the healthy gut you've managed to destroy with your antibiotic use. And that restoration can be done by fecal microbiota transplant or live biotherapeutic products. Get the whistle wet. So selective digestive decontamination, SDD. This concept rose about 50 years ago, which the idea was to get rid of the nasty bugs before they started to do any damage. And I was involved in some of those early studies. And for those of you who hate quinolones, I was using ciprofloxacin to help the neutropenic patients by actually giving them oral Cipro to get rid of organisms like Pseudomonas and gram-negatives, because we really didn't have good antibiotics to manage those infections. We were using some fairly complicated combinations. And it actually appeared to be fairly useful for a period of time until the bugs figured out Cipro and resistance appeared. And still, these protocols, these SDD protocols, are used in a variety of patient types, ICU, some cancer patients, some transplant patients. There are divided thoughts and opinions as to whether this is the right way to go, but it works at the individual level often. You can't just do it to everybody in the ICU, for example. So, could restoration of the normal GI tract flora actually help? Well, the logic of changing the environment to favour less resistant strains is obvious, but how do we do that? So the concept of this restoration using fecal microbiome transplant has been examined in a range of clinical trials. Currently, there are over 15 registered trials on FMT and gut decolonisation. And I'm going to show a graphic now. These are the studies that are being conducted that are registered as of 2022 that Eric Paymer and his colleague Matthew Sobrara, I believe, looked at the range of indications. And the one with the big arrow, those are the studies being looked at whereby trying to replace the flora with normal bugs to prevent and remove MD organisms. So where did this sort of thinking come from? Was this just a pipe dream that somebody had in the depths of the night? Well, a nice patient example I'd like to quote is from Wang et al. In 2017. So we're talking about basically this patient 8 years ago. And they reported the use of FMT for recurrent C.diff in an elderly lady. And she'd had a long history of recurrent urinary tract infections. But in 2015, she developed C.diff. Not surprising when you think about the antibiotics she was exposed to. You'll see that in a moment. She received metronidazole. 3 months later, her C.diff came back, and you're all familiar with that phenomenon. And vancomycin taper was employed. That failed. So Wang and colleagues, I think this was done at Emory, but Vincent and Pat will probably know far better than me, FMT was planned. So the antibiotic was stopped before FMT, and 9 days post-FMT, she had complete resolution of all UTIs and C. diff. And this graphic, which you may or may not be able to see particularly well, but it shows a timeline. And you can see far over the other side, that was an MDR E. coli. And that was in December of 2015. And then each of those dots along the line is a urinary tract infection. And you can see the list of different multi-drug resistant organisms that she had. The dot in the middle is when she was given FMT. And you'll see that there's a long gap through to 2017, late 2017, where she had no more C. diff and she had no more recurrent UTIs, which is, I think, pretty interesting. Another study that was reported by Huragan et al., they looked at a small number of children. Now, in the past, none of us thought that C. diff could occur in children. We've realised that that was just a myth and a legend. So 9 children with recurrent C. diff underwent FMT. But not only that, they had a fairly complex microbiological and technical approach applied to the organisms and the flora, a process called metagenomics. Sequencing was conducted to find out what the bugs were. Following the FMT, all the children had resolution of their C. diff, and they'd had considerable exposure to C. diff over the prior time. Now, the interesting part for me was that the AMR genes were decreased post-FMT quite significantly with a p-value of 0.001, and that was a sustained decrease in the MDR genes. Now, a couple of the measures from the metagenomics, one is called alpha diversity, was lower in the recipients versus the donors, pre-FMT. Okay? But post-FMT, there was an increase in the diversity of the organisms following the FMT. And again, it was statistically significant. When you looked at another measure of diversity and complexity of the bowel flora using beta diversity, again, it was a significant shift pre and post FMT. You can see the p-value there. So that in the FMT in the children decreased AMR genes and potential pathogens possibly shifting by the microbiota composition using an FMT process. And to try to demonstrate this, you can see that there's 2 maps of the diversity, and the pinkish coloured bar on the left of each of those is the status of the patients, of the donors, and you can see that basically the AMR genes are removed, and this was a consistent observation, that you could see that the genes were deleted and the pathogens thereby also removed. And the upside also was that the FMTs reduced the recurrences and stopped the recurrences of C. diff. So let's change tack slightly. FMT, they are products of basically collecting feces from healthy individuals, okay? And they're processed and they're available through I won't say approved, but a source that is common and extremely well used. Thousands of patients have been managed through the open biome. However, it doesn't undergo the sort of processes that the FDA like. We know how they can be. So they actually defined a live biotherapeutic product called an LBP. And they've approved 2 LBPs. One was Rebiota in November of 22, and the other was Vowst in April 2023. So what is an LBP different to an FMT? Well, it contains live organisms such as bacteria. It's applicable to the prevention, treatment or cure of a disease or condition of human beings, and it's not a vaccine. But the bit that is not always is told is that both the products undergo very thorough screening. Now, at the moment, the FDA require you to screen the products for 29 pathogens or antimicrobial resistant genes. And that list will grow as the FDA decide new organisms to come along. Obviously, the most recent one was monkeypox. That is in the screening process. So that is the depth and quality, plus the products are manufactured to GMP, and you know which lots are given to patients. So if there is a problem, you can backtrack and see where the problem came from. So Vowst published their data in antimicrobial resistance, I think it was last year, and they used the data from EcoSpore 3, which was used a suspension of spores of Firmicutes. So those are predominantly gram-positive organisms, obviously, if they're spores, Clostridia, Lactospira, all other fairly well-known Firmicutes. There are no other organisms present. But they conducted a post-hoc analysis of the resistance genes where they compared Vowst to placebo. And each of these 8 boxes shows resistance mechanisms. So the one on the far side is aminoglycosides, beta-lactam, carbapenem, cephalosporins, and then the bottom line, glycopeptides, glycylcycline, tigecycline, macrolide, or monobactam. And in every case, you can see a reduction. So that's the kind of blue colour. Boxes have a lower incidence of the AMR genes compared to the grey, which are the placebo. So you can see that there was a shift in the genes present. So the conclusion, and I cannot for the life of me remember I think Straub was the lead author. The conclusion was, in this post-hoc analysis of a randomized trial, high risk of harboring drug-resistant organism, Vowst rapidly reduced the abundance of these antimicrobial resistant genes compared with placebo. And these changes were consistent for a period of 24 weeks. And really this was it was a reflection of the association of remodeling of the GI microbiome. Now the second study, and the second product, which is actually the first product approved, was Rebiota, which is a single dose given rectally. No need for bowel prep, no need to give the product on an empty tummy, and it's a single dose. And both products, you've got to complete your antibiotic therapy, whether it's vancomycin, vanco taper, whatever, finish that, and then 48, 72 hours later, you can give the LBP. An exploratory analysis was undertaken, and this was the patients provided stool samples before they received the product, and then at time points afterwards. The samples were were examined using a deep shotgun sequencing, and that's pretty deep science, although that, since this study was done, we've now got newer methods, more complex methods. So each of the two programs use high state-of-the-art methods, but probably by the time I finish this talk, there'll be a new omics method. AR genes were present in many of the samples, and again, they used standard AMR pipeline analyses and something called the Mega RAS program as well. And it was all related to taxonomy, which that's how I started in this business. Fortunately, I've left it far behind, but it came to bite us all in, I think it was 2016, when some taxonomists flexed their muscles and said Clostridium, no, that's not difficile, it's Clostridioides. And they gave us some fancy taxonomic reason. I still call it C.diff. That just gets rid of the problem. And what they wanted to do, the folks with Rebiota, statistically significantly analyse the differences, antimicrobial classes, and the richness between Rebiota-treated and placebo-treated. And they used a variety of statistical methods, which is as out there as some of the taxonomic methods. And the interesting part was they looked at all of the different ARG classes in those treated with Rebiota and those with placebo, and the orangey coloured were healthy patients, healthy people. So you could see the quantity of genes was much higher in those that had C. diff and were treated with Rebiota or placebo. So the deck was pretty stacked. What happened? Well, you can see a reduction fairly quickly of gram-negative, what I'm going to call beta-lactams, so the extended spectrum cephalosporins, carbapenems. You can see it started to go down, and then more rapidly. Fluoroquinolones decreased not quite so quickly, but still reduced. And one of the toxic drugs that Bobby Joe really wants to avoid using, colistin. And colistin went down quickly and stayed down. And if you look, these changes go out as far as 6 months. So that's pretty robust. So the changes you saw were as early as 1 week. The richness changed compared with the baseline for the major classes. So I've said fluoroquinolones, glycopeptides. There was always worry about vancomycin resistance lingering in FMTs. Well, you can see that the vanc resistance disappeared largely. And the beta-lactam class, which embraces a lot of compounds that you use regularly, you know, the penicillins, the cephalosporins, carbapenems, and so forth, they were decreased to a greater extent in the Rebiota-treated patients versus the placebo-treated patients. And you can see a nice significant p-value there. And this group of purple and blue blocks, if you take the time to look at it, you can see that over the 6-month period, the reduction in the purple group, which were the Rebiota, versus placebo, there was a reduction, and it was maintained over 6 months, which is reassuring. If you think that your patient is a cancer patient, a transplant patient, that you can use an FMT, which has been screened, which has got no nasty bugs in there, that's a good thing. You can give it relatively simply, and what you do, what you see, is over a period of time, reduction of those pesky resistant genes, which I think is reassuring. So, antimicrobial resistance is a growing health threat globally. Not just in the US, not just in Europe, but globally. So when you travel, just be careful what you bring home. It's not just the gifts that you pick up in, I'm looking at Laura here, in Latin America or Southeast Asia. You can bring home some nasty resistant bugs. The impact is both economic and, sadly, growing mortality. But the high-risk patients are growing in number. Those that have cancer, receive transplants or immunosuppressed. These are the patients that you need to worry about. And is there a way you can take away some of that worry? So the primary aim of ARG reduction is clear. But how do we do it? We can try SDD, which is not totally effective and carries some risks. And the various societies, the European societies, are still not convinced that SDD brings much to the table. FMT has had some success. I think you've seen that. But the products, FMT products, are not standardized and sadly have been associated with a couple of severe adverse reactions such as MDR infections. LBPs have shown reduction in the ARGs, the genes, but so far we've only got a couple of studies to go on, but I think those signs are very, very encouraging. And as we grow more comfortable with using these products, whichever product you choose, I think the patients will thank you. Go and get your caffeine. Thank you. Sure. I wouldn't let her ask me. She can't ask me a question. Okay.
Thank you. So Glenn, as a person who's launched an LBP recently, and supports all LBPs and FMT as a solution for C. difficile, because anything's truly better than the current standard of care. What do you see from your perspective as a pharmacist and even among other practitioners who are sticking with the standard of care of antibiotics? And we've seen now through 2 presentations what the effects of overuse of antibiotics are. What do you think it'll take, say, I'm going to speak from an industry perspective, what will it take to shake up the standard of care of treatment? And I'm not saying initial treatment, because we know placebo is antibiotics, and antibiotics have to be used to reduce the infection before an FMT or an LBP can be used. What do you think it's going to take to shake up the standard of care for continuing to use antibiotics after the first or second course has failed? I know that's a big question, but we'd love an answer.
Well, I guess the guidelines that have been produced in the last couple of years should go some way to making sure that we leave metronidazole in the dust. Because I think unless you cannot get hold of fidaxomicin or vancomycin, then those are the 2 products. They both feature either a first line or an alternative, different ways of going. But fidaxomicin, I actually helped launch fidaxomicin as well, whilst it was still at Optima. And that drug has taken an awful long time to gain acceptance. Now, the principal reason behind that is cost, I would say. I think nobody disputes its efficacy. And with most antibiotics, and I'm looking right at the back of the room, my friend Vince, most antibiotics take a long time to get traction for a variety of reasons, some of which I don't understand. I've said to my colleagues in the past that for an antibiotic to get anywhere near what they expect to be the peak, it's anything from 7 to 10 years. So do we apply that to LBPs in the same way? I don't know. This is a revolutionary way of managing. I say revolutionary to us, but the Chinese knew about this in the 4th century BC, Geng Ho. So it's been around, we just refined it. So how long it will take to gain traction, I don't know. But if antibiotics are anything to go by, it's not going to be next week. There's a question in the back corner. And then I think over there.
So I'm a C.diff survivor, and so for me, the standard of care was, unfortunately, it was Flagyl and vancomycin. And it took me 3 years in order to get to have enough failures of treatment to be eligible for the FMT. So I think this is like sort of dovetailing about what Jen is saying, is that how do those guidelines for prescribing for patients, I mean, there's not a question in my mind that C. diff wrecked my body more than it should have, because it went 3 years basically untreated. And so how do we change that? Difficid should be the first line of defense, in my opinion, not Vanco, and certainly not Flagyl. We know that's off the table. But how do we change those prescribing guidelines so that someone doesn't have to recur and recur and recur before they get the treatment that they need?
So the guidelines, IDSA guidelines, actually have Fidaxo or Vanco, sort of whatever your choice is. And when recurrence, if recurrence occurs, then flip. So it's a 1 and 2, 2 and 1. There is the choice there. And it may be that a physician prefers fidaxomicin, but the patient may not have access to it for a variety of reasons. So the guidelines have given physicians the option. So, you take your pick to some extent, but fidaxomicin is more efficacious, without a doubt. So, anyway, I hope that answers the question there on the back row.
Since you called me out.
Of course. Of course.
Vince Young from the University of Michigan. Thanks for your presentation. Returning to AMR for a moment, we've had an uphill battle trying to get the indications for treating recurrent C. difficile. The data that are presented, and I just recently reviewed these data too, I mean, it's striking that you can see a reduction in the relative abundance of antimicrobial resistance genes when you treat someone with a live biotherapeutic of any sort. But that's so much a secondary endpoint, and I guess to the people in industry, how do we use reductions in AMR genes, and then how do we translate that into what we really want, which is reduced numbers of infections, the types of trials that would be required? I mean, I wish I was a cardiologist where I can pay to get 50,000 people enrolled in a upfront TPA trial from 30 years ago at the cost of who knows what, whereas we have a hard time trying to get 300 patients for a recurrent C. difficile trial. So I guess my question is to you, how do we bridge that huge gap that we see, especially with AMR, whereas that which limits CRE is not going to be that which limits VRE necessarily versus MDR-CLEB versus whatever. I guess, how do we move forward now? What is your vision for that?
Well, I can actually refer to one of my personal experiences. I actually had the pleasure of working on ramiprofene, which was briefly flickering in the headlights. And I was involved in the C.diff study there, which was, moderately, going along. As you say, getting 300 patients is an uphill battle. But what we tried to do, using ramiprofene, because of its super gram-positive activity, we postulated to the FDA that using ramiprofene would get rid of VRE. Great idea. Oral ramiprofene, get rid of the big VRE. And the FDA said, great idea. But we want it to be clinically meaningful. So they asked us to do a VRE bacteremia study using ramiprofene versus placebo. And after 20 patients over 3.5 years, we just said, we can't do this. We just can't do. So I haven't had the conversations with the new FDA. They've gone through iterations since then. But to me, your question would be, can you show a reduction in, let's say, pneumonia following a Klebsiella, MDR Klebsiella infection? And some patients would get placebo, some would get FMT, LBP, but you could do that on a sort of ICU basis and group them that way, which I have done once before, a group randomization. Or you could do it under the auspices of, say, the ARLG, because they've just done something on Staph aureus bacteremia, I think. So it could be done using a collaboration. But that's the only way I could see it, because the FDA will want to see impact on a specific infection, the specific benefit. As you say, just getting rid of genes, yeah, okay. But what does it mean clinically? Does that make sense? Or okay.
I mean, I was just at the epicenters meeting down at the CDC, and there are 14 different sites of all the places that you think of, and just this whole idea of secondary endpoints related to the microbiota and antimicrobial resistance, we were kind of, how do we go forward? And that's a large group of folks, and we having a hard time figuring out how can we run trials that would actually give data that would be meaningful that would go to the FDA.
could you work with something like the Kaiser Foundation, who've got an enormous population, but unfortunately resistance on the West Coast isn't as much as it in Florida. So maybe working with a healthcare system, could Advent or someone like that. I don't know, but it's something to muse about over a coffee. So.
Yeah, great discussion, great presentation. So one of the challenges with the idea that was just raised is the benefits of combating resistance are maybe felt by the individual patient who's receiving the intervention. As you said, eventually could be borne out by reduced infection, although we discussed some of the challenges there. But the larger benefits are not necessarily just for that one patient. It's other patients that are in the same facility, and then eventually, to my understanding, there isn't a specific mechanism, whether other than basic research funding, there is no regulatory mechanism for a trial that is conferring a benefit on individuals other than the individual that's being treated to receive some type of endpoint or that can confer favorably on the trial if successful. So that would require like some type of regulatory innovation.
Yeah.
Presumably, am I understanding that?
That's right, yeah. And, the FDA are thinking about this, but how deeply, I have no idea. It's going to have to be driven by clinicians or the industry. But as you saw, it's a growing problem. And I can see Christian going,
Yeah, that's my time for a coffee break. This is why we don't let scientists talk at these meetings that much, because they start going down rabbit holes. And I urge all of you to please read the history of ACT UP to find out how you actually make the FDA do things you want them to do, because it's not by talking to them nicely. So yeah, we're going to have a coffee break for about 10 minutes, then we're going to come back and hear from our friends at Bactolife. So please, no more than 10 minutes. Set your watches. Can you guys hear me? Oh. Whoa, hot mic, and he's a loud slur for a gay man. So I'm actually super interested in this next one. Not that the rest of them are not super interesting, but, you know, I talk about live biotherapeutics all the time. So I'm very excited to have Sandra Wingard-Thrain, the co-founder and CSO of Back to Life, who is going to talk to us about breakthrough binding proteins, all the way from Denmark, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Denmark.
I'll just test the mic. Thank you for the nice introduction, and really a pleasure to be here today to talk to you guys about the work that we're doing, and also a great backdrop from Bobby and Glenn this morning to really see why it's important to work on C.diff. And I think also what I'm coming with today is a bit of a different take, and I think that's really, as I see it, also part of the solution of having these synergies, different products, and finding a way of handling this multifactorial problem. So just starting with a backdrop of Back to Life and what it is that we do and what our binding proteins are. We work with gut health and in particular gastrointestinal infections, which is really something that impacts everybody everywhere. So we are all in different situations in our life exposed to pathogens, to bacteria, and we then have different, you can say, vulnerabilities or risk factors as we go through our life, both if you look at young children that have an immature GI tract and therefore maybe are more susceptible, when we look at antimicrobial use, where we also treat one thing but also then put ourselves at risk of other problems. And I think especially if you look to the low and middle income countries where these things really disproportionately also affects people's life and where also they can impact the lifelong, you can say, health trajectory of people. So this is really a big problem where I think there's still a big need for tools to help sustain health better also. So both good treatment options, but also better options for sustaining health when we are vulnerable to these different problems. And that's where we work on our binding proteins. So they're these small proteins that are derived from immunoglobulins or antibody technology, but we only take the part that actually binds, and then we can work with it in a very specific manner in our labs in Copenhagen, and where we can design them to take out different risk factors that we can be exposed to in our GI tract that can then create problems, create infections. And in that way have a tool that can fortify your gut and really be a passive immunity boost in different situations of your life. They have a very specific mode of action, and I'll get a lot back to that with some fun data today. And then they're very scalable. We use precision fermentation to produce them, which means that we can produce them very effectively and make sure that they can be affordable and available in a broad context to the global population. And speaking to that, where we started in Back to Life was actually working on our binding proteins for piglets. So these small animals that we produce a lot of globally for you can say, food production. And they have also the same risk factors as us people. They have a GI tract that's very similar to the GI tract of humans. And they, especially when they are weaned, so when they are going from the sow where they get milk and onto a solid feed, they get a lot of what's called post-weaning diarrhea. So a lot of gastrointestinal infections and problems. And here we've been working on a binding protein product that actually blocks some of the key toxins and other things that are produced by the strains that create the post-weaning diarrhea. We've been able to scale the binding proteins, and then we've been able to go out and test them in farms and thousands of animals, where we can actually show that they can very effectively, you can say, fortify the gut of the piglets by being put into this pelleted feed that they eat on a daily basis. So they just eat a little amount of these proteins every day, and then they gain weight better, they have a more healthy GI tract, less inflammation, and there's a really reduced need for treating them with antimicrobials for this phase of their life. And back to Bobby's presentation this morning, antimicrobial resistance is really a One Health problem. We need to reduce the use of these compounds in a global context and across different industries and sections. And this has, of course, been exciting for us as a biotech scale-up, but it's also what now you can say puts us into that we are also working on binding proteins for different things where human health can be supported better. And this is where we really see that we have this big spectrum when we look at all the products that are out there. So a lot of pharmaceutical drugs that are really needed when we are sick, then we need the right nutrition, and then we need some of the things that are in between, in the sense of all of these new functional ingredients, other types of products, nutraceuticals that can actually fortify our health and, you can say, empower us, so that before we are so sick that we need to go to a doctor and get a prescription for a drug, we have more options in the toolbox of sustaining a healthy gut, of sustaining a healthy immune system. And going a little bit back to one of the first slides, just as gut health and infectious diseases affects us all, I think that also, as we hear here today, C.diff is also something that affects us all because we have this broad use of antimicrobials and because a lot of us needs it at some point in our life. And then we are at risk. So in that way, having better ways of also sustaining health when we know we have this risk is something that can be really crucial going forward. And here I'll tell you about some of the binding proteins we're working on towards sustaining health when you're at risk of CDI here today. So looking at CDI, and I think we also heard about it a little in the previous presentations this morning, it is really this deadly cycle that you can go into, often where you are getting antimicrobials for maybe a completely different reason, that then depletes your gut microbiome and leaves you vulnerable. And then you can be exposed to C.diff that can then come in, germinate, produce a lot of really nasty toxins. That's a big part of how it really outcompetes what's left of the good guys and then creates these really severe gut infections. Then we have, as we've heard a lot from the experts this morning, a use of other antimicrobials. Then if people continue to have recurrence, then we have these new really exciting LBP products, FMTs, so forth, that can be employed to try to help people so that they can permanently try to clear this nasty bug from their system. And here, you can say the product we're working on right now called CD Balance. It's binding proteins that then block some of these toxins that are produced by the C.diff strains so that you can actually take away, you can say, some of the weapons and try to make sure that while you're in this vulnerable situation, your gut health is safeguarded better so that you don't need to have these continued antibiotic treatments, and of course, especially the experience of dealing with CDI that I'm looking a lot forward to also learning more about today from some of all the CDI survivors that are here today. Yes, so CD Balance in that way we really see as this supplement. It can also be included in a food product. It's a convenient solution that can be available to you on a daily basis. So for example, if you have a lung infection or something else, you get an antibiotic treatment for that. You can then at the same time have a really convenient and affordable way of having a supplement that you can take on a daily basis that can help reduce the risk that you actually contract CDI in the weeks following your antibiotic treatment. And diving a little bit more into the mode of action, because that's one of the things that we're very excited about at Back to Life. We then look at, when we qualify the binding proteins we work with, exactly how these toxins work, how they actually go in and create the inflammation and disrupt the gut, and how we can ensure that we then have these binding proteins that can really block at the right place, at the right time, and protect the gut as it is intended to do. And here we've designed the binding protein so that it blocks the actual enzyme activity of these toxins. They have what's called a glycosyltransferase activity, which is what creates the disruption of our gut. It binds to the toxin in the conformation that it is when it's in the lumen, and then it remains bound also if the toxins are internalized, so that they can actually really efficiently block this toxic activity and take these weapons away from the microbes until our healthy gut microbiome is restored and we've cleared the antibiotic treatment that we're receiving. And just to be clear, CD Balance is under development now. We expect to have it in market in 2026. But I'll show you a lot of the in vitro data we're working on, and then I'll also get back to in the end that we're here today to learn a lot, to talk to a lot of people, and also hopefully to find good collaborators so that we can make sure that we make a product that is actually right for the people that need it in the end. But looking a little bit at some data, one of the things we do with our binding proteins is that we in the lab can go in and actually measure the enzyme activity of these toxins. So there you can say toxicity, and then we can show that if we add in our binding proteins, we can really efficiently block and reduce the toxin activity. And this would really translate into that if you're exposed to it in the gut, the binding proteins get in a way so that it just passes through without going in, being internalized and creating the inflammation and disruption that we feel as pain, that we feel as diarrhea, and a lot of the other really nasty symptoms that are associated with CDI, and thereby also ensuring that we can have a good nutrition status and a stable gut. Further, we of course work a lot to make sure that it's relevant in a broad context. So out in the real world, we don't just have one toxin. There are a lot of different C.diff strains that produce a lot of different toxins. So we make sure to qualify our binding proteins, making sure they bind all the different variants that are out there effectively, and that we can actually mix and match them so that we have some that bind more efficiently to some of the most, you can say, nasty toxins, and others that are more broadly covering, so that we in combination can ensure the best possible effects in use. Further, we also heard a little bit about bile and how that plays a big part in CDI and is part of this way that it establishes in your susceptibility to CDI. And therefore, we, of course, also screen and make sure that the products can actually bind and interact and block the toxins under the relevant conditions. So, for example, presence of bile in the GI tract, to make sure that when you then eat them, they actually work at the right place and the right time. Then one of the things that we're also excited about is that since it's these small proteins, they are, you can say, very versatile. They have a long shelf life. They're very stable, and also to different temperatures, so they can be formulated into a range of products. So you can even imagine that you can both have it as a supplement, you can have it in a drink, you can have it in formats that are easy to ingest, especially if you're also sick. It's super important that you don't have something that's too inconvenient to take, but that it's really easy to, you can say, sustain and fortify your health on a daily basis. So lastly, I will touch a little bit on some of the cytotox data that we've been generating, so working with different cell models that can help show the effect and that we can actually block these toxins, since it is really well recognized that blocking the toxins really ensure the cell viability and integrity, and is a big part of maintaining health in these situations. So here we've first and foremost worked with colon cell lines, so HCA7 cells they're called, where we can show that in a dose-dependent manner we can 100% block the activity of the toxins when these cells are exposed to the toxins really efficiently in the lab with our binding proteins. Then we've also worked a little bit with zebrafish embryo tissue, which is really neat because you can actually visually see how you can block these activities. So on the upper hand of the photo, you can see how this is at the tail of one of these embryo zebrafish models, and how it's degraded by the toxin. So the tissue surface is completely degraded by the toxin in the same way as our gut cells are really, you can say, degraded when they're exposed to the toxins. And if we then add in the CD balance binding proteins, we can completely protect the integrity of the cell layer and make sure that it remains healthy and intact. Lastly, we are right now doing a really nice collaboration with Professor Johan Rassen at Utrecht University, he's an immunologist, so that we can further expand on this data. This is then working on what's called CAGO2 cells that even better emulate the gut cell lining, and where we are now showing that we can again block these toxins, so block the way that they disrupt the CAGO2 cells. And the ongoing work, you can say, building on this, is then that we're looking into some of the cytokines and the immune cells that are also related to it, so we can actually in models show how we can also block these inflammation cascades that are really activated when you're exposed to these C. diff toxins. And in that way, we really are aiming to develop something that can be a new tool in the toolbox when we talk about, you can say, CDI management, in that we need a lot of the new drugs, we need better management, and we need better alternatives to antimicrobials, but we also need tools that can help sustain health when we're at risk, since it's starting to be a picture where we have really good evidence and understanding of when we're at risk. And right now, I even talked to some doctors in Denmark where he also said, I'm prescribing an antibiotic to my patient, and I know that this person will be at high risk of CDI, and I cannot do anything. And that's also a really frustrating situation. So they're being able to really empower both the doctors and the consumers better, having better tools that can work together, can hopefully be a big part of better managing CDI in the future. And zooming a bit out in general, for our binding proteins as functional food ingredients, we of course hope that they can then help have an impact on gut health. So other than CDI, we're working on other projects so that in the future you hopefully can have these mixed products that can have a broad coverage towards a range of gut health disruptors or challenges. They're versatile and robust and compatible with many existing food products and processes so that they are convenient to use, and they're scalable and affordable. So we're really working to make sure that they are broadly available and something that the general population can definitely easily use and afford. So, yeah, as mentioned, we are coming from Back to Life. We're a biotech scale-up in Copenhagen. We're supported by, amongst others, Novo Holdings and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and I was super happy to be able to share with you today. I hope you have some good questions. Otherwise, I'm here with my colleague Brynjulf, and we also have a roundtable later today where you can also come talk to us, meet us. We thought it would be fun, or not fun, but interesting to talk about how we break this deadly cycle, because it's really both stopping the cycle from happening, but then also how do we use these different products that are under development or on the market in a sustainable and good way to really support and sustain health in all of us, more or less. And then, yeah, I promised my people at home to say, follow us on LinkedIn. And feel free to reach out to us. We are, as I mentioned here, also to really connect, understand better, start talk about the work that we're doing, and hopefully also finding good partners both for research and commercialization, so that we can really make products that can have an impact and work in the real world. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thanks for your talk. Couple things. I saw you present the zebrafish data, and on the bottom it said something about hamsters and mice. Has it been tested in those models yet?
No. So for now, we're not testing in the hamsters and the mouse.
Okay.
Since we're working on food ingredients,
Yeah.
it's really having models that emulate, you can say, the right mode of action. And those models, it's a very severe disease model, so it's not really the application that we envision. So we're working towards, you can say, bridging to our clinical program.
Okay, great. And the other piece is that, I know it was tested differently, but Telavermer unfortunately failed but that was in the treatment of primary C. diff rather than in a prevention trial. I guess, I'm just trying to think of how you would design a study to look at prevention. Would this be in the setting of patients who would be administered antibiotics and used in that way, or just more generally for a general population and seeing, especially given the fact that at least in the US we're seeing an increase in so-called community-acquired C. difficile? I don't know if that would be something that you would be looking at as well. So, couple ideas
Absolutely.
on what your strategy is.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's also Brynjulf can also expand later with you, since he's our clinical director. But absolutely, we're really looking at people, for example, either just with an antibiotic for something else that has a high CDI risk, as you say, this community-acquired aspect, or to some degree people with recurrence, but looking at how we can really try to come before the primary would of course be really nice to be able to really show this health promoting effect. But it's some of the work that's ongoing, and that'll be really interesting to set up, but you could definitely envision exactly what you mentioned.
More than a question, as I was sitting here listening to your talk, and thank you very much, I'm wondering why we're not using some of the products that we have now available, the biologics, as prophylactically, for example. Because you mentioned here's a doctor who knows he's going to prescribe an antibiotic, and he knows that this patient is at high risk. So I just have never really heard anyone discuss any of these new products that we have available prophylactically, and I'm wondering, is that something that anyone is working on? Is it possible? I'm not a healthcare professional, but a patient.
Yeah, no, but I think it's a great question, and I think the answer is pretty broad in the sense that there's always a lot of reasons. One of them is, of course, this regulatory landscape of how can you apply a drug, how can you apply a supplement, how can you apply different things, what you're allowed to do. Another thing is, of course, stuff like price point, stuff like, is it something that you can easily take yourself, or where you need the attention of a healthcare practitioner to do it safely. So I think there's a lot of factors, but it's one of the things that's, for me, also as a scientist, is exciting to see how it will converge. I know there's a lot of clinical trials ongoing also where companies are testing probiotics. And of course, they're not the same as an LBP, but there's some also somewhere in that puzzle. Maybe some of them will also come out with even better effects as work continues on those. And that's where we really also see that then we're bringing a new puzzle piece that can work synergistically with probiotics, prebiotics, LBPs, other products. And I think that's where a big part of it will be, to then have the puzzle pieces put together to make sure that there are more options available, both when you have your risk situation, but also when you are sick in the future, hopefully.
Thank you, great talk. Laura Ortiz from Ferring Pharmaceuticals. I love when innovation is coming and combining with industry and patients. But one of the things is always like, where do we really see that product ultimately in the patient journey? And I think you already spoke about prevention and things like that, but how do you envision this being actually used, like in combination with antibiotic when the treatment is given, or that specific population in high risk? Have you thought about that? And
Yeah, so definitely. And I think that, we're definitely thinking that when you get an antibiotic treatment for something else, then it would be great to have an option like this to be able to take together with that. I think a lot of doctors today are already recommending stuff like probiotics or prebiotics. There's you can say, increasing understanding of that you can use these things together. And then, of course, if you look at some of the high-risk populations in nursing homes, other, you can say, settings where you have a large amount of the vulnerable people that are living together, could also, I think, be one of the first application areas that we're looking at. And then hopefully in the future, if we can be good at teaching and talking about what binding proteins are, then also word of mouth, all kinds of things, YouTube, as we heard about this morning, making sure that people are aware that these things are available so that they maybe start asking for them themselves in their local pharmacy or in their supermarket and so forth.
Now it's going to be really, okay. When you do stand-up, the mic's already hot. So you end up saying very embarrassing things. But thank you so much, Sandra. This was really interesting. And we are going to move to our next speaker. Molly Locke will be presenting. Molly burned the house down last year with her speech. with her presentation. And I'm sure she'll get into this a little bit, but Molly is both a C. diff survivor, a healthcare professional, an advocate, and a member of our Scientific Advisory Council. So she is wearing a lot of hats, and they all look great on her. So take it away, Niall.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here with you today. So we're going to talk about C. diff testing. So what happens actually after you poop and it gets dropped off at the lab? Thank you. I love all of my advisors. Thank you. So what happens after you submit your sample? It goes to the lab for testing. What actually happens? How do they determine if you have C. diff or not? I was talking with Christian and Aaron and Lauren and trying to decide what we could talk about here that would be interesting and pertinent to you guys. And we thought that this was a good topic, so let's get started. So quick C. diff refresher. First of all, it is a spore-forming, gram-positive, anaerobic bacterium. It arises from the 7th layer of hell. As most people here can attest. Risk factors, there are plenty, not all of them are included here, and this list is certainly not inclusive. Certainly ages over 65, though C. diff certainly does not discriminate, as many in this room will tell you. It can affect children, young adults, teenagers, and the elderly. Anybody with recent hospitalization or surgery or procedures are at risk. Proton pump inhibitor use, those are things like Protonix. I'm not singling out that particular medication in particular, but I do mention it because it is extremely common and there are an awful lot of people on it. The thought is that while it's cutting down the acid in your stomach, helping your stomach lining, the problem is that in doing so, it buffers it, and then the gastric juices are not acidic enough to kill things like C. diff. So that's where that comes into play. And then finally, recent antibiotic use. Most cases of Clostridium difficile occur within 2 to 3 weeks of antibiotic use. Not always, but that is something to consider. We'll go to the frequent offender list. We've talked a little bit about this. The big one on there, of course, clindamycin or Cleocin. I discussed earlier this morning that part of my soul leaves my body every time that I am forced to write a script for that. Quinolones, things like Levaquin, Cipro, Avalox, and finally cephalosporins, things like Keflex, Omnicef, Ceftin. Again, this list is not inclusive. And the other part that I want to be very clear about is that any antibiotic can give you C. diff. You can also get C. diff without an antibiotic, but these are the ones that we frequently see implicated. On the same token, I also want to be clear that there are times that these antibiotics, especially on the frequent offender list, are needed. There are times where you're going to need pseudomodal coverage, and this is where things like a quinolone, like Cipro or Levaquin, will come into play. Or perhaps you have someone that truly and genuinely has a horrendous dental abscess and they're allergic to penicillin. Cleocin is an appropriate choice for them. Keflex is actually used very frequently. It's a very broad spectrum. It treats ear infections, it treats strep throat, it can treat urinary tract infections, and it's very popular because, number one, it's inexpensive and it's generally easy to take. So these are the medications that you'll frequently, again, see implicated, but this list is non-inclusive, and again, I want to reiterate, any antibiotic can give you C. diff. Who do you test? So the cardinal symptom of C. diff to this day still remains watery diarrhea. The idea is that you're having more than 3 liquid stools in 24-hour time period, and that you're not on any medicine that perhaps would be causing or influencing that diarrhea, like stool softeners, laxatives, or things like that. Again, someone with recent antibiotic use, someone with a recent hospital stay or procedure, your immunocompromised patients, these are your patients with cancer, your patients that are on immunosuppressants for other conditions or other autoimmune diseases. And of course, I mentioned pregnancy because we talked a little bit about that last year. Pregnant patients are immunocompromised. The body does that in an effort to protect the growing baby. But this population, in my respectful opinion, is often overlooked. but that is something to consider in your immunocompromised considerations. Bristol stool scale. So we're going to talk about poop today. Before nursing school, I was actually not even aware that a chart like this existed. But essentially, it's what your poop looks like. So you'll want to focus your attention down to type 5, 6, and 7, particularly 6 and 7. Most labs, if you submit a C. diff sample, will not even consider running the test unless your stool fits in the category of type 6 or type 7. Essentially, if you have a formed stool, you don't have C. diff. Okay, and every lab is a little bit different on their criteria, but essentially if it's not watery and it doesn't take on the shape of the container, it's probably not eligible to be tested. I'll help here. So this slide, if I'm doing it correctly, is actually just a brief YouTube video. We talked a lot about YouTube today, and it really does have some good information on it. But this is actually how it's run down in the centrifuge, where they take the sample. You're going to see they're going to add the diluent to it. They're going to spin it down and then put it onto the testing platform. It's similar to a pregnancy test. One line is negative, 2 lines are positive. So let me see if I can get this to really work here. Okay, can you up the volume? I don't know if there is. I don't know if there's any volume on this or not. I mean, there is on YouTube, but. Sure.
Oh, it's not showing.
No problem.
Give me a minute. Could you repeat it for me? Start.
So the second half of that test was actually the first one was whether or not you have C. diff. Again, 1 line negative, 2 lines positive. And then if it's positive, it can be tested to see if the particular strain of C. diff that person has is one of the hypervirulent strains. And again, 1 line negative, 2 are positive. Thank you. All right, so let's go over the testing. This list, again, is not completely exhaustive or inclusive, but I try to simplify it for our needs here today, and these are the tests that most of the labs run. We're having all kinds of problems. I'm sorry, guys.
Skip. There we go. Sorry, what slide?
I'll just slide through. Okay. EIA testing, this stands for enzyme immunoassay. And essentially what it does is it tests for the presence of 2 things. The first one is GDH, which is glutamine dehydrogenase, and then the toxins A and B. So testing for GDH. Essentially, if you have C. diff, you produce the enzyme GDH in your stool, okay? So it's a great, quick initial test. You either have it or you don't. It can be done within an hour's time period. The only problem with this particular test is that it is not good for distinguishing if the strain of C. diff you have is the toxigenic strain or not. So again, if you have C. diff, you will be GDH positive. If you do not have C. diff, you will not. The problem with this is that it doesn't tell us whether or not it's toxic or not toxic, okay? So the next test that you do would be to test for the toxins A and B, okay? Most cases of C. diff will produce both toxins, again, toxin A and toxin B. However, there are cases of C. diff that will only produce one toxin. Again, another reason that this test is really popular is that the turnaround time is very quick, okay? Major issue with it, there's a high false negative rate. There has to be enough toxin present in the sample to turn it positive, which will lead me to another slide we'll talk about in a little bit about how to properly submit a C. diff sample. C. diff degrades at room temperature. So a lot of times you want to keep the sample cold or submit it on ice. And the problem is it also begins to degrade as early as 2 hours from the time that you poop it out. So testing being done in a timely fashion is imperative. The last set of testing I want to talk to you about is called NAAT, that's Nucleic Acid Amplification Test. And that is often used in conjunction with the EIA testing we just talked about. So NAAT is used by most labs. It does detect toxigenic strains of C. diff. It is extremely sensitive. It is better than EIA for testing, and for most labs, it's actually used in conjunction. So they're doing the NAAT test, and they're also doing the EIA testing, okay? This testing can be performed in about an hour's time, which again is really popular because you're getting results pretty quickly. Problems with this test. There's no test that doesn't have a problem. The issue with this one is that it does not test for toxin production, which is why the EIA testing we just talked about earlier is very important, because the EIA testing tests for the actual toxin. The other problem with this test, and it leads to overdiagnosis of C. diff, is that it cannot distinguish between an active infection or someone who's an asymptomatic carrier. So about 5% of the population, maybe a bit less, are asymptomatic carriers of C. diff, meaning that if you tested their stool right now, it would be positive. They have no symptoms and they have no active C. diff infection. They just simply harbor the bacteria. Those are called asymptomatic carriers. And the problem is again, if you test them, they would be positive, but they clearly don't have an active infection. They're not sick, they have no fever, no diarrhea, nothing like that. But this test cannot distinguish between the two. That's why it's important that you use both tests in conjunction. Talked about this a little bit. C. diff degrades at room temperature. It can occur as early as 2 hours after the sample is submitted. Keeping specimens cold, especially if there's going to be a delay in running them. There are some labs out there that do batch C. diff testing, meaning that they only perform it once a day. So if you submit it at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, your sample conceivably may not be run until 10 o'clock the next morning. So it's important that these samples are kept cold. The recommendation is 4 degrees Celsius. Another thing that we didn't really talk about in regard to C. diff diagnostics that are not necessarily done in the lab, but if you have someone that is C. diff positive, and perhaps they were quite ill, like Christian and Liam's mom, where they were practically septic, these are people that you want to potentially obtain CT imaging, CAT scan imaging on. CAT scan will show you toxic megacolon, bowel perforation, and things like that, which are complications of Clostridium difficile that do need immediate attention. Surgery evaluation is another consideration. There are some folks, especially if you do have a bowel perforation or toxic megacolon, that need to be immediately taken to the operating room. And of course, not everyone is a surgical candidate, but there are some that are. Blood work and labs, complete blood count. So if you have someone that has an unexplained leukocytosis, meaning that they have an elevated white count, a normal white count is between 5 and 10,000 for the average population. If you have someone that persistently has an elevated white count and you can't find the reason, you should consider Clostridium difficile infection. A white count will often precede Clostridium difficile diagnosis for about 2 days. However, I also do not want it to be foolproof. There are plenty of people with Clostridium difficile infection that will never develop a white count. You're looking at one of them. I never had one. For as sick as I was, never. White count was always below 10,000, and I can assure you I had an active infection that tried to kill me. One other thing that you'd like to consider would be endoscopy or colonoscopy. The problem with this in the Clostridium difficile group that has an active infection is that you are at very high risk for bowel perforation. So this needs to be thought very carefully and outweigh the risk and the pros and cons of doing it. A lot of times C. diff can actually be diagnosed by colonoscopy because you're looking for pseudomembranous colitis, which is where the bowel develops a film on it from the C. diff. And again, it's very diagnostic. You look at it and you're like, oh, well, that's what's wrong. Let's send it for sample. But again, the risk of injuring the bowel is very high, so that needs to be taken into consideration. My final tips and takeaways. First of all, I am not a microbiologist. I'm a nurse practitioner. And every lab in America and even outside of the Americas is different. Not everyone runs C. diff testing the same way, though there are common ways that we talked about here today. There are also ways to test for C. diff, lab testing wise, that we did not discuss here today, so this list is not exhaustive. However, I wanted to simplify it in ways that I felt that I could break it down and explain and understand what actually happens to it once you submit it. The big thing about it is this. If you have someone, for example, that has a positive NAAT test, meaning that showing that it's positive for C. diff, but they're negative for the toxin, if they don't have active symptoms, they may not necessarily have it. The person that's interpreting the results is actually extremely important because they're the ones that are really determining whether or not you have an active infection and whether or not you need to be treated. So we want to make sure that we are not overdiagnosing, but we also want to make sure that we are not underdiagnosing. If you have someone with, a positive, they have a positive NAAT and they have a positive toxin test, Slam dunk, they've got C. diff, okay? But not all cases are like that. You can have some folks that have a negative NAAT test, but they're positive for the toxin. If they're symptomatic, it's up to the provider to determine whether or not they need treatment. And I can tell you that that occurs very frequently. I've been on the provider end where I have someone who is very sick and actively having symptoms, and there's discrepancy in the testing results. If they're symptomatic, as a rule, I tend to treat them because I feel that the harm in not doing so is more dangerous. But again, I am not a microbiologist, and this is not a wishy-washy topic. People's lives are at stake. Thank you for your time and attention, and I will be available for questions for a little bit. I'd also like to thank my special crew in the back corner, my husband, my daughter, and my son, who are my personal cheerleaders. I acquired C. diff after I had my eldest 7 years ago, and they have stuck through me through thick and thin, even through the years where after I have had to be on an antibiotic for a genuine reason, and then having a nervous breakdown shortly thereafter that I had C. diff or something, and thankfully I did not, but my family always stuck by me, and they're all my reasons. Thank you. Oh, no questions? Yeah, all right. Yes, sir.
Describing the sequence of testing.
Yes, sir.
Symptomatic presentation. Do you ever treat empirically while you're waiting for the results to come back, or are you aware that that's at all common in healthcare providers?
I do not, which makes me a very unpopular provider. I feel that the risk of antimicrobial resistance that has been discussed at length this morning, is really very prevalent. And again, we're preaching about not using antibiotics unnecessarily. So I tend not to. However, there are cases where providers will, and I certainly do not fault them for that because that's the way that they practice. But I tend to wait for the testing because the turnaround time, if it's done properly, is usually within a couple of hours.
Is it me? So I recently had the pleasure of speaking to Tech Lab, and I traveled to Las Vegas, and I was dining alone, so I didn't want to be weird and sit at the table, so I sat at the bar, and this interesting young man sitting next to me from Canada asked me what I was there for. I told him, and he said, "Oh, I'm a C. diff carrier." And I found that fascinating, and when they asked me at the talk the next day, how did he know that? I couldn't answer, but now I have an idea of how their system may test differently.
Yes, there is a percentage of the population that are indeed C. diff carriers. Again, they have no active symptoms and they do not have an active infection, but if you tested their stool, it would absolutely be positive. A great example of a carrier is any baby under the age of 2. They're innocent carriers. They're cute, but they're little C. diff breeding grounds. And when this list is not, a pediatric, but it is something to consider that if you are testing the pediatric population, a lot of children under the age 2 are C. diff carriers. Yes, sir.
I have an odd question. My wife got it when she was pregnant in 2005.
Yes.
And then it supposedly went away and it came back on her day of discharge. She said she knew it was back because of a very distinct smell.
Yes.
And I didn't know if that could tie into any of testing, animal detecting of that, or anything else that...
Yes, I call it, the positive sniff test. I feel like if you're a nurse, you actually are very intimately familiar. It's a sickeningly sweet smell. I have no other way to describe that. It smells like a barn. Thank you very much. Yes, that's accurate. Yes, sir.
With regards to that last comment, we did publish a small study using nursing staff and randomized the feces, and we couldn't actually show that someone, we titled it the nose knows not in that particular case. But again, it's hard to know. People have started to look with volatiles with mass spec and kind of look for distinct characteristics, and perhaps we could do it there, although it's kind of an imprecise way to kind of to diagnose C. difficile. But that was just to answer this question because it was raised. My comment really is this: we've already heard about antibiotic stewardship. You're raising an important part about diagnostic stewardship, especially as it relates to C. difficile, is that we don't teach any of our medical students about Bayes' theorem and basically your prior probability, and how good a test really is depends on what your suspicion is. You bring up the idea of not testing formed stool. We've actually, because we've looked at formed stool, we actually have a manuscript under preparation right now where we can find a lot of C. difficile in formed stool, both by NAT, both by growing it, which you didn't talk about, and doing the EIA testing. And in many cases, it's because people are doing things that they're not supposed to, like testing patients during the time of treatment to test for cure, quote unquote. So you'll still detect the organism, but the patients are getting better. Or it's just sort of a timing thing. It's the day before. And so someone had the suspicion, but we don't miss it because they get tested within 12 hours and it's a diarrhea sample and it's positive. But I think what we have to consider, there's a lot of debate over C. difficile testing. I've been part of some of those discussions between Mark Wilcox and Farag Fong and Chris Pollage, where they held kind of these debates at ID Week and things like that. If you're testing under the right circumstances, the tests are pretty good. One other thing to bring up is NHSN, which dings hospital based on their C. diff rates. They're actually trying to modify their case definition so that it's any test, be it NAT, be it ELISA, be it one of these GI panels. If any of them are positive and what they're looking for is treatment, that's what they'll consider a case, which worries some of us that people will start doing what someone else asks. They'll start treating without testing because maybe they won't get dinged on their infection rates and things like that.
I also think, to add to your comment, this is also why I think that resistance is being met to why C. diff needs to be a reportable disease. The hospitals don't want it because...
Although NHSN does report that.
You know
Whether or not it's considered a reportable disease,
Correct.
It's part of the metrics on hospital performance, regardless, and that's not going to change. So,
correct.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting.
Thank you.
Given the issues with sample degradation and,
Yes.
and the ick factor, I'm wondering if there's been any development to look for toxins in blood or byproducts of toxins.
You would think that
test.
somehow that would be a development, and perhaps it is. It's certainly out of the scope of my knowledge right now, but I'm hopeful that as we continue to unveil and uncover other ways to treat for C. diff, that we're also going to develop other testing techniques.
Thanks for the great talk. The available options as well as the recommendations for testing have changed a lot over a relatively short period of time. Do we have a sense of what is the uptake of these relatively newly recommended algorithms across different care settings in the United States currently?
The problem is that there's no one widely accepted one, and it's lab to lab determinant. So I feel that, it would be helpful if everybody would certainly be on the same page, but I think that that's going to take a lot more time, perhaps a lot more argument. But I wish that it would become a simplified universal process. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Molly. My little point of view here is that people should be tested for toxins if they're still showing symptoms after X number of days, and sometimes doctors don't want to do that either, which I don't understand. The other thing is that, yes, C. diff is reported by some hospitals, but it's not. There are exclusions, and there are no nursing homes, so we have a long way to go, I think, until it's fully reportable. Well, up next are some of our favorite people, besides my husband and my nephew. Joining us from Ferring Pharmaceuticals are Mara George and Meg Kober, who are going to talk to us about antibiotic stewardship opportunities for patients with CDI and recurrent CDI. Are you guys going to sit, or are you going to take? No. Are you going to take turns? Okay. All right. They're going to take turns, guys, just in case you were wondering.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this invite and for proposition of this talk. I know we touched a little bit about the antimicrobial stewardship along in the morning with the speakers, so this will make my job a little bit easier, hopefully, but hopefully we'll present it in a different perspective. So we'll be talking in the next 30 minutes or so about antimicrobial stewardship opportunities for patients regarding, their infection in CDI and recurrent CDI as well. So here's my objectives for the day. We want to understand a little bit about the impact of antimicrobials on our gut health, and specifically as it relates to C. diff. We want to emphasize the intricacy and the interplay between the gut microbiome and the health and disease in general. And we want to explore a little bit of antimicrobial stewardship and different strategies that we can deploy and we can use in order to combat C. diff, and as well as reviewing our fecal microbiota live GSLM as a novel approach in mitigating dysbiosis for the prevention of recurrence of Clostridius difficile. So Sir Alexander Fleming, right, is the name. He's by complete a mere coincidence, and we were talking about that in the morning with Glenn. He said he went on an Easter break and then he left his lab uncleaned. When he came back, he found something on the agar on his lab, and he stumbled upon penicillin, and it was the first discovery, and that's give or take about 100 years ago. And this was the start of a golden era of a lot of antimicrobials. And it was exciting. It saved lives, specifically in the sepsis diseases and infections. And sure enough, it increased life expectancy in the United States is about 79 years now. But along that, and in the parallel to that, the behavior of prescribing antibiotics consequently and expectedly increased as well. And that peaked from the year of 2000 to 2015 to 65% increase. And unfortunately, some clinicians may prescribe antibiotics, kind of willy-nilly a little bit, at least 30%, and up to 75% in nursing homes. It's astounding, but these are numbers and statistics, recent statistics. We can't deny the fact that antibiotics is the standard of care for Clostridius difficile and recurrent Clostridius difficile. However, paradoxically, using antimicrobials poses a risk for our gut and our community that's living within us. And it's called dysbiosis, and I'm sure you're now more familiar with the terminology. And the dysbiosis make the patient or make the individuals susceptible to more of adverse events for antibiotics and even, collateral damage, for example, C. diff and recurrent C. diff, as well as antimicrobial resistant genes, which basically means the bugs are so smart and they can conform and acquire certain characteristics that make them fight the antibiotic back and make ones susceptible, not even susceptible anymore. And this is the actual, it's a very big risk. And also, and we're all aware now with the recent research and the novelty of the microbiome space, how the dysbiosis is interlinked between a lot of other therapeutic areas and other diseases. So it can range from acute to chronic diseases. So hence the antimicrobial antimicrobial stewardship came into play. And it was a terminology that was coined with Dr. McGowan and Dr. Jerding in 1996. And it didn't really get traction up until the last 15 to 20 years. And as Glenn said, I believe earlier, now it's a global concern because of Clostridius difficile and antimicrobial resistancy. So the antimicrobial stewardship is pretty much it embodies a suite of initiatives in order to guide the clinicians and institutions to pick the right drug with the right dose, with the right route of administration, and with specific specifications in order to kind of minimize that collateral damage that we talked about earlier. So it's perfectly positioned well to help and to enhance combating C. diff and recurrent C. diff infection. So we know now what is antimicrobial stewardship is all about. And it promotes, and the outcome of it is fostering better behavior in terms of antibiotic prescribing, as well as reducing dysbiosis and the collateral damage that we talked about that may result in C. diff and recurrent C. diff infection, control microbial resistancy, as well as improve patient outcome as a whole while minimizing the cost. Because oftentimes people have sometimes a short-term vision where they take a look at what is it in it for me, but there's a cost, that trickling cost on the long haul that might actually cost you a lot. So because the dysbiosis is an outcome of antimicrobial stewardship, we can't deny the fact that they kind of go hand in hand. They both mitigating or addressing dysbiosis have the same kind of goals or similar goals can overlap with the antimicrobial stewardship goals. Because if we think about it, if we have not so healthy gut, if we have a dysbiotic gut, that kinds of make the patient vulnerable to bugs and to other diseases that can reside, and then that will need antibiotics or antimicrobials, and then more dysbiosis, and then it's a vicious cycle that the patient goes into and go loops and loops. So how can we cut that cycle? And it really starts with the gut. So let's talk about this organ that we have, all of us have, and we need to appreciate it a little bit more and understand it a little bit more in order to see how we can synergize the efforts and how we can really combat and come as one, and leverage it as opposed to just yet another antibiotic, right? So the gut microbiome is being acknowledged as an organ now because it does confer a lot of health benefits to the host. Yes, they do benefit from us, but we also do benefit from them. Without them, there are certain functions within our bodies that we're unable to maintain. For example, immunity, metabolism, energy, and absorption. All these are things that the microbiome help us to have. And the key is a well-balanced, diverse gut microbiome. And one of the most important functions, I would assume, in the gut microbiome is something called colonization resistance, which is basically the ability of our healthy gut microbiome to fight a good fight, to prevent the expansion of pathogens, whether it's coming from outside or from within us, in order to maintain the peace and the stability of our gut microbiome. And they do this through various mechanisms. Well, we're not going to go into the technicality of it, but just in a nutshell, this is what a colonization resistance is all about. All right. So now, unfortunately, all of us are people and we're vulnerable by nature. Some are more than the others, depending on your health and to where you came from, your lifestyle, and all the kind of regimens and the exposures that you're having. So in the case of a healthy gut, with the perturbation that it faces, and some, it may take them longer than others, but with a certain diet, as I mentioned, or stressors or some genetics, they can have a dysbiosis. But because of our topic here and for the purpose of this presentation, I wanted to focus more about antimicrobials. And this is something that we can absolutely control and make it more of an appropriate approach. So when a dysbiotic phase, and as I mentioned that before, it can make the host vulnerable to, once they gain the colonization, and maybe they're not even sick yet, they're not displaying any symptoms, but they harbor that spore and they harbor that colonization, and eventually it can get them yet another insult to their gut, and boom, they can get an infection. So let's take it from a patient journey perspective. Let's see where we can see the dysbiosis across the patient journey in the pathophysiology of this disease. So here we have that healthy gut, and I'm coding because not one gut is similar to the other. There's no, it's like more of a fingerprint for every one of us. But for more or less, a healthy gut can suffer from perturbations, again, as we discussed, but here antimicrobials or antibiotics specifically, and it can get that patient into the vulnerable phase. Now, this patient is vulnerable, he's out and about, visiting another patient, maybe in a hospital or hospitalized for one reason or the other, and maybe ingested spores, right? So the spores now is in that individual, and he's now in a very weak spot. And again, he could be colonized, but then get pushed into that edge where he's now infected. Infection happens, and absolutely, as I mentioned before, the standard of care is antibiotic. There's always going to be that. So he takes an antibiotic, but unfortunately, majority of the time, if it's vancomycin, it kind of makes the gut also more vulnerable, and it's also another insult to the gut. So a recurrence happens, and it's this vicious cycle. And I'm sure a lot of the audience here are familiar with this vicious cycle. And this individual who's infected and who's in that loop and trying to get away from this and trying to get out of it, unintentionally pose other people to risk, and they could transmit it to somebody else. And while they could be colonized, but they can go and transmit it to somebody else who's vulnerable, and it's now a risk for community. So we can see how dysbiosis play a role, and it's clear in our eye, something has to be done and something has to be better. And I remember in the morning today, I think Bobby said it, there's not much of investment that's going into innovating new drugs, new antibiotic drugs for infections, right? And maybe that's for the better, I don't know. That's my personal opinion, it's not fairing. But I'm sure there is innovation, and sure enough, there is innovative ways to do that and to combat that from within, to give that gut their power back, to fight back, and to come back to life, right? So how can we use antimicrobial stewardship, and how we can take a look from antimicrobial stewardship lens and see the opportunities that we can help our CDI and recurrent CDI patients, how we can do that. These are some strategies, and I'm sure that throughout the morning talks, I'm sure you've already a lot of things here are going to sound familiar now. And just with the caveat, this is specifically tailored for the recurrent CDI and recurrent CDI patient population, but it's also for any infection, really. But you can see here, starting from prescriber restriction, and this is, I love what Molly said. She's kind of the officer, like, no, I'm not gonna let that go. And this is really a more of antimicrobial restriction. Some institutions are pretty good at it, in which they use and utilize this strategy to inform and to guide their clinician is, hey, maybe you want to take a look at this before you go ahead and prescribe that antibiotic. And some antibiotics within this restrictive list are a no-go for a lot of institutions because of how broad spectrum they are, and they kill the good and the bad and everything. So from that standpoint, this is one strategy that could be used within the patient journey of CDI and recurrent CDI. Also, diagnostic stewardship, as also Molly mentioned, which is a huge deal, and Dr. Young told us about how it's to date, it's still a debate between whether to do this or to do that. It's super important to understand who's the right candidate and who's the true infected individual in order to treat correctly. Because if he's only colonized, what you're only doing is just, again, giving that insult to injury and predisposing this patient to sure enough a C. diff and vicious cycle. So this is very important in identifying who's the actual infected person from just a colonized person. Infection control. So infection control plays a huge role. Washing hands is the number one and super effective technique. And sure enough, and thankfully now a lot of institutions are adopting these strategies, and there is the barriers in the hospital and also disposable medical devices. So they are deploying these different strategies to help in infection control and help mitigating the risk for community and as well as, within the healthcare professionals. And sure enough, there is actually very innovative ways now in technologies using UV light and robotics and you name it. So it just needs some lobbying, and sometimes in some institutions, they are able with their resources to implement it, and some unfortunately can't. But that's another parameter that really helps with antibiotic stewardship. When it comes to optimizing patient care, so we talked about the guidelines and how some antibiotics are better than the others. And sure enough, fidaxomicin is more narrow spectrum, is targeted. It goes to kill specific victim, which is the Clostridium difficile, and maybe some other cousins, but it's not, as bad as vancomycin in terms of, broad spectrum and flagell. But so being smart and be educating and lobbying and empowering clinicians to really push for narrow targeted therapies for the standard of care for Clostridium difficile and recurrence of Clostridium difficile is super important, as well as for the recurrence and cutting the vicious cycles. You want to get the antibiotic that is narrow spectrum, and you also want to close the loop in that vicious cycle by empowering and reversing that dysbiosis after you give the antibiotic in order to boost the gut microbiome and help the body fight by itself. Health equity, the CDC is putting a lot of effort and thoughts about health equity. And we heard the disparities and how language could be a factor in even conveying the educational piece, right? So it's a known fact that in vulnerable population, like not so well privileged, they face more of the infections and they have less of the resources that we have. So kudos to CDC in really focusing on that. Public awareness, and this forum is super important. And I was looking at Molly's face while she was presenting and while the guy was testing, and I could see her face. And it really made, I'm going to remember that. I'm pretty sure everyone here who had that disease one way or the other, I can't relate, and I can't. I haven't been in your shoes. But I can see the amount of concern and pain in her face when she was just waiting. Is it positive? Is it negative? That dreadful result, I'm sure, and you're doing an amazing job. And Peggy Lillis, thank you for raising awareness and talking to everybody and rallying the groups. This is super important work. So this gets me to the last bit of my presentation. I want to, again, just highlighting the innovative way of maybe steering or maybe being innovative and more approaching it from holistic standpoint, from reversing that dysbiosis. And this is what Live Biotherapeutics come into place in reversing the dysbiosis and in preventing recurrence of Clostridium difficile. With that, I want to just introduce Rebiota. I know some of you are well aware of it, but I will give an introduction and then I'll give it to Meg. Again, Rebiota is indicated for the prevention of recurrence of Clostridium difficile infection. It is not for 18 and lower. It's above 18 years of age. There's no indication for the treatment. And you should not receive Rebiota if you have any allergic reaction to any of the ingredients. You should report to your doctor any infections you think you may have after being administered. It may contain food allergies. Main side effects were abdominal pain, bloating, and nausea and gas. There's no really specific efficacy in terms of whether below or above 65 of age. And you should, if you have any concerns, you should absolutely report it to the FDA and see the full prescribing PI. Rebiota, it was the first in class in the microbiome-based therapy in recurrence of C. diff, and this got approved. It was approved in November of 2022. It's a one-dose rectal suspension, and again, it is not indicated for the treatment. It is a broad consortium. It does not require any bowel prep or anesthesia or colonoscopy. It is a proprietary combo. However, it is manufactured in a proprietary in good manufacturing practices, and it's FDA approved, rigorous health screening of donors and pathogen testing. As Glenn mentioned before, it really went through a rigorous screening processes. And it was the whole clinical program really mimicked the real world practice. So we know that even diagnostics is all over the place from standpoint. There's no one institution agree with the other institution. How do they diagnose C. diff? But we gave the upper hand to our PIs in terms of antibiotic choice, in terms of diagnostics, and also cleaning procedures. This is the efficacy, 71% success rate of antibiotics following Rebiota versus 58% antibiotics alone or standard of care. Worth mentioning, in our phase 3 trial, we had up to our third patient population with first recurrence with consistent data of 79% versus 60%. And this result saw success and durability as 90% stayed free of C. diff at 6 months. So with that, I'm going to turn it off to Meg, and thank you so much for your attention.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mara. That was wonderful. So what I'm going to share today is just a little bit to complement what we've heard a lot. We're all here because we have the patients at the center of everything we do. What we care about, we want to help patients succeed. We want them to feel supported. We have a lot of, survivors here in the room that we've worked with, others that we haven't. And, you're at the core of everything we do. At Fairing, people come first. That's true of our employees, of our patients. And really, that's what we're looking to do at the end of the day. Bobby Joe talked a lot about resources for patients. So from a Rebiota and a Fairing perspective, the team has worked, really hard to create assets that are going to help patients, to help caregivers in their time of need when they're trying to have the conversations with their HCPs, their healthcare providers, wanting to ask the right questions, understand, have a true ability and knowledge foundation to advocate for themselves. So from a Rebiota standpoint, just wanting to make sure that these assets are out there. We are sharing. We do make these accessible on our website for patients, caregivers, anybody who needs that information, that nice foundation. We have that discussion guide, as I mentioned, a printable C. diff diary to be able to track some of your symptoms and to have that better discussion with your HCP, as well as a checklist for the caregiver. It can be very overwhelming. We recognize that when you have a loved one, you have somebody in your realm, in your world that's suffering. What can you do? How can you help them? We want to make sure that these assets are out there and available, as well as the Rebiota financial assistance, getting on product potentially if that can help you, if that can help your quality of life, help you feel better. We are here to help our patients. So to that point, we did want to, we've all heard about stories of patients with C. diff, and I wanted to introduce Melissa. She is one of the patients we've worked with that has been on Rebiota. Like many patients who have suffered with C. diff, she, lived a very full life, a career, marriage, a really, exercise regimen. She kept herself really healthy. And unfortunately, because of a course of antibiotics for a sinus infection, she did acquire C. diff, and it was a really, really long time for her to get that under control. So I do have a video here just for her to share in her own words the effect that it had on her. Let's see if we can get this to play.
Indication: Rebiota, fecal microbiota, live JSLM, is indicated for the prevention of recurrence of Clostridioides difficile, C.diff infection, in individuals 18 years of age and older, following antibiotic treatment for recurrent C. diff infection. Limitation of use: Rebiota is not indicated for the treatment of C. diff infection. Important safety information: most common side effects may include stomach pain, diarrhea, bloating, gas, and nausea. See the full prescribing information at rebiota.com.
I remember thinking, that's it? Almost, what is it? A year of my life could have been solved in an office visit? When my symptoms started, it was about 2 months after a back-to-back course of antibiotics. When I talked to my doctor and I approached him about the potentiality of C. diff, he turned to me, sat back in his chair, and he said, "You're not sick enough for C. diff. I think it's stress-related." And I felt frustrated because I was still feeling sick. I started to get worse. I mean, after I'd seen him, he gave me some treatments that didn't work. And it was 6 months later, I remember I called him up, and he called me after hours, and I said to him, "You need to do more for me right now. This is not working. I'm getting worse. I'm losing weight. I'm getting depressed. I feel sick all the time." I questioned my own ability to cope. Why am I so anxious about this? Why is this going on? Am I missing something? So it wasn't just an illness. It turned into a lifestyle. And that's not what I wanted my life to be. This was 11 months after I'd first consulted him about my symptoms. So at that point, I turned to him and I said, "What do we do?" And he said, "Well, I'm gonna have to refer you out to another specialist who specializes in C. diff." And I said to him, "Why didn't you do this 6 months ago?" My doctor told me I'd be taking an investigational recurrent C. diff treatment. I was relieved because it seemed very simple and it seemed very straightforward. There was no preparation required, and all I had to do was set up an office appointment. I was in and out of the office in less than an hour, and I was on my way home. In the general time afterward, I had less overall symptoms. It was certainly a process, but the beginning of the healing process was when I had the treatment. If you have recurrent C. diff, I recommend that you learn about this product and open up a dialogue with your doctor about potentially using it. Be your own advocate and talk to your doctor about Rebiota.
Indication: Rebiota, fecal microbiota, live JSLM, is indicated for the prevention of recurrence of Clostridioides difficile, C. diff infection, in individuals 18 years of age and older, following antibiotic treatment for recurrent C. diff infection. Limitation of use: Rebiota is not indicated for the treatment of C. diff infection. Important safety information: you should not receive Rebiota if you have a history of a severe allergic reaction, for example, anaphylaxis, to Rebiota or any of its components. You should report to your doctor any infection you think you may have acquired after administration. Talk to your doctor about any known food allergies. Most common side effects may include stomach pain, diarrhea, bloating, gas, and nausea. Rebiota has not been studied in patients below 18 years of age. Clinical studies did not determine if adults 65 years of age and older responded differently than younger adults. You are encouraged to report negative side effects of prescription drugs to FDA. Visit www.fda.gov/medwatch or call 1-800-332-1088. Please visit rebiota.com to see full prescribing information.
And with that, we just want to say thank you for having us and letting us talk a little bit today. We're really excited for the future and what's to come for the treatment of patients with C. diff. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Apparently you just nailed it. So, I think that's what they're like, we smell food outside. But I'm not willing to let go of you all just yet. So we are going to, hopefully they will have lunch ready. They were putting it out, but maybe they're not quite done yet. So first of all, I want to thank all of our speakers from this morning. You guys were really wonderful. Can we get a round of applause for everyone who spoke this morning? Really great stuff. I learned a lot. At some point, I will understand the whole bile acid thing, but it's just not. It's not sticking, no matter what happens. So we are going to break for lunch. We'll probably have a little extra time. It seems like since we're finishing a little early. At lunch, we were going to have 3 roundtables that you're welcome to join. One is going to be hosted by Ferring about patients and advocates along the patient journey. Another will be hosted by our friends at Open Biome called No Patient Left Behind, the continued need for FMT. And then lastly, we have our friends all the way from Denmark, Back to Life, who will be talking about breaking a deadly cycle, how you can protect yourself against C. diff. And so for the roundtables, you're encouraged to kind of come, each roundtable will probably we'll get your food first, then go in and you'll see there'll be signs at the tables that are round tables. Yeah, it's where we had breakfast this morning, so, and they might have a little bit of a spiel, but really it's just to have a conversation and talk through. They'll learn from you, we'll learn from them. And then our next session after lunch will be at, I really can't do anything without Erin and Lauren at this point, just so you guys know. I've become the executive director I didn't like working for. We'll be at 1 p.m. So please all be back for that, and enjoy lunch. I think the cherry blossoms have crawled into my throat. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I had a close encounter with a tres leches that I'm going to have to figure out how to get out of my coat later. We're moving into like panel mode with one exception. And first up, we have Dr. Cindy Hu from the Medical Director of Research for Jefferson Health and also Chief Medical Officer of the Sepsis Alliance still. And Mary Miller, who's an infection preventionist, also from Jefferson Health. And they're going to be discussing antibiotics from A to Z, as they say in the UK. Take it away.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cindy Ho, and Mary is to my side. This is going to seem like 2 lectures, and thank you for the introduction, Christian, and thank you for the wonderful lunch. Anybody take a second churro or anything? I did walk it off, so, you know. Okay, as stated, I am the Chief Medical Officer for Sepsis Alliance. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors. I have served on the advisory for HAI for Abbott, and I've also received grants from the National Council on Aging, the American Nurses Association Project First Line, and the Office of Minority Health. Mary Miller has no disclosures. Our home, away from home, so to speak, is known externally as Jefferson Health New Jersey. Internally, if you're amongst the Jefferson system, you might see or hear about Jefferson Health East Region. We have 3 hospitals which are community-based, which are formerly known as Jefferson Cherry Hill Hospital, Jefferson Stratford Hospital, and Jefferson Washington Township Hospital, or as we affectionately like to say, Cherry Hill, Strat, or Wash. The map on the right-hand side is our medical neighborhood with the hospitals and the ambulatory practices. The hospitals are 196 beds for Cherry Hill. Stratford is somewhere in the realm of 181. And then Washington Township is about 279. So we are small but mighty, as they say. Jefferson Health New Jersey is part of the much larger, what I call mothership of Jefferson. Actually, internally we call it Jefferson Enterprise, like the ship. And it consists of now 18 hospitals with the academic arm of Thomas Jefferson University. Jefferson Health is an umbrella of all the hospitals, and then we also have Jefferson Health Plans. But today, we want to talk about a couple objectives, which will be sort of interwoven. We want to talk about antimicrobial resistance by delving into antibiotic terminology, a selection of antibiotics, side effects, and relative contraindications. To give you a flavor, normally my antibiotic lecture is maybe an hour, or sometimes an hour and a half, as I might do tomorrow. We will try to recognize the relative risk for C. diff and the role of oral vancomycin prophylaxis. Mary is going to speak about a personal story of turning tragedy into triumph to prevent infections. And then along the way, we'll showcase how infection prevention is a form of antibiotic stewardship and how to protect you and your family. Antibiotic stewardship has already been defined in many ways. In the Infectious Disease Society of America says that we promote the selection of the optimal antimicrobial drug regimen, dose, duration of therapy, and route of administration. So dose, duration, and how you take it. And I would submit that in the hospital, what we're simultaneously trying to do is we're trying to reduce the risk of acquiring multi-drug resistant pathogens and to decrease our risk for hospital-acquired C. diff because, of course, we want to improve patient outcomes. Oh, in the hospital, I do many things. I see patients in the inpatient setting, the outpatient setting. I do antibiotic stewardship, infection prevention, sepsis, and more. And I really need to pay attention to many things when we first select antibiotics. It depends on somebody's allergies. Certain antibiotics we would want to avoid if you're allergic. It also depends on what the site of the infection is, the possible pathogen or pathogens. It also depends on if somebody has a risk for healthcare-associated pathogens. It does make a difference depending on somebody's body habitus, if they have kidney disease and how bad the kidney disease is. In the hospital systems, especially where it's primarily wire work, although you may have limitations if you work in a rural setting or some setting where you don't have electronic systems, but if you do, it really behooves us to look at prior pathogens the patient has had because maybe what they had before will predict what they currently have. Also, we have to be careful when we select antibiotics because we don't want to make things worse than they already are, and we need to look for drug-drug interactions. Now, as far as knowing the antibiotics, we need to know different things. And I would strongly encourage that if you or a loved one are in the hospital, it's important to know what the name of the antibiotic is. Every antibiotic, just to make it sneaky, has two names. So there's a generic name and a brand name. There's an indication, which means what is it being used for? The formulation. Does it need to be intravenous? Could it be a pill? Could it be intravenous and then later on change to pill? Is the current antibiotic only in IV format? One needs to know a little bit about the side effects. Contraindications means when you shouldn't use it or what you should be aware of, and then cost. I think so often we are not necessarily patient-friendly. We choose an antibiotic, but it's also about the patient experience and also whether it is affordable as we look into social determinants of health. So this is a very oversimplified concept of antibiotics. Sometimes I'll hear generically, oh, is a person on a broad spectrum antibiotic, which means it kills a lot of different bacteria. Think of it this way, the purple is meant to showcase lots of bacteria that are killed by a broad spectrum antibiotic. In the concept of preventing C. diff, sometimes we can go with a narrow spectrum antibiotic, which means it doesn't kill too many bacteria. And sometimes we can do that because it kills the bacteria that we want it to without killing off a lot of other bacteria. Sometimes we go from a broad spectrum antibiotic to a more narrow spectrum antibiotic once we have more information. This is some information from an infectious disease textbook, which is on the risk for C. diff infection. Any antibiotic is a risk compared to if you don't have any antibiotics. The more antibiotics you're on, the higher risk. The total number of days, more days equals a higher risk. The type of antibiotic, as was previously already stated in the morning, PPIs and H2 blockers, how long you're in the hospital, and there are things we can't change. We can't change if somebody is elderly and it increases with age. If somebody has to live in a long-term care, that could be a risk factor, depending on the severity of their underlying illness. And then anything that kind of disturbs the gut milieu. So if you just had belly surgery, if you had the misfortune of having a tube through your nose into the stomach area, or if you've been previously hospitalized. This next slide is going to be revised whenever I get my act together and talk to marketing and so forth. But it is meant to display different antibiotics, and really it depends on the source you're reviewing. But antibiotics are sometimes a high risk for C. diff, medium risk for C. diff, or a low risk for C. diff. So to give you an example, an antibiotic like doxycycline, this is a very good workhorse antibiotic, and yet it's very safe in general. It doesn't have as much of a risk for C. diff. On the other hand, some kind of antibiotic like piperacillin tazobactam, which is Zosyn, some would argue, as we would argue, that in our next version of this, Zosyn will be a high risk for C. diff. Clindamycin, it makes me very, very nervous like it did over the weekend. But it has other effects that are very, very powerful. If somebody has a bacteria that produces toxins, and you might get your leg amputated, well, I don't want to do that. I might use clindamycin at a very high dose to prevent toxin production. Oral vancomycin prophylaxis is something that our institution has used. And essentially, if you had C. diff recently, and let's say you need an antibiotic for some kind of bacterial infection like bacterial pneumonia, we give the antibiotic for the bacterial pneumonia, and then we give a low dose of oral vancomycin during that time and for 3 days after to try to prevent the C. diff from flaring in a manner of speaking. So by this essence, you prevent C. diff. Now, from A to Z, just one should know that there are antibiotics of many different names and flavors, and they can be organized in different ways if you're trying to remember them, if you're trying to write them down, and so forth. So for instance, A is for azithromycin, also known as Zithromax. B is for Bactrim, which is the brand name for a really long word that you try to roll off the tip of your tongue, like trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole. C is for cefazolin, which is Ancef, and you go on and on. Z, what are some antibiotics that begin with Z? Zithromax, Zerbaxa, etc. So if you wanted to learn antibiotics, you could start to organize in a way that you can remember, as opposed to in school, it might be kind of all over the place. This is an infographic from APIC with the Association of Professionals in Infection Control, and it goes by A, B, C, D, E. A is to ask questions, B is for bacteria, C is to conserve antibiotics when you need them, D is don't give into pressure of something as a virus, then they don't need antibiotics, and E is for education, and that's part of the reason that we're here, of course. Quinolones, I once had a slide that actually said, say no to Cipro, because I really don't like quinolones. They can be useful for certain things, because if I'm trying to avoid an IV and this has the same bioavailability, well, it's very helpful if you have an elderly person and you can try to avoid a nursing home or rehab. But most frequently, this can cause GI upset, It can cause more serious central nervous system side effects like headaches, dizziness, delirium, especially if you're an elderly person. It can cause tendon rupture, like really scary. The QTC is prolonged, which means you have an EKG and point A to point B is very long. And if you have a history of seizures, you shouldn't take this. Some other adverse effects are to cause low blood sugar. So as stated, I'm only giving a smattering of antibiotics. Daptomycin is also known as Cubicin. This is a very wonderful antibiotic because it's once a day, and maybe your loved one can go to an infusion site instead of going to a nursing home for a period of time. And that's been used for Staph aureus and the resistant form called MRSA. Usually I just kind of remember 1 or 2 side effects that I call it a day, but it can cause high CK, and so if somebody is taking a cholesterol medicine called a statin, you probably would want to stop that. It also has a weird effect of causing something that looks like pneumonia, but is actually not a bacteria, not a virus, but it's actually due to the antibiotic itself. And so if you diagnose that, you really look like a superstar. Last but not least, A to Z. As we did with Mary when we made our rounds in infection control, she would basically start to collect a list of antibiotics as we were going over them and started to create a cheat sheet, so to speak. And you would write down the generic name, the brand name, and for instance, what are just a couple of pointers that you would want to know. In fact, the secret weapon is nursing in antibiotic stewardship. So if this is something you're going to consider, I would collaborate with whoever you have in the hospital system, whether it's a doctor or a pharmacy. But of course, we cannot forget our important infectionist preventionists. I'd like to turn this over to Mary Miller, and I would like to add that this is her very first national podium, and let's give her a little encouragement.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'm going to segue from Dr. Ho's lecture into a personal story. Okay, and I'm going to start it with once upon a time because the person in this story was a kindergarten teacher who had a lot of kids herself. There once was a woman named Mary who was a healthy 77-year-old dialysis patient. So I'm saying a healthy dialysis patient because a lot of times dialysis patients are not so healthy, but she was a healthy dialysis patient, doing well. One night after dialysis, she got up to go to the bathroom, became dizzy, and fell. When she got to the hospital, her leg was fractured in many, many places. She had to have surgery. She had hardware all over the place. But the thing was, why did she fall in the first place? She never fell before. She fell because she was septic with a VRE. VRE stands for vancomycin-resistant enterococcus, so that's a resistant organism. She had a bloodstream infection with that. How did she become septic? There was a lapse somewhere at the dialysis center, either in disinfection or hand hygiene. They handle her bloodstream, the blood is filtered through the dialysis machine. So there was a lapse somewhere there. So in the hospital, she received antibiotics appropriate for a VRE infection. I wanted to show you this room too. This I got off the internet. So this is a room of a patient that had VRE. And the patient has left, but the room has not been cleaned yet. But you can see all the spots in the room where they cultured VRE from. So can you imagine if the housekeeping department came in and cleaned the whole room, but they missed a couple spots? Then the nurses are coming in, touching, and then you could see how poor disinfection of the room could lead to spread. All right, anyway, all was going well for Mary until she started having diarrhea, and it got worse and worse. And Mary was diagnosed with C.diff. But where did she pick up the C.diff spores? So she picked up the VRE somehow. She also picked up C.diff spores. Maybe the dialysis center. Maybe when she was in the hospital. It's hard to say. She received antibiotics for the C.diff infection. Finally, the diarrhea stopped and Mary was discharged home. So the family was very happy at this point. But the story does not end there. The reason that the diarrhea stopped was because Mary had developed toxic megacolon, and that was proven by a CT scan. She had a fever and confusion, and she had to go back to the hospital. And in fact, she was not just septic, she was in septic shock. Her colon had a massive perforation from the C. diff. The cell death from all the death in her colon, all the cells dying, caused her potassium to go way up, and she started having cardiac arrhythmias. She was too high risk for surgery, so she was not a surgical candidate. And the doctors were unable to dialyze the potassium levels down. So the final chapter of this story was the family decided because they had no other choice on hospice care. She died 12 hours later peacefully. She died prematurely on Mother's Day. She died of a healthcare-associated infection, which was preventable. And an afterword to this is, attention to hand hygiene and disinfection could have prevented the transmission of the VRE and C. diff spores. Mary's oldest and youngest daughters subsequently went on to become infection preventionists and are spreading the word. So I'm the oldest daughter, Mary. My youngest sister, Maureen, is also an infection preventionist. We're both in New Jersey, but between the two of us, we've traveled to like 7 states, working here and there throughout the East Coast mostly, spreading the word. So does anyone know what an infection preventionist is? I bet not everybody knows. Okay. Anyway, I want to tell you to protect, and I'll tell you what infection preventionist is in a second. Knowledge is power for you and your family. And this is what infection preventionists prevent infections once the patient's in the hospital. So we can't prevent the infections that the patients come in with, but we try to prevent them, say patients in and had surgery, we want to prevent them from getting C. diff while they're there. Or they came in with pneumonia, we want to prevent them from getting COVID while they're there. And this is kind of like the backbone of what we do. Environmental cleaning, we oversee environmental cleaning. We oversee hand hygiene. We're involved with antibiotic stewardship, and we have a team approach. And I picked up this little card over on the table over there, and it says, protect yourself and your family from C. diff. This is from Peggy Lills. Number 1, there's 2 steps. Minimize the use of antibiotics, which we've talked about. Ensure the facilities where you receive health care have excellent infection control by asking questions like, how do you ensure hand hygiene amongst your staff? Have you ever had any C. diff outbreaks? How are patient rooms cleaned? So that's all what I'm doing, trying to prevent C. diff before it starts. And if you prevent infections, no matter what kind of infections, you have a great chance of preventing C. diff because you don't want the patients to have antibiotics. Of course, you can't prevent all infections, but you want to try to minimize the use of antibiotics by just not having the infections in the first place. And so, like I said, you can definitely not prevent every infection, but trying to keep yourself, your family, your community safe. And this is from the CDC. Know your risks, ask questions, and take care. So speaking up. The physician should not just talk to you, it should be a team approach. Team approach with your whole team. Pharmacy, your family's part of your team. You're part of the team, the doctor's part of the team. So everybody works together for the betterment of the patient. Cleaning your hands, so important. I'm very happy when I see people carrying a little Purell in their pocketbook or in their car or in their pocket. Last night I noticed at the dinner we had a big jug of Purell at the back table. Always important to clean your hands. Whenever I go out and I come back home, first thing I do is wash my hands. And I have it in my car, I have it in my purse. Very, very important because our hands spread more germs pretty much than anything else. Spread it from one place to the next. Getting vaccinated. Say flu shots. If you get a flu shot, you're more likely to not get severe flu. But if you don't get a flu shot, you could get the flu, and it could, in fact, go to pneumonia. And then, of course, you would need possibly antibiotics. Be aware of changes in your health. If you feel there's some concern about something, don't delay. Follow up on it. Use antibiotics appropriately, which we talked about. Practice healthy habits around animals. Anybody have any pets? Yes, practice healthy, keep them healthy, they say to clean your hands. I don't think we clean our hands after every time we pet our animals, but just using some common sense with animals. Prepare food safely, stay healthy when traveling abroad. Are you going to a country where you should have a special vaccination? And preventing STDs. With this last one, I had a patient about 3 weeks ago who came in with C. diff, and I was wondering, he didn't have any antibiotics on this admission, but then I looked back a week prior, and he was in the ED and was treated for gonorrhea. So he did end up with C. diff just for being treated for gonorrhea. But preventing STDs is also very important. And finally, these are our contact emails. Feel free to email us if you have any questions. Plus, we'll also take questions now. And I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart and also from Dr. Ho's bottom of her heart for everything that you are doing and all the advocacy you are doing and making the world a safer place. Thank you very much.
I have a question because I know, like, you go hand in hand with the CDC and the antibiotic stewardship and antimicrobial stewardship.
You had the little thing, infection control.
Yes, yes, and it's not little by any means.
Yes, yes, very big.
But I wanted to ask, because in my talk I talked about how there are this innovative and technology in infection control, and I was wondering, have you ever faced an initiative or any new technology that you wanted to adopt and bring it in, and you faced with challenges, and how did that go for you?
Let me start, Mary, and then you could add. Okay. Thank you for the question. And before I just, can we have another round of applause for Mary? I think she did amazing. Yeah, many times we have investigated technology because, it's could be a brilliant idea, and but we always go through the literature to see what would be effective. We also think about other items. And for instance, there are lots of technology that, like UV light and so forth. And we investigated that before, and it just did not work out for a variety of reasons, including the cost. The turnaround time period would actually be much longer. And the turnaround time means that you clean the room, and then when is it safe for the new person to come in? So there are a variety of reasons why we nixed that, but we always do our due diligence whenever there's any technology that comes about.
Thank you again for sharing your story, Mary, and
You're welcome.
for the lecture. I appreciate it. I wanted to give you an idea of something that happened to me when it comes to infection control that I fear is the standard in a lot of hospitals. I constantly return to the same hospital over and over again with C. diff. And I knew it was C. diff, but they had to test for C. diff. And during that time period, there were people that were coming in and out of my room until the crime scene tape went up several hours later or the next day. So talk about infection control. When someone presents with C. diff and a history of C. diff, it's very concerning to me that they're not completely isolated until it's proven that they don't have C. diff.
We have screening questions when anybody's admitted to the hospital, and according to the screening questions, which would include diarrhea, recent antibiotic use, etc., we will put them directly on what we call enteric precautions. And sometimes somebody will be on enteric precautions, and I'm thinking, why are they on enteric precautions? And then I'll read Dr. Ho's note. Patient had recent C. diff. So I said, I'm not taking that person off enteric precautions. So we always try to look back and see what the history of the patient was.
Thank you, Mary, for your story, and thank you, Doctor, for the great presentation. On the concept of prophylaxis, how do you all think about the possible risk of additional antibiotic? Vancomycin, of course, is used to treat C. diff, but also can also potentially increase long-term risk. So I'm just wondering how you weigh the pros and kind of risk and benefit for this type of prophylaxis in high-risk population.
Yeah, basically the question was on oral vancomycin prophylaxis, and I would say we don't go overboard with it. So in other words, if somebody might have a history of C. diff within, let's just say, maybe the past 6 months, and they're here for a systemic bacterial infection, then we use the oral vancomycin prophylaxis once a day, and we minimize the time that somebody is on this for until about 72 hours after the bacterial antibiotics are done. And so, for instance, if somebody has had C. diff way long ago, then we in general, the practice of the other infectious disease doctors is not to place on oral vancomycin prophylaxis. As far as whether that has led to any increased instances of concerns such as for vancomycin-resistant enterococcus, we have thankfully not seen that as of yet. And I think probably it's because we pay attention to when we use it and when we might not be effective. We also consider the patient experience, that if they're not able to afford vancomycin prophylaxis, then at some point it will need to end before they potentially leave. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello. It's always dangerous just to give me a microphone. I just felt like start going into one of my sets, but so next we have up our friends from Pharmacy Times, Elena Hippensteel, and Laura Gillespie from St. Joseph Health System to talk to us about the end. Where are you? Dr. Young? Sorry. Yes. And Dr. Vincent Young, but Laura's going to get us started with a bit of a presentation, and then we'll move to the panel. Yeah, you would think that I had a call with them on Friday about this.
We did. Okay, thank you for the introduction. So I feel like everybody's done such a great job so far. I don't have too much to talk about, actually. You already know about antimicrobial stewardship. Mary's talked about infection preventionists. But I do promise, I think I'm going to teach you maybe a couple things that you might not have already known during my presentation. So first I want to kind of talk about who I am, just so you know, on a personal level, and then on a professional level. Personally, I have a husband and two girls, 7 and 9 years old, and something fun about myself is that I love Halloween. And I don't know why, but I usually get asked to do talks around the fall season, so I'm like, yes, we can talk about Halloween coming up. Sharing a couple family photos. I may or may not make my children and husband dress up for Halloween, and we all have to be coordinated. So some fun family Halloween photos from over the years. They love it, we love it, and it's fun to post the fun pictures. And then my favorite Halloween joke, I'll give you a second to read that. It's pretty fabulous. Every year I say to my husband, so do you think this year I should dress up as like an unfinished antibiotic bottle? And he's like, you're such a nerd. So I'm glad today you guys we have a room full of nerds as well, because you're laughing at this instead of eye rolling. So that's great. On a professional level, I'm the antimicrobial stewardship pharmacist at St. Joseph Health System. So we have 2 campuses. I mainly work out of the Mishawaka campus, which is the top photo there, and then also at the Plymouth campus as well. So today we're going to talk about what antimicrobial stewardship is. You guys are already experts, obviously, why it's needed, who has a role in the program, and then more specifically what the importance of a pharmacist is in antimicrobial stewardship. And then we're going to talk about the article and then be able to explain some highly impactful pharmacist-led initiatives to decrease C. diff rates in a healthcare system. When I talk to healthcare professionals, I love this little diagram here, Venn diagram, basically showing why are we doing what we're doing. Sometimes we're just so overworked. I feel like the pandemic sometimes just has really ruined a lot of us, and it's sometimes that we have to really focus ourselves on why are we doing what we're doing. We're all exhausted, we're all tired, we're all fighting the good fight, but really thinking about why we do this, and it's all about the patients. And our family members and friends. We all know someone who's been in the healthcare system, who might have had an infection, who might have had C. diff, and so it is all about the patients. And so making sure that we're going back every time we think about what we're doing, why we're doing it, really kind of going back to that. So antibiotics and resistance. Again, you guys have already become experts on this today, but really,
the appropriate use of antibiotics is such a fundamental patient safety issue. In somewhere around the 2013, 2014, it started becoming more of a U.S. national standard and looking at what antimicrobial resistance is and why it's important. I started my job at St. Joseph Health System in 2007, and for many years I was really fighting getting an antimicrobial stewardship position specifically to fight antimicrobial resistance and decrease our risk of C.diff. But it wasn't until really it became a national priority and a national action plan that came about. So the national action plan was also called CARB, or Combating Antimicrobial Resistant Bacteria. And then a joint commission, CDC and Joint Commission, basically said, not only do we recommend antimicrobial stewardship in hospitals now, we're saying you must have it in the hospital system. So it really did help me to advocate for and then get my job position. As we've mentioned, at least 50% of antibiotics prescribed are inappropriate. There are many times when I see it's actually more than 50%, which is really scary. The overuse and misuse of antibiotics have resulted in increased emergence and then the spread of resistant bacteria. So one of my favorite slides, one of the things that I looked at as to what I'm doing and the initiatives that we come up with in our hospital. That first circle that you see up there, the 79% inappropriate use for community-acquired pneumonia. So we've educated at our hospital about that. Probably one of my favorite topics is talking about UTIs. It is actually the hardest disease state to educate providers about and get them to treat appropriately, diagnose appropriately. I don't know what it is about it, but it is one of the hardest things to actually get correct. And then the next percent, which is 47% of inappropriate use of fluoroquinones. We've already talked about that. The no Cipro, I like that. So those are some things that I have targeted and focused on. So the CDC was putting out these antimicrobial resistant threats articles, and 2019 was really the last robust article that they had put out. Such a great read, and obviously they focused also on C. diff. And then, we've already talked about this, so I'm going to skip down to one of my favorite quotes that I have highlighted here. If somebody has high blood pressure and we give them a medication for that, it only affects that person. If somebody has diabetes and we give them insulin, it only affects that person. But what's really important, why we're talking about this today, is if I give an antibiotic to a patient, I'm not only affecting them, but because we're developing antimicrobial resistance the second we give somebody an antibiotic, it can then spread to other bacteria, other patients. It can affect the microbe of the hospital and then actually affect the community. So it's really scary. We have a really important job to do in really making sure that we're utilizing these antimicrobials appropriately. There was a special report in 2022. It wasn't as robust as the previous years. Basically, the scariest part was that, hey, this is post-pandemic, and we want everybody to know that all the antimicrobial stewardship efforts that we had prior to the pandemic have pretty much been wiped away because of the pandemic and how much we utilized antibiotics during this viral pandemic. Patients came in so sick, then they had post-bacterial infections, and we were kind of throwing everything at them, right? Everybody probably knows about this, just to make sure that they got better. But so scary that we undid all the work that we had done previously. So I just kind of included a list of all the multi-drug resistant organisms that they did talk about in this report. They didn't get to C. diff, so we actually don't know the most up-to-date research on that from the CDC. But you can see how many, and you can see like the percentages, hopefully on the left-hand side, of how much all these MDROs increased just because of this pandemic that we had. It's really quite scary. So again, all the talks before this have kind of laid the foundation for my talk, basically, but why it's important. I heard someone say today, hey, this is something that happens to somebody else. It's not going to happen to me. I'll take this antibiotic and I'll be fine. But everybody has a role in the healthcare system. Everybody, either you get a surgery or somebody who had a surgery, or you have a chronic condition, you get chronic bacterial infections. everybody at some point does need an antibiotic, and they can be life-saving, but we have to be really judicious in our use of them. So coming up to now what antimicrobial stewardship is and why we need it. As the previous presenters have talked about, improving patient care and by appropriately prescribing antibiotics. It's so very important, knowing how to use them, when to use them, the correct antibiotics, the route that we should be utilizing, a specific dosing strategies are very important. And obviously we want to improve patients' clinical outcomes and then reduce the overall sequelae or the collateral damage that's caused by the antibiotics. Two of my most important goals that I feel like I do focus on the most are decreasing the development of multi-drug resistant organisms and then also decreasing the selection of pathogenic organisms, which is C. diff. And then who has a role in antimicrobial stewardship? I feel like everybody knows that I'm the antimicrobial stewardship pharmacist at the hospital, but I absolutely could not do my job effectively unless I had the collaboration with everybody else. So I did pull, I've talked before with nursing staff, and this is an article from a nursing journal talking about the importance of nurses in antimicrobial stewardship, but you can kind of see how everybody in the healthcare system has a really big tie-in. The nurse is always with that patient, right? So they're at the center and the focus with the patient and the family members, but all of the disciplines within the hospital are really critical. And I could not do it myself without the buy-in of everybody else. If you'd like to look for more resources, you can find them anywhere. The CDC has core elements, which means this is what a stewardship program should have at the core, you know, A, B, C, and D. And then I try to go a step beyond and figure out what else can I do? What are some other things that we can do? So these are some resources. And when we get into the panel discussion, I'll also talk about on the right-hand side here, the Indiana AWARE program. I'll talk about that. But these are some Indiana resources, but you can have them for any of your states or look at the CDC as well. So today we're going to talk about the Pharmacy Times article and how pharmacists can help impact C. diff rates. So just last month, this article was published by myself and a couple of my colleagues at the hospital, again, talking about what we did and how we impacted C. diff rates. So a background, again, of course, we're talking about C. diff, and this being one of the most common pathogens to cause healthcare-associated infections in the U.S., or HAIs. Again, I'm not going to quote this, the 2019 report, that's really old data, so it's now, you know, the numbers are much higher than they used to be, obviously. But the CDI prevalence is basically largely due to our unnecessary use of antibiotics. So that's how we're going to talk about this today. So our focus is basically how pharmacists have an impact on C. diff rates. I am going to talk about two terms that I want you guys to know about. They kind of sound silly, so I'm going to mention them ahead of time. So the first one is called a rCDI. So that stands for Healthcare Facility Onset CDIs. Again, it is a silly term, but instead of saying that whole mouthful over and over again, we do focus on the rCDI, so it's faster to say. And then you also have what's called COHICFAs, or Community Onset Healthcare Facility Associated CDIs. So a rCDI is basically a patient comes into the hospital, they are not otherwise sick with C. diff infection, but they come into the hospital setting, and greater than 48 hours later or greater than 2 days later, now they have a C. diff infection. So in some way or another, the healthcare system is responsible for giving that patient C. diff. So that's what my focus is, because they come into my hospital and I do not want to have them get C. diff from us and what we did. And then a community onset is, okay, so let's say the patient was in the hospital or they were in some community or some healthcare facility, and now they have acquired the C. diff in the community setting, but the healthcare facilitated them acquiring that. So they might not have gotten it when they were in the hospital, but at some point they had contact with the healthcare facility and now they've got it in the community setting. So somebody might come in to the hospital, we find out right away, day one of admission, they have C. diff from the community, but hey, they were in the healthcare system, you know, a month ago they were at another hospital or they were at a long-term care facility, and then that facilitated them getting the C. diff infection. Okay, 3 more terminologies, and then we're going to talk about the fun stuff. So NHSN, I don't believe anybody's talked about that today yet. So basically that is the National Healthcare Safety Network. And this is CDC's tracking system for healthcare associated infections. They provide a facility, a region, and even the nation with data needed to identify where the problem areas are. So they help monitor and trend the problematic areas in progress. A SIR is a standardized infection ratio. So it's a statistic used to track HAIs over time. So basically they use national data and they look at, okay, this is a really large hospital. They have this many admissions versus this hospital who doesn't have that many admissions. Or they have a higher acuity, meaning they're sicker patients. So those patients, they predict, okay, let's say this facility, we expect them to have 5 C. diff infections within a month might be the typical standard average. In this hospital, they're much smaller. They don't have the high acuity. Maybe they only have 0.5 CDIs that we expect them to have. So when you're looking at a SIR, you're looking at what does the NHSN predict for that facility. So that's the expected, or the E on the bottom, so that's the denominator. And then what do you actually observe? That's the O on the top. So when I say an O to E ratio or the SIR, you want to have a number less than 1 because your actual should be lower, your goal should be lower than what they expect you to have, right? That's always the goal. You want to do better than what they think. Okay, so then DOTs, or 1,000 DARs, what that means is your days of therapy, so how many days did you get an antibiotic over the days of risk. So if I'm admitted at 10 p.m. tonight and then I get discharged at 8 a.m. tomorrow, I actually had 2 days in a healthcare facility. And so I had 2 days at risk that I could have gotten or acquired an infection, or a hospital-acquired infection. Okay, so we've gotten all that out of the way, so when I talk about it, it's kind of the boring stuff. You'll know what I'm talking about. So some antimicrobial stewardship interventions that we had at our hospital. The first one is an antibiotic guidelines book. We implemented this when I first got my true antimicrobial stewardship role. And I actually brought a book with me because I love show and tell and what it looks like. So we created this book starting, like I said, in 2019, and we have a new one every single year because there's always updates and guidelines. And I just love charts and visualizations for everybody to look at. You know, somebody will ask me a question and I'm like, oh, I have a chart for that. So what this is basically the marrying of national guidelines along with our local antibiogram data. And nobody's really talked about antibiograms yet. So what that means basically is looking at your specific facility and the type of organisms that grew out and what the susceptibility patterns are. So at our facility, it's not a big institution in a big major city. So our resistance rates are not nearly as bad as somebody who's from a large city. So the closest example I have is, like, let's say downtown Chicago. Their resistance rates are going to be worse because they're a very big city, right? So I'm looking at what are our rates and how do we marry the guidelines with what we see at our own facility. Then we look at dose optimization strategies. We can talk more about this later if anybody has any questions, but basically looking at when a drug is first developed and the FDA approves certain dosages of antibiotics, we've actually done studies after that because penicillin was, you know, a very long time ago, right, when it was developed. And then the onset, like Augmentin, for example, or Cefepime, Zosyn, when those first came out, we had a specific dosing strategy. Now we know much more about how those drugs work, and so we can look at better strategies of how to dose them, which have better optimization of how they work, but also decreasing the side effects of how we give them. Then also looking at how do we deal with beta-lactam allergies. So beta-lactam, for example, is a penicillin or a cephalosporin. And how do we deal with allergies? So I have guidance in here of what to do when you have that kind of allergy. And then again, a flow chart for some of the most mistreated disease states. So I have at the very front, you can see like these are the guidelines on which page are they on. And in the back, probably my very favorite part is all the handouts. So for example, we'll talk about this in a second. What do you do if you have a penicillin allergy? Well, I've got a chart on that. If you want to know how to treat a UTI, well, I've got a chart on that. And so, and our antibiograms are in the back here. So there's all kinds of resources for our providers. and our pharmacists, and then we are a teaching academic center, and so it's great to show our residents how to treat this because they're in training, and so teaching them correctly from the get-go how to treat these things is very, very important. Number 2 is intervention would be beta-lactam allergy education. So our overutilization, so I heard a lot of dirty words today about clindamycin, those are the bad antibiotic, fluoroquinolones, carbapenems. We, as pharmacists or healthcare professionals, we all know that those are very bad antibiotics in certain situations, right? So we want to use them appropriately when we should be using them. And now the reason that we use these a lot of the times is because a patient has a stated penicillin allergy. And I heard the nurse practitioner today, I don't know where she is, but she had mentioned, I don't use it unless I have somebody who has a penicillin allergy, right? So we go to that. That's one of our first things that we do. 10 to 20% of the US population believes that they have a penicillin allergy, when in fact, only less than 1% of the population has a true allergy. So kind of a fun fact. I talk about this a lot, and I know a lot of people are like, why does this really matter? Why do we care about this, Laura? Well, beta-lactams are almost always the drug of choice. Not always, but many times they're the drug of choice for bacterial infections. They have one of the most potent kills and some of the least side effects. But if a patient claims to have a penicillin allergy, they have a 30% increased risk for VRE, 14% higher incidence of MRSA, and 23% higher incidence of C. diff, just because they have that allergy listed on their chart. Pretty interesting, right? And our immune system changes, so the cool thing about this, and I educate patients all the time, is if somebody did have a true penicillin allergy in the past, after 10 years, 80% of patients actually outgrow their allergy. So it's like good news, you can still receive a penicillin potentially, you might not be allergic anymore. So just a fun little chemistry lesson here. I remember when I went to school, 10 to 15% was what they had educated us on was the cross reaction between penicillins and cephalosporins. And it's because of this beta-lactam ring. So I have it highlighted there what the beta-lactam ring is and what that looks like in each of the penicillin and cephalosporin structures. But what actually probably conveys the cross-reaction of an allergy is what's called the R1 side chain. So you can see this little R1, and that's just basically showing where the rest of the chemical structure is, and that if that structure is similar or the same, then you might have a cross-reaction, and it's not necessarily for sure. So I always ask what kind of allergy you had, and what specific antibiotics you had. And then physicians ask all the time, okay, Laura, somebody had a penicillin allergy, and then I want to give them, a cephalosporin or another penicillin. Can I do that? So I always lead them to, of course, one of our handouts, which kind of looks like basically like this. And this is basically a fancy chart showing the cross between, so you look at the top or on the side, which antibiotic did the patient have an allergy to? If you had an allergy to a penicillin, and then let's say we need to give them a cephalosporin, you look, okay, this is a cephalosporin I want to give, and if they meet and it's a green, it means go, you can go ahead and give it. So this is basically for IgE-mediated reactions. It's a whole nother talk basically, but it's for immediate immune responses. It's not for the cellular responses or delayed hypersensitivity reactions. So if they had even up to anaphylaxis or a rash to penicillin, you can receive most of the cephalosporins. If somebody had an allergy to a cephalosporin, you can actually still receive most cephalosporins. Something cool that I didn't know about until probably this past year or so, and I tested this theory out myself. There's a really great article about two antibiotics in the penicillin family that are actually chemically structurally different from all the other penicillins. So that's zosyn and nafcillin. So even if a patient has a true penicillin allergy, we can still give them those two penicillin antibiotics. And I've actually tested that theory and I've used it, and we've always had patients do just fine. So this is a really cool chart, so we can still use the drug of choice and not have to go to something like clindamycin or a fluoroquinolone. The next one, kind of going along the same lines again, is starting a penicillin skin testing program at our hospital. So we started in January of 2019. It was completely pharmacist-driven. The pharmacist, myself and a couple of my colleagues looked for patients who would most benefit from an allergy test. And so we did basically a thorough assessment on patients. And you'd be surprised, I know you guys will all know this, but taking the time to talk to the patient is so impactful. Sometimes the patient will say, oh, I just had some stomach upset. Well, that is not actually an allergy, right? Or they might say, I cannot take a penicillin, but last month I did have Augmentin for a sinus infection, but I can't have that penicillin. So sometimes it's just saying, hey, did you know that that isn't actually a penicillin antibiotic? So a lot of just education and talking it through with the patient to see what they think that their allergy is. So if they meet the criteria, we do what's called first a scratch test on the patient. So it's the bottom picture. And if they pass the scratch test, so that's just basically at the top of their skin. So if they do have an allergic reaction, it's only on the surface of their skin. It's not systemic. If they pass that first part of the test, then we go on and do an intradermal test. So that's the top picture up there. So kind of like a TB test is what that looks like. And the total testing time for a patient is about an hour and a half. And then at that time, we can diagnose whether or not they are truly allergic or not. I've probably tested about 200 patients since then. I didn't really test anybody during the pandemic. I had to put a pause on this just for patient exposure purposes. But probably about a handful of patients have been truly allergic, and that's it, out of all the patients who have thought that they were really allergic. So it's been really impactful. I didn't talk about this in the study, but since then, we've also added on an oral challenge test, which is a lot faster. So if a patient would prefer, or we decide as a healthcare professional that they would qualify for an oral challenge test instead, we do that. So we basically give them an amoxicillin dose and see if they react to that. And of course, with all this, we have rescue medications if we need to, and we've already assessed the risk of whether or not we truly believe that they'll have, a severe reaction or not. And then the last intervention is fluoroquinolone utilization. So we chose to focus on this because one of the reasons is when I was looking at our days of therapy of use at our hospital, we way overutilize fluoroquinolones based off of national data. And I thought, oh my gosh, we have got to reduce this because I had seen other literature talking about decreasing fluoroquinolone use actually decreases C. diff infections. So I thought we've got to do this. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but fluoroquinolones are actually associated with the most toxigenic strain, which is the ribotype 027. So it is the most deadly form of C. diff infection that you can get. So method for reduction, I did an MUE, which is basically a medication utilization evaluation. I looked at a certain number of fluoroquinolones that were used. I looked at why they were prescribed. A lot of times they were being prescribed because a patient said, I have a penicillin allergy, and so we just gave it to them. So I looked at the appropriateness or the not appropriateness of giving a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Our previous speaker had talked about when it is appropriate to use a fluoroquinolone, looking at the benefits and risks. Sometimes it's more appropriate to give an oral fluoroquinolone than having to send them, let's say, to an extended care facility to give them an IV antibiotic to finish their therapy for like a gram-negative broad bacteremia. So that would be appropriate to give them in that situation. So I did a bunch of education for all of our providers, and then we did a post-MUE, and then basically continued giving real-time feedback on the use of fluoroquinolones. I was a hawk. I ran a report every single day. I looked at if somebody's on a fluoroquinolone, I was talking to that provider, and we were talking about whether or not they should really be on it. So for the results of all this, I looked at our HO and COHICVA CDI rates. So you can see basically from our baseline data in 2018 and at the end of this study in 2021, our decrease in HO CDIs was 80%, and then COHICVAs was 81%. So pretty astonishing. I think that's pretty awesome. This is not in the article, but I thought I would show it to you. Basically continuing on through all of 2023, I've added that in there. The blue line and the orange line represent our HO and COHICVA CDIs and what they used to look like really high in the graph, and then now in 2023 where they are. The reason I wanted to show this extended data is to show sustainability. Anybody can start an initiative and have really good success at first, right? Because you're giving education, it's fresh in everybody's minds. But to really have sustainability means you have a program that's working, because you're showing that sustainability. It's not faltering. You have a ton of staff that's really turning over. Obviously, from the pandemic, we have so many nursing staff, we have so many pharmacists leaving and then coming back in. So really continuing that education and making sure that there is sustainability and continuing to work. So we've done a great job of that. A little bit more impactful than that raw data that I just showed you is looking at what that SIR data is. So if everybody remembers, that's looking at what you actually observe to be your number of C. diff infections over what NHSN says your hospital is expected to have. So you want less than 1. So they only calculate that for rCDIs and not co-HICVA, so that's why I only have data for the rCDIs. This is just much more meaningful data, and our initial SIR rate was 0.74, and then in 2021 it was 0.25, which is really a 66% decrease. So that's probably a little bit more indicative than the other raw data decrease of 80%. So again, this is in the article. You can see when we had our initiatives and then what our rCDI SIR rates looked at. Those with little stars above them mean that it's a statistically significant difference in what NHSN thought that we should have and what we actually had. So you're actually looking for that, like your impact was so much better than what they had expected it to be. So that's where we really want us to be. And again, this is not in the article, but really looking back now all the way into 2023, was this a sustainable intervention, what we were doing? All the yellow graphs or all the yellow bars are highlighting when we had statistically significant difference between what NHSN thought we should have and what we actually did have. So again, we did remain sustainable. You see a little blip during the pandemic, so I think everybody's efforts had changed during the pandemic, but we quickly got back on board and then decreased our rates again after that. And then lastly, looking at our fluoroquinolone use. So you look at our days of therapy per 1,000 days at risk. In 2018, we had 74, which is really high. In 2021, we had 19. And then our rCDIs, if you look at comparing them, it went from 35 in 2018 to only 7 in 2021. So the fluoroquinolone reduction was 74%. And if you look at the rates of CDI versus fluoroquinolone, you can see that there is a positively correlated difference. And here's a chart of that, what that looks like, basically looking at the two together. So the vertical lines are showing what the rates of fluoroquinolone use were, and then the dots show where the CDI rates were at the same time. Now, these next ones were not study endpoints, but they're still notable findings. Something that I think is pretty cool, so I know we're all talking about clindamycin. One of our initiatives was basically stopping the use of clindamycin perioperatively. So that means when a patient comes into the hospital and they get a surgical intervention, it can be any surgery, we always give them what's called a prophylactic antibiotic, because we're opening up a patient and you want to decrease the risk of infection when you're opening them up, cutting them open. And so if a patient said, oh, I have a penicillin allergy, the gut reaction, or what we always used to do was, well, we'll give you a clindamycin instead of cefazolin or Ancef, which is a cephalosporin antibiotic. So when we started this initiative, we said, hey, listen up. Cefazolin is completely structurally dissimilar to all other penicillins and all other cephalosporins. So good news, if they have an allergy, we can actually give them cefazolin. At first, it made physicians really nervous. I had a lot of surgeons call me up and talk to me personally. What are you doing, Laura? Are you sure this is going to be okay? I can't have my patient coding on the table before surgery. They would freak out. But what's really cool, if I do have any surgeons do that now, I can tell them, hey, we collected data on all patients within a full year of starting this initiative. We had 593 patients who would have otherwise received clindamycin, and now instead we gave them Ancef. We tracked them all. They all did wonderfully fine. All 593 patients tolerated the cefazolin, and they did great. Something else to note, we had one of our sister hospitals before we started this initiative who their infection preventionist had told me, we believe that some of our post-surgical site infections are due to patients who have an allergy to penicillin, and we're giving them clindamycin. And once they developed a process just like this, their rates went back down. So it is actually much safer for patients, and they all do just fine. So it's pretty cool to have this data so they can see what the impact is. Another non-study endpoint was looking at mortality rates. So there was a population and lab surveillance study showing 30-day observed crude case fatality rates for rCDIs at about 9.3%. And those that were attributable directly to C.diff was 4.7%. So if you look at a literature-based assessment for our data, you would expect for us to have saved 2 all-case mortalities and then 1 direct C. diff-related life saved from what our interventions was and our decrease in C. diff rates. So I looked specifically at all of our patients who did have C. diff and then how many had passed away in 2018, and then looking at each of the years thereafter. And in 2021, we only had 2 all-case related deaths. So looking at potentially 4 lives saved. One last notable finding is the potential economic impact. So if you look at healthcare research and quality, now this is many years ago that they published this, $17,000 per C. diff HAI case. I would probably guess it'd be at least 2 times this amount at the present day. But if you do use that old data, we did have a literature-based cost savings of $483,000 based off of our rCDI reduction in the years after our interventions. We personally had too many confounding factors and variables to determine our actual cost savings. But again, this is just, this is probably a very conservative estimate of what we saved. I'm sure it was much, much more than that. So in conclusion, we had very specific key pharmacist-led antimicrobial stewardship initiatives that were associated basically with sustainable, always remember that, you want initiatives that have sustainable decrease in healthcare-associated CDIs in a community hospital. And we also had potential realized decrease in all-case mortality, and then also an economic impact. I had quoted the economic impact of a healthcare facility, which is really important. I know I don't like to focus on the money aspect of it. I always like to look at how are we clinically impacting patients, but it actually does matter. One of the reasons that it actually matters is because it supports the case for an antimicrobial stewardship pharmacist, for example. So if you don't have one at your own hospital or the hospital that you go to, that actually is a case for having one, because the program actually pays for itself, and maybe even more so, because the money that we saved would pay for a pharmacist, obviously, and maybe even more staff. And then also, of course, we care about the patients too, because obviously, if you had C. diff, I'm sure you had many doctor visits. I'm sure you spent a lot of money on those visits, the antibiotics you received, and maybe the work that you lost, or maybe you couldn't have a job because of the C. diff infection. So there's a lot of economic impacts for the patient as well. And I do get asked this question a lot. If you don't have all these resources that we do, or you can't focus on all these different initiatives, what should you do, or what should you focus on? And I would say the number one thing to focus on is basically that beta-lactam allergy education, because that has made such a huge impact for us in being able to utilize the most appropriate drugs and not having to go to the bigger, broader spectrum agents to treat infections. I have questions here, but we're going to do, I think, a panel first, and then we can do our questions.
So just to get us started here, I'm not sure if it's on.
Check, check.
It's on?
All right. We're going to kind of get started. So to introduce myself, I'm Alana Hippensteel. I'm a managing editor with Pharmacy Times. I manage two of our peer-reviewed publications, Pharmacy Practice and Focus Oncology and Pharmacy Practice and Focus Health Systems. We had the opportunity to publish Laura's paper in the March issue, and it was a peer-reviewed study. And so we're going to kind of get started with learning a little bit about why you feel it is important to highlight the impact of pharmacist-led initiatives on healthcare-associated C. diff rates. Obviously, I think the data speaks for itself, but what was why was it important to you to publish that research?
Well, first of all, Mary had talked about infection preventionists and how much work they do in a hospital system. And I feel like a lot of times in the healthcare system, we think of C. diff being passed around from patient to patient and making sure that we have appropriate hand hygiene. And they're the ones that are focusing on decreasing C. diff spread in hospital systems. But I wanted to show that it's not, infection preventionists do an awesome job. I actually work really closely with ours. But I wanted to show that not only do infection preventionists help prevent the spread or the onset of C. diff, but also pharmacists have a really unique role because we touch every single antibiotic and prescription in the hospital. If a physician writes for an order for a medication, the pharmacist is right there and they're reviewing all the meds. So they have a unique perspective because they see everything that is coming through. And of course, who better to look at the impact of medications on a patient because that's what we do. That's what a pharmacist does, right? We learn about the drugs. So we really know the intricacies of each and every single drug and which ones have the biggest impact on C. diff rates. So we kind of have this unique perspective, and an antimicrobial stewardship role really makes a big difference too. Again, fighting for having antimicrobial stewardship pharmacists in a hospital setting makes such a huge impact. So really kind of fighting for those FTEs for healthcare systems, for those who don't have one or maybe can get another one. So,
yeah. And how common would you say an antimicrobial stewardship pharmacist is within health systems? Is that something that you would say is really common throughout the country, or do you know what the frequency is there?
Yeah, so everybody is supposed to have an antimicrobial stewardship pharmacist, but what the cool, unique thing is that I say at our hospital is that my job is actually devoted to it. So I know that there are hospitals who say, oh yeah, we have one, but yet their time is split between doing other jobs. So that's what I used to do before I had my full FTE is I was doing my other job, and on the side when I had time, I would work on it. So I would say from what I know in our area, it's about 50-50 as to whether there's actually a devoted pharmacist, which is actually really important as opposed to just, hey, when you have time, can you kind of do your stewardship stuff, Yeah.
Right. And who are other care team members that you might work with and collaborate with around antimicrobial stewardship initiatives? We saw that chart. Some of the other, we know nurses. Who else would be involved?
Yep. So like I said, I have a really close relationship with our infection preventionist. Besides her and the nursing staff, I work extremely closely with our microbiology lab, making sure that the micro lab is up to date on all their breakpoints and their susceptibility testing, which you would be really surprised does not always happen, making sure that they're giving us the data that we need. I mentioned antibiograms and making sure that we have an accurate one and knowing what the data is so that I can empirically treat patients correctly. And besides them and the micro team, I also worked really closely with dietitians and nutritionists at our hospital. So this is kind of funny. I actually helped put together a pamphlet at our hospital that talks about making sure you're ensuring appropriate gut health. So I'm probably not the biggest expert on this, but I do know a thing or two. And like I said, we put together a pamphlet. And I teach my kids at home too. When we're eating really healthy things, I'll say, oh, this is a prebiotic, and this is helping feed your gut that you already have. So for example, we had chickpeas today, right? And then we had a couple other vegetables, and I was thinking to myself, this is what I always do, I'm such a big nerd. I'm like, ooh, I'm feeding my gut health that I already have. So and I teach this to our patients too. I say, you're going to be on an antibiotic for this infection that you have, and I'll give them that pamphlet and I'll say, these are some of the prebiotics I want you to eat, and then here are some of the probiotics in your food. So I always advocate not so much the pills, but also getting it into your diet. So eating Greek yogurt is going to give you the good bacteria. So I work with a lot of different specialties, and I've learned so much through them. And without them, we can't have as robust of a program. It's not just me by myself, it's working with all the disciplines to make sure that we're giving the patient the best care possible.
Vince, could you tell us a bit about your role and experience with antimicrobial stewardship as an infectious disease physician, and how do you collaborate with other team members and pharmacists in particular on antimicrobial stewardship efforts?
Sure, happy to do so. So a little bit about myself. Laura probably goes, why is he up there? He spends all his time in the lab. And it's true, I do spend a lot of time doing basic research on infectious disease and obviously on C. difficile. But I look at other healthcare-associated infections, and as an infectious diseases physician, if I was not in the hospital at least some time of the year seeing what's going on currently, I would wonder whether or not my research is actually all that relevant. And I've had two different academic positions since I've been an independent researcher. I started out in a community setting at Michigan State University, community med school at a community hospital. And when I was seeing patients, it was just me, right? The lone wolf infectious disease doc running around writing these crazy orders. And sometimes I really wished that I had someone there to bounce some ideas off of, especially when it came to understanding the pharmacokinetics or the potential interactions of this antibiotic I want to give versus another one given a patient with a complex medical history. Sometimes they would come in after I wrote the order. I'd get called, hey, Dr. Young, are you sure you really want to do this? And I said, well, that would be great if I could have more interaction in real time with pharmacists. After 6 years at Michigan State University, I moved to the University of Michigan. They sound very similar, but they couldn't be quite different, more different as healthcare settings. The University of Michigan, a tertiary care referral, major academic center. And I see patients at the VA hospital that's affiliated, but same thing happens at the main hospital. When I'm on rounds, I am with an ID pharmacist while we're sitting down talking about the patients and as we're wandering the floors and actually seeing the patients. And that's been incredibly valuable for all the reasons that we heard. And there's actually a couple that perhaps you do this, I don't know, but we didn't hear it mentioned. When I started, and I started there in 2007, this is before the mandates that everyone has an infectious disease pharmacist, and I thought it was great that I was rounding with him. This is a pharmacist who'd been working there for, at that time, 25 years. And in his office, he had a stack of note cards, 4x6 note cards. And he would always, when we were saying, oh, we're seeing Mr. So-and-so, he'd pull out of his white coat the record that he's kept by hand of all the antibiotics and all the bacteria that have been isolated from that patient over, in some cases, that full 25 years. He goes, yeah, I saw this patient my first year here. Now our pharmacists do it on the computer, but it was valuable to understand, we're talking about how this is something that helps a whole healthcare system. The individual care of the patient was actually facilitated here because we knew what antibiotics they really did tolerate. What kinds of infections did they have 6 months, 2 years, 5 years ago? How did they react to the courses of antibiotics? Because not every single patient reacts the same way to the same antibiotic, and not every urinary tract infection in a patient who has some abnormal urinary tract is the same from person to person. So I think that has been very valuable to me. And so this is something that I really value, and I'm so glad that you actually have brought it into the community setting, because when I was in the community setting, I thought this would be a great thing and it would really help quite a bit.
So, Laura, what are some of the antimicrobial stewardship interventions that pharmacists are particularly, and you've kind of gone over this a bit, but that pharmacists are needed to oversee that are kind of unique to pharmacist skill set?
Yeah, just going back to the allergies, I think really going and talking to the patient, it's kind of cool because I've gone and talked to patients in their rooms And they're like, wait, a pharmacist is coming to talk to me? And I've heard a couple of times they'll say, I have a personal pharmacist in the hospital. So I think it's kind of a cool, unique area that we're able to go up, talk to them. I have had many times where, and not to say anything bad about physicians here, but I have had a lot of them say to me, I have never had someone sit here and talk to me about my allergies and truly describe why that it matters. I've had the doctor kind of ask me really quickly about it. I had the nurse come in and she just jotted down my allergy, but no one really asked me what happened or what truly was the problem. So I think that's one of probably the coolest things. As we're verifying orders, it pops up on the computer, oh, this is what Mrs. Smith's allergies are. And so again, we're looking at every single thing. And when I have taught my pharmacists, when you see that, let's inquire about it instead of just being another healthcare professional is like, oh yeah, well, we'll just write it down and we're not going to ask you any more questions, So I think that's probably one of the coolest things that we are able to oversee and kind of make sure that we're doing this appropriately and making sure that we're recording it as appropriate. So.
Do you round with your physicians, I guess? Because the fact that we basically spend X number of hours every day together.
I know, yeah. I have actually started doing that recently. It is hard because it does take a lot of time, but I think that it is very valuable. So even our ID physician, I notice sometimes will kind of just skate over the allergy and say, oh, well, we'll give you this because I see you have an allergy. I'm like, well, no, wait a second. And then I say, we'll see about that. We'll test you. Let's see if you really do have that allergy or not. So we do round.
Additionally, do you feel that the impact pharmacists can have on antimicrobial stewardship is broadly understood by patients and other healthcare professionals? And do you feel that knowledge is, I would say, used and kind of dispersed?
Right. I don't think that patients have the understanding. Like I said, they're kind of surprised when I come to their room. Historically, pharmacists sit in a basement pharmacy and kind of just work on the computer. We're always stuck down there, so it's kind of a joke that's where we're put in the hospital setting. I don't know if that's where your pharmacists are. It is. We're just stuck in the basement to look at the orders and keep to ourselves. So I don't know that they necessarily realize that when I start talking to them, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're talking to me about my medications. And then of course they have like 10 other questions about other medications while I'm there. And I would say we're getting there with healthcare providers. I think the more initiatives that we've had and the more success stories that we've had, they start coming to me and saying, oh, you helped me with my last patient and you're doing these things, and they start coming to me with questions because they know that I can help them. So it's about building the trust. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for some than others. But yeah, so I think that we are really getting there. I wish it were better or more. I think other healthcare facilities who don't have a devoted stewardship pharmacist, I think that it's not quite there as much, but I definitely think we have a presence in our hospital and making sure that they know the success rates that we've had. So.
How about you, Vince? What do you think about the awareness level of the impact pharmacists can have on antimicrobial stewardship?
And again, because we have such an active interaction between the whole healthcare team, the trainees, and it's important that there are medical students and residents that are there, and we just kind of make it seem like it's normal for us to be rounding very closely with the whole team. I think that's the thing, is that we're a team and that we work together. It's not like, well, they're there to police us to make sure we don't do bad. It's not that attitude that we have, that they're the antibiotic police, or as we get viewed as sometimes as the infectious disease docs, the antibiotic police. That's our role. They say, no, don't use that. We try to work together to figure out what is the best for the patient first, because we have our patient in front of us, and that has to be our priority. If, for example, it was brought, if a patient is septic and is crashing, we don't worry about how broad our antibiotics are at that time. We look very closely thereafter once the dust settles a little bit. Okay, we had to shoot broadly. Can we focus in a little bit? But we do work as a team to really kind of, as quickly as possible, get to the right drug for the patient at the right time via the right, all of the things that you heard about from stewardship. So it is really a partnership there.
So, Laura, your findings around pharmacist-led initiatives impacting all-cause mortality, what are the potential implications of these findings if broadly applied to other health systems in the country?
Yeah, I mean, the potential lives that we saved at just our own hospital, if you think about if that were multiplied by all the healthcare systems, we could make a huge impact, obviously, on our mortality rates. And it's not just about, obviously we care about the deaths, but also the lives that are impacted on it, that perhaps they didn't die, but it's the morbidity and mortality that's saved as well. So I think it's astronomical what we could do if we just repeated these kinds of things everywhere and really had devoted attention towards it, obviously, yeah.
And Vince, are there any policies that could be implemented to better address this, in your view?
You know, when it comes to missed it. Yes. Okay. Yes, there are. I guess the question is whose policies? Are these policies of state, federal regulators, of hospital? You know, there's many different layers of policy, and it kind of creeps some people out when you say, oh, we're going to institute policies. They said, oh, you're taking away the autonomy of the healthcare provider. And I don't think that's true. I think one of the things is that we are at this stage with AI and everything else that more data and data that we can't process in our brains, but need things like, for example, we have a machine learning model that every night takes the entire electronic medical record and calculates each individual patient's risk of developing C. difficile in 5 days. And we've used that to basically say, okay, let's use this to prioritize the patients who are going to get a next level pharmacy review. We couldn't do that with a 1,000-bed hospital by hand, you know, and running through a model that takes into account 3,000 data points for every single patient. And so I think that these types of things, coupled with all of these new technologies that we have, we really are revolutionizing healthcare. And it remains to be seen how it will come out and how do we make these decisions. We're going to make some missteps, but I think it's a pretty exciting time that we can try to improve the healthcare that we're giving to this entire country and the world at large.
Move on to the Q&A if we need to.
Questions from folks?
Any questions? We can also continue. I've got more questions here.
The cherry blossoms have totally taken up they're just all in my throat. How does this relate to patients in your view? Like, what should patients be asking for to make sure that they're getting this kind of dual consulting, this kind of expertise? Because we know there are hospitals out there that don't have like even an ID doc, let alone an ID pharmacist. So.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because resources are, you know, the uneven distribution of resources is a huge problem in healthcare in the United States and throughout the world. And people are working on sort of clever ways to do this. I know of infectious disease, and I mentioned this to you, and it sounds kind of strange, but there are infectious disease consulting services that are completely telemedicine. They have installed in places where they don't have an infectious disease physician. They've trained staff to basically have a high-tech cart with cameras, with stethoscopes that say, oh, I need to listen to this. Can you put it on his lungs? And this person is wired for sound maybe 1,000 miles away to provide infectious disease consulting care. And I know that they actually have incorporated ID pharmacists in those teams. So it can be done. How do you know? I mean, if you're admitted to a hospital and you're very ill and you say, oh, do you have ID docs on staff and an infectious disease pharmacist at the hand? And if they say no, are you going to try to have your family bundle you up and take you to some place that does? You know, that isn't necessarily going to give you the best care either. So I'm not sure how to solve that problem, but I think as you point out, Christian, just being, as a consumer of healthcare, being as educated a consumer as you can be, so that you are also part of the healthcare team. I think what I don't like seeing a little bit, I'm on my soapbox a tiny bit, we've set up a tiny bit of an adversarial relationship between the patient and the healthcare system as though they're not working together. You know, that we're setting it up, oh, you got to protect yourself because this healthcare system is just there for the money and to crank you through as fast as possible. And I don't think that's true. I don't really believe that. I'd like not to. Maybe I'm just a little bit Pollyannish there. Yeah, well, shh. I am not going to say that. I'm on video right now, so I love my health care. No, sorry.
If we don't have any more questions, oh, okay.
I'm just curious how with respect to penicillin, it seems like such a simple intervention. Has there been any evolution in public awareness of what a penicillin allergy is and how people can make an informed understanding of whether or not they have it? Has that changed at all over the course of your work on this project?
There's still so much work to be done on it. Okay, so I love it when family members are in a patient's room and when I go talk to them, because I'm like, sweet, I can educate them too. And you would not believe how many of the family members in the room are like, oh, I know someone who, or I have an allergy too. What should I do? So we get lots of questions about it. Also, to bring about awareness, I'm also in the middle of working with one of our outpatient physician offices to start allergy testing in their office. It's been all of this is a lot of work to get started. You would not believe it, just to bring the allergy testing into our hospital. But getting it started in the outpatient physician offices and all the red tape that you have to cross to do it. But I am so excited about it because by the time they come to the hospital and I'm allergy testing them in the hospital, they've already gotten some antibiotics because they don't stop and wait for me to come and test them. We've already started them on antibiotics. So I've been promoting getting them allergy tested in the outpatient setting, getting these allergies off their chart before they come, before they're really sick, and obviously if they're septic and they're on a ventilator, I can't test them. I can't ask them questions. I can't test them. So getting them off the chart in advance is very helpful. So I am working on getting that in the outpatient setting and getting word. So what's going to happen is when they come into their provider for whatever indication or maybe just a regular general health checkup, the provider's going to say, oh, I see you have an allergy on your chart that says penicillin, and then let's talk about that a little bit more, and then bring them back in to see if they qualify for testing. So, just kind of starting that initial talking about it. Because I swear before, it's like it's on the chart, and then nobody ever talks about it. It's like, it's case closed, we're never going to talk about it again. And then the patient's like, my doctor told me never to ever receive any penicillin or anything that's close to it ever again. And they're very scared about it.
Yeah. I would love to see someone do a cultural history of penicillin allergy in particular. It happens a little bit less now, but before people would say, oh yeah, my parents told me never to have penicillins because they're dangerous drugs. And I said, but do you have an allergy? No, I've never received one, because they say never to have it. Just say that you have an allergy and you'll never get it and you'll be safe. And I really don't know where that came from. I think there are a number of antibiotics, and the way antibiotics were formulated, we hear the whole story about the mold drifting, and it was purified from molds, and there are a lot of allergens in molds. And if it's only 99.99% pure, that 0.01% can actually contain some bad things, including some horrible allergens. So perhaps that's where that came from in the past. But it'd be nice to see how we can try to change that culture. And for example, reviewing any kind of allergies could be something that a primary care physician does. At the same time, when they're just making sure that are people getting their appropriate cancer screening, are they up to date on their immunizations, et cetera, review of antibiotic allergies or allergies in general could be part of that. It's just, my primary care colleagues out there, it's just yet another thing. And it's another thing that you should do. And it's not all about the money, but it doesn't also help you kind of make your living just with the way we've set up healthcare and healthcare remuneration. You know, my friends who are surgeons can replace your knee in 20 minutes, make more in that 20 minutes than I can in 3 days of seeing consults. It's just the way we've set up the system, you know? And so reviewing antibiotic allergies probably doesn't get paid a whole lot.
No.
And that's the thing. That's why you have to say that it will help in the long run. It's not per time that you do it, but you've shown that what you do as a full-time infectious diseases pharmacist is valuable to the entire healthcare system, and you have to make that valuable as well. So again, we're not gonna fix healthcare this afternoon. As much as I would love to, I don't think we're gonna do it.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
On the note that we're not gonna fix healthcare, we're all done.
Thank you, guys. I don't think Vince is ambitious enough. I think we should absolutely plan to fix healthcare this afternoon. Yeah, don't go anywhere, Vince. You're stuck with us. Marianne Webb, would you like to join us? And Tiffany, it's time for us. So if you're tired of hearing my voice, I have bad news for you. This whole day has just been me leaving things places that I need. So why don't we start with just introducing Tiffany and Marianne. Tiffany, do you want to go first?
Okay, awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Tiffany Shackelford, and I currently work at Ferring Pharmaceuticals on our government affairs team. So what I spend the majority of my time doing is looking at opportunities to advance legislation or policy that is impactful to our patient population. Before I did that, I did work for a U.S. senator. I spent most of my time working on criminal justice-related issues, but did a little bit of work on healthcare disparities when COVID came around. And before that, in my previous life, I used to be a criminal prosecutor up in New York. So have a little bit of a storied professional history, but I enjoy what I do on behalf of Ferring. So I'm here to talk about how I use my legal background and my professional background to work on healthcare disparities and access to our products.
Wow, that's very impressive. My name is Marianne Webb, and I'm a C.diff survivor. That's really my claim to fame. I'm here as a peer support network participant and as a part of the Advocates Council and also as part of Peggy Wella's board. I'm here primarily to share my story, as instructive as it might be to anybody who has suffered from it or might get it in the future, and also I do some continuing health education for physicians and other healthcare professionals so that they can ask me and I can share exactly what my experience was and how that might help them treat their patients maybe differently or just give them a better perspective about what it is like to have C. diff. I had it for 3 years, so and I was eventually offered an FMT, which saved my life. So here I am.
All right. So what we're here to talk about today is overcoming the obstacles to either the best or optimal C. diff treatment. I think the doctors and the clinicians in the room might be like, we're not sure what the best optimal treatment is. But it's almost the flip side of what we currently have, which is a lot of obstacles to those treatments. So I'm going to start off just by sort of laying out what the obstacles are. And then we're going to ask Marianne to talk about the obstacles she experienced as a patient. Then we're going to ask Dr. Young to speak a little bit to like the common obstacles that he runs into as a physician. Because, you know, sometimes it's easy for the patients to think, oh, the doctor's the one that's keeping me from the treatment I need. And well, maybe there's, as you know, the prior presentation showed, there's a lot of, you know, a lot of different aspects to it. And then Tiffany is going to speak to how those obstacles are even more magnified for underserved communities and the lack of equity we have in our healthcare system. And then at the end, we're going to talk about what are some of the things that we can do personally if we need to advocate for ourselves, but more importantly, what are some of the legislative and regulatory solutions that are coming potentially down the pike that could be game changers. So I'm going to, hopefully this is going to work by me reaching over. Did that work? Did it change? Yep. Ah, cool. So I don't want to belabor this. I'm sure you all have your own examples. But these are some of the more common issues that we run into in terms of obstacles to care. So insurers would rather pay for the inexpensive drug than the most effective drug. Some of you may know that a narrow spectrum antibiotic for C. diff was approved in 2011. It is still a challenge for most patients to get that. So, you know, it's been 13 years, kind of what's the holdup, you know? And, you know, another challenge is most patients don't know the details of their health insurance policy, you know, and a lot of insurance companies have, you know, if it's over a certain amount of money, they will just deny it. And then you have to fight them to get them to approve it. There was recently a study that showed that Medicare Advantage plans, which we have been driving seniors into as a matter of government policy, have increased their denial rates like they've doubled them in the past couple of years. And it's not, they're not denying it for any good reason. They're just denying it to see if you're willing to fight and say, no, this is included in my policy. And then there's step therapy, which is we're going to try the cheapest thing on you first, then we'll give you the more expensive thing, the more expensive thing, the more expensive thing. And, you know, I feel, and I think Miriam would agree with me, that, you know, if we have a better treatment, then you should just get the better treatment. That's my feeling. Like, I don't want the maybe it'll work treatment because it's cheaper. And to me, there's something very inhumane and almost abusive about forcing people to go through rounds of treatments that do not work till you get to the one that works. Then we run into, no offense, Vince, but lack of prescriber knowledge. I mean, those of you in the room who are clinicians or scientists or whatever, I mean, healthcare professionals are completely overwhelmed by just the sheer volume of information that is created by journals, guidelines, scientific research. Like, I think I read something at one point that, like, for a doctor in just any specialty to kind of keep current, they would have to just stop working and read, like, every day for 3 years to catch up with, like, 1 year's worth of what gets published in a specialty. And then guideline uptakes take a long time, not just to happen. Like, I'm sure some of our friends in the room can, you know, have the frustration of having new products that were approved in the last year or two that are not yet included in clinical guidelines. So there's no reference to that. And I forget, fidaxomicin, I think it took 8 years for them to get into the guidelines. So then even from there, it takes even longer to propagate down to, like, your private practice doctor, you know. Lastly, there's a lack of patient knowledge. You know, acute illnesses versus long-term or chronic illnesses. Like, if people have diabetes, if they have something, like, they kind of become an expert in their disease. If you get an infectious disease, like, the time to become an expert is, you know, you have to kind of learn it overnight, right? And then there's, you know, we just have general poor infectious disease education. You know, I think maybe it's gotten better since COVID, but at one point, like, half of Americans couldn't tell you the difference between a virus and a bacteria. So that's a challenge. And on top of that, now we have the rise of dis and misinformation. You know, where if people go on TikTok, there are vaccine deniers, there are people that think COVID was cooked up in a lab in Albuquerque. You know, there's all kinds of misinformation out there. And then of course, you know, sort of starting back at the beginning, anytime that a new treatment comes out, it's going to be more expensive than whatever preceded it. And in some disease states, there are extremely large, powerful patient advocacy organizations. And in most infectious diseases, that is not the case. So getting people to pay, getting insurers, getting Medicare and Medicaid to pay for new treatments is a big uphill battle. So those are just kind of the sort of top billing there. Marion, do you want to tell us how all of those things affected you? Because I think you had all of them.
That's true. Well, one of the first things that comes to mind, actually, based on the discussion we just had previously, is this conversation about the patient, educating the patient, and antibiotic stewardship, etc. And let me just say, for all of the patients out there, when you have C. diff and you are that sick, you are not thinking about who's coming into my room, is there a pharmacist on there's absolutely no part of being sick with C. diff that would allow you to function in that way. So advocacy will always be top of mind for me, because a family member, somebody has to be there with you to help you navigate that, because you have no ability, you can't think, you can't, you're just a big biological function, and things are slipping away from you very rapidly, and including your mental capacity. So that's something that, it sounds great, but it's not realistic when it comes to the patient experience. You're just never going to have that kind of awareness. Also, you're not going to be able to research C. diff. You're not going to know when you're going to get it, and so you need to have somebody else to be able to do that for you. Thankfully, Peggy Willis Foundation exists, where I didn't know about it at the time I became ill, but I did look into it immediately following my FMT. When I was diagnosed with C. diff, it started with diverticulitis that I was hospitalized for. And I received IV antibiotics for that. And a couple of weeks after that, I became very, very ill and went back to the hospital. And I tested negative for C. diff several times. About 3 months later, I finally tested positive. So during that time period, I went untreated. And this C. diff it took hold of my body, and it never let go. So the frustration was that, okay, so the diagnosis, the testing was a problem. Then there was the problem of what are you going to treat it with? At the time, it's now discontinued, but I was treated with Flagyl. I was treated with vancomycin, and it took me a lot of work to eventually, a couple of years, to get to fidaxomicin. And the insurance company didn't want to pay for it. And I was basically in and out of the hospital for 3 years. And I guess at that point, I was probably feeling like a little feisty, and I said, okay, well then tell them I'm just going to stay in the hospital and they'll have to give it to me here. And this kind of gets to the money problem, right? Because 20 minutes later, Walgreens was at my bedside with a deficit and a $20 copay. And so it just took me saying, like, do you want me to stay here and do you want to pay for my hospital stay? Or, because if money talks, I'll just speak that language. But I happen to be well enough to be able to do that at that particular time. Unfortunately, my C. diff was so far gone that fidaxomicin didn't work. So then the other obstacle is the insurance companies and with the FDA. So the FDA, experimental use only for FMTs, you have to fail a certain number of times, a certain number of treatments. Well, if you ask me as the patient, I believe that I never recurred. I believe it was one long C. diff infection. And the only breaks that I got were while I was on, like, say, vancomycin, and some of the symptoms would slow down, and then they release you from the hospital, and like a week later, it's back, but with a vengeance. So the problem that I have is that if the diagnosing guidelines are based on how many recurrences you have, but there's no testing for negative, it's very hard to be able to say, oh, I've had all these failed treatments. So I really went through several years of the same exact treatment over and over again, expecting a different result, which is the definition of insanity. So, and then finally, I did find my sister-in-law. I was pretty much close to the end of my life. And my sister-in-law found a doctor who did FMTs. And I went to see him, and he took just one look at me, and he said, "I'll have you in for an FMT immediately. You're just, pretty much dripping with C. diff." And so
I hope he said dripping.
So anyway, the problem then became that I'm a regulatory professional. I'm pretty used to being able to analyze things and read, I could read through an insurance policy, but I didn't have the mental capacity because of, I've had an ID doctor explain this to me in a way recently at ID Week. He said, "You were intoxicated." And I said, actually, that just really rang true for me. He said, all these toxins are going through your body, you're intoxicated, you're not able to communicate, to think the way you normally would. So the office staff at this doctor's office was just so used to insurance companies not covering it that they insisted that I come in with, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cash in order to get the FMT. And I said, well, no, my insurance policy, I found it. I actually brought it to them. I said, this is, and they said, no, you have to. So this was the battle that went on, and when I tell you a battle that I didn't have the sustenance to fight, and nobody was going to do it for me, but me. My husband had to work all the time, and my daughter was in high school, so it was just me. And eventually, it got to the point where I arrived for the FMT, and they hadn't received the notification from my insurance company saying that they covered it. So I was there at 7 a.m. after doing all of the prep, only to find out where they said, no, you have to, whatever it was, $15,000 in cash. You've got to pay it right now, right here. And I said, no, God bless you. And I said,
was the $15,000 the big?
Was that? So, I went through this whole thing, and I said, no, that this has all been taken care of. And I was literally fading into my chair. And they said, well, we have to wait till Central Time to contact your insurance company, at which point the team of doctors upstairs left. And I said, no, I'm going to die right here if you don't do something right now. And then the doctor came back at noon, and I had my FMT, and 8 hours later, I was fine. Now, I will say one other thing that I would like to bring up that we haven't talked about, but I'm experiencing, I have experienced for a while, but I haven't talked about it, is, and Vince and I spoke a little bit about this last night, is I definitely believe that there's a long hauler C. diff going on, and for me personally, it comes and it goes, but it's the, if your body has been intoxicated by these poisons for so long, it's just inevitable that you're going to have long-term damage. We just don't know what that is yet. And I would really like to see that tracked, and also it would relate to insurance. So I'm actually at the point where I'm considering disability myself, because I'll go 2 weeks of being just very, very sick. It's almost, I know it's not C. diff because it doesn't have the pain, but it's very C. diff-like. And so, and then other things as well, some cognitive balance issues, things like that nobody would maybe notice, but I notice. And so that's something that I think, the more people track C. diff and C. diff patients, and insurance companies, don't have as much sway about what our treatment is, the better it's going to be for the patients overall. I mean, I don't need a test to know if I have C. diff. I can tell you. And sometimes I just wish that the doctors or nurses or whoever would just listen to us for a second. We actually know if you've had recurrences, you know what it is. So those are some of the obstacles for sure that patients face with regard to treatment, and also driven by regulations, guidelines for diagnosis and treatment. All of it is commingled, unfortunately. But nothing that, that's why we're all here, to make it better.
Because we're going to fix it by this afternoon.
Yeah.
Vince told me. Tiffany's checking her phone. She's like, 4:30, C. diff cure. Now, Vince, would you like to share some of how much of that overlaps for you, and how much of it is, sort of outside of the purview of a doctor?
I mean, we've heard all of these various stories from our patients, and I think that is the important thing, is that each of your patients is unique. Their experiences are unique. Their history is unique, and you try to tailor your care to the patient that's in front of you. And yet, much of what we also need to do based on evidence is based on populations. And so we kind of break the cardinal rule of statistics. We take population statistics and data, and then we figure out how do we try to shoehorn that into the patient that's in front of you. And it is a difficult thing, because insurance is based on large sets of numbers too. All the actuaries run their numbers based on populations and then try to apply it. And so there is a tension there, and one that is very difficult to deal with, because you have to advocate for your patient, and yet sometimes the system that is set up doesn't allow you to do that. And as Christian pointed out, I mean, I study C. difficile most of the time, so I'm good at that. But ask me about advanced diabetes care, and I'll kind of go, well, let me go find my endocrine friend up the hall here. I think for generalists, for the practicing physician out there, it becomes even more daunting. You just multiply that by all the diseases that your patients have. They don't just all have just C. diff, and you have the luxury of just knowing everything you can about C. diff, because you might have 3, 4, 5 patients out of your panel of 3,000 that are dealing with it. And so it is, and that's where guidelines, and that's where kind of the things that you talk about are important, because we can't expect every physician to know everything about every particular disease that their patients might have at any given time. And it is a large problem. What are the solutions to that? Some people say, oh yeah, it's artificial intelligence. But again, that cumulative knowledge that these large language models and everything else from AI, they can't build it from nothing. It sounds like, oh, artificial intelligence, they'll just figure it out. But what they're doing is they're taking the collective knowledge that's out there, including all the, unfortunately, the wrong, intentionally wrong and accidentally wrong misinformation. How do you sort through that? So it is a daunting problem. You're depressing me, Christian, man. You're just making me just kind of, now that I think about it, I think...
As an Irish Catholic, I have no choice but to
do that. No choice but to do that. Yeah, there you go. No, but I think that what it is we recognize the magnitude of the problem. And there are a lot of smart and caring people who are working on it. But for the patient who's suffering through something at that given time, it just seems like, what are these people doing? Why are they not doing what they can do? And I think that is the tension, and that is the difficult part that every healthcare provider thinks. Like, boy, if I could sequence this patient's genome and their cancer genome and have all these, right now I could do something. but I can't right now. So what am I going to do with what's available to me right now for this patient? And we hope that it's, you know, the right thing, but we just don't know, unfortunately. Many times, as I did a full year of primary care before I got my first faculty position. And that idea of having a longer term relationship with a patient and saying, well, let's try this. Sometimes I don't have the answer tomorrow, but it'll become clear if we try something today, and in a week or 2 weeks, we'll understand if that's the right thing to do. It would be nice if we could know everything instantly at that moment, but we can't.
Someone's going to you, Mark.
No, I know very little, actually.
So, I mean, that's making me think of, like, it's true. Like, I think I've mentioned, too, that my husband and I have had the same doctor for 15 years, and he recently retired, and he was an internal medicine and an infectious disease specialist. And now I'm like, what do I do now? Like, now I have to, like, try to get used to somebody else, and I just feel like healthcare in general has changed so much, and the way that doctors approach it. And of course, it's not just that he's retiring, it's that his practice was bought by a huge hospital in New York. Because, you know, in New York City we have 3 hospitals. Everything is owned by 3 hospitals. But so what it's making me think is that, like, where would something be different then? Like, by the time somebody presents to you with C. diff, like, is the cat out of the bag and you just have to kind of, you know, try whatever you can get approved? You know what I'm saying? If it's like a fidaxomicin versus a vanco, like, I think something that we're always trying to think about from the foundation is, like, where can we intervene? Like, what are the points of intervention that would have not made Marianne suffer for 3 years? You know, like where would the knowledge have come in? And I'm not inventing necessarily, like, this is a little bit of me thinking out loud. Because I always wonder, like, where would we kind of involve ourselves? Or, you know, like, I haven't talked a ton about, like, what happened to my mom, but, like, by the time I got my mom to the hospital, she was already in sepsis. And so from there, it's like a 50-50 shot. Like your chances are no better than 50% of living. So, you know, there really wasn't much we could do, but had we known C. diff existed, had we, you know, I mean, I sometimes think about even if, like, we know that some of the antibiotics have, like, black box warnings on them now, but, you know, does anybody read that thing? I think most people don't, you know. And so is it somebody prescribing? Well, of course, I read the whole thing and I go online, but we're not normal, Pam. Pam raised her hand and was like, does anybody read those things? So I don't know. And then, of course, you know, I think in both my mother's case and in your case, Marianne, you know, we're dealing with people who are educated, white, professionals. So, Tiffany, maybe do you want to talk a little bit about how issues of race, poverty, gender, you know, complicate that even more?
I think you just spoke on all the things. So I'll just
you were gonna give
no. I'll speak more broadly because it's So when I was listening to everybody talk, we're really dealing with highly educated patients, and so what I spend a lot of time looking at and what we can do on our side and how we can bridge the gap between the patient community, the physicians, and then how we can make them better advocates for themselves with lawmakers, and then make the lawmakers smarter so they can create and pass, hopefully, laws that are advantageous to the community that's being impacted. But part of what we see is one, we have an inherent mistrust for ethnic and racial minorities of the healthcare system generally, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard about already. Then when you have some intersectionality between these groups, so for example, if you have somebody who's a racial or ethnic minority of a lower socioeconomic status and they are also living in a healthcare desert, that creates even more of an impactful problem for them. So by the time they actually get over these many hurdles that it takes to get them to the physician, they're already, you know, perhaps in some sort of advanced stage of whatever the disease state in this particular instance, it would be C. diff. by the time they get to the hospital. The other thing that is a little bit of a challenge, and this is just one stat I'll bring up, is that ethnic minorities, but in this particular stat that I'm talking about, African Americans are tested for C. diff at a much, much lower rate. So although they are only 10%, I think, of C. diff patients, when they're tested 1-for-1, the number goes up to 36% positive C. diff rate. So that's another challenge. But the other one is that, and I just spoke about educated patients, a lot of people don't know what they can ask, what they should ask. You know, it's a really you don't know what you don't know situation. And then when you couple that with folks who may have a language barrier, so they are proficient in English to do whatever their job is, but when you start throwing, I'm reading these terms like, I know some Latin words, but like, what do half of these things mean? Then you lose a lot of the patients that you're trying to help. And so you might get a yes or no or let's do it when they really have no idea what it is that you all are talking about. And then I can go on and on about the problems that individuals have. But then you have folks who are, I spoke about they don't know what they don't know, but they don't know how to be proper advocates for themselves. And so the healthcare system is happening to them and not necessarily happening with them and bringing them along on their patient journey to wellness. And they're just allowing the system to tell them this is what we will give you and this is what you have. And they're continuously being sick. And so what ends up happening is these folks don't want to go back to the doctor anymore. They jumped over the hurdle of getting there and getting themselves there in the first place. And then the experience is not ideal. And so then they just won't go back. And then there is another stat up there about people who have chronic conditions, which there are some that largely impact minority communities at a much higher rate, like for diabetes, for example. And so when you look at the percentage of individuals who are impacted with diabetes, and then the likelihood of those individuals developing C. diff, but then on top of the likelihood that those folks will not be tested for C. diff, it makes it much more difficult to treat these minority patients. And so, so again, like what I am out here doing is talking to these patients. What are your challenges? Talking to the doctors. How can we best help you treat your patients? And then saying, here, lawmaker, this is a community of individuals that exist, and let me figure out a way to make you care about this community more so you can do something at a legislative or policy level that will actually help them.
Tiffany ran through that.
I just want to add.
No, go ahead.
One last thing is, and this is very personal.
Talk to the mic. Just make sure people can hear you.
It's my experience, but I suspect it's everyone's, is that families are not educated and the patient isn't educated when they are leaving the hospital for the first time with C. diff. They are not, it is what is it, a 33% chance that it's going to recur? That's something that should be communicated to the patient and the family. I left for the first time thinking, I'm going to get better. And when I didn't, I thought it was me, that something was wrong with me. And everyone around me was like, why aren't you getting better? They let you out of the hospital. And nobody ever shared that information. So having an educated patient, but also whoever their support network, to really know. Oh, to really, I'm sorry. Do you want me to start all over? No. To just really know that you have a very high possibility of recurring, and to know that, so that they can come back and be treated, perhaps with a different medication. Right, Vince?
Yeah. The idea of follow-up and continuity of care is very important. I mean, many times, especially when you go into the hospital, your primary care physician, in the old days, right, would show up. They would, after they were in the office, they'd go into the hospital to round on their patients who'd been admitted. You don't see that anymore because what they have to do is the primary care physician has to go home, and after they have dinner and they tuck the kids into bed, then they're on the electronic medical record till midnight charting. It's all of these other things that are going on now. But at the same time, we can do much more. I mean, 50 years ago, the primary care physicians weren't doing as much and they could go in and see what's going on in the patient. But what we've lost is that idea of continuity. Oh, what happened to you in the hospital? How did you react to this medication? What happened to you while you were there? How is this going to, I know that, and your family life. I know that because of your child who has this, that, and the other thing, it's going to be hard for you to do these things that the doctor is telling you to do when you go home. So we're going to modify it so that you can do it in the context of your life. But we don't have that anymore. And I'm not trying to go back to a time of medicine that predates when I was in medical school, so I didn't see it. But I know that we've changed the practice of medicine. I think we have to realize that it's our job to take the reality of the way personal lives are, the way the profession of medicine is taken care of, the way insurance and everything else is working, and what is the intersection there, and how can we make it the best it can be, not saying like, yeah, either just throwing up your hands or saying we have to burn this whole thing to the ground and build it better. I think we have to do the hard work and figure out what is the best thing that we can do right now, and not what we could wish would be if everything aligned, because there's all these things going on. So
yeah, I mean, you know, I tend to be in the burn it all down, salt the earth, and start over. But that's unlikely to happen, and unlikely to be caused by the like 50 people in this room tonight. But I do think that Tiffany said something earlier that super resonated with me, which is like, healthcare is happening to people as opposed to them being participants in it. And I think that is the crucial thing that changed. And of course, the experience of the primary care doctor rounding at the hospital, you know, that wasn't for everyone. Other people went to clinic. You know, like that's kind of a middle class experience of healthcare at a certain point in time. You know, and then there are other, frankly, you know, in terms of equity and different things, issues of like, do you have a disease that's stigmatized? You know, like, you know, people had to fight for their HIV results to remain anonymous, you know? So, you know, there's a whole host of things that kind of have complicated that and frayed relationships there. And, you know, I remember back in 2008, it was when the Affordable Care Act had, or 2009, there was all these incentives for hospitals to move to electronic medical records. And what we were told was that these were all going to be interoperable, and that patients would be able to just like, you know, log in someplace and all their medical records would be there and they could take them with them. And in reality, that has largely not happened. And so instead of having, so we're now paying for all this technology that doesn't talk to the other technology. And that, I think, it creates even more work on behalf of doctors and nurses and people that are, you know, charting or not charting. But I do want us to, and I would like to even open the conversation up, but before we do that, I would like to talk a little bit about what some of the solutions we do have sort of coming down the pike on. So the first one, and Tiffany, you and I think I'll tag team this, right? So there is an act, many of you will be familiar with it, it's called the Pasteur Act. We are, for a variety of reasons, mostly because they are not economically viable in the marketplace, we are not developing antibiotics anymore. There are a couple of companies that are still in the game. I'm talking about big companies. There are some biotechs, some of whom are represented here, that are, you know, literally pushing the the boulder up the hill. But a big challenge of that, and we were talking about price and this and that, is that if you invest, you know, $1 billion into developing an antibiotic and it gets approved, well, people think that antibiotics should be $10. So how does anyone make back the profit? I mean, I've literally I haven't worked in a for-profit institution since I left Key Food when I was 19 or 20 years old. But but even I know that math is not going to work as a nonprofit. We can't expend $500,000 and not raise it or charge people for it. So the Pasteur Act would create a novel payment mechanism, subscription mechanism. We have to do something to get antibiotics developed. Pasteur is supposed to be a compromise, and that's one of the things that we will be talking to our legislators about tomorrow. And then, do you want to talk about Safe Step or?
So one of the other pieces, are you guys addressing this tomorrow too?
Yeah.
Safe Step. There's a Safe Step Act, which is bicameral, meaning it's been introduced on the House side and on the Senate side, and it's also bipartisan, so both Democrats and Republicans support it, but it would limit the use of step therapy. So instead of the fail first requirements that are currently in place, it would allow the patient to communicate with their physician on what is the most appropriate way to receive treatment. So, and many of you might know right now, is that the way that it works is that they require the patient to try many, and I think somebody has already addressed this, the less expensive treatment options before they finally get approval to the more expensive treatment options. And so rather than making them go through these steps, they'll eliminate that process.
See, I think they started calling it step therapy because people were calling it fail first therapy, and step therapy sounds, it's like, the Bush administration with like the Blue Skies Act. It's like they're at least trying to make it sound palatable.
It's actually
It's
torture.
Yeah. And then there's another thing that's, I believe, is also both bicameral and bipartisan, which is called the Help Co-Pays Act. So this is very specifically to address the rise of pharmacy benefit managers. If you didn't think that we could make our healthcare system less effective and efficient, introducing pharmacy benefit managers into the fold was an excellent way to do that. So these are people that not just between you and your doctor, but between your doctor, your insurance company, and your pharmacy, and like they've just weaseled in there to they're parasitical. Yes, they are. And so oftentimes companies, whether that's Merck or Pfizer or Ferring or Nestle, they will develop, because when a product first comes to market, it is expensive and it takes a long time for the insurers to be willing to pay for it. We have to pressure CMS, et cetera, et cetera. So they create patient assistance programs. These pharmacy benefit manager companies have come up with ways to say because you got this patient assistance, this $4,000 off of your copay, or they said you didn't have to pay your profit sharing. Well, then the company comes back and says, well, then we don't consider your deductible filled, so we won't pay for the treatment anyway unless you give it. So it's like now ransom, and so the Help Co-Pays Act would limit their ability to do that, limit their ability to consider basically the assistance programs that companies are providing to basically not count towards your copay or your deductible. Because when something like that happens, just to ground this in a real person we dealt with recently, which was an elderly woman. I was talking to one of her kids, and initially she was being offered a live biotherapeutic. I will not say which one to not prejudice the audience. But initially, the initial thing was there was going to be no coverage, and it was going to be a 5-figure cost. And this was thankfully not somebody who was poor. She was left in good shape by her husband, and pensions and this and that. But $10,000 or $15,000 was too much for the family to consider. They were able, in working with the company, to get it down to $3,000 or $4,000, but they were hitting this, well, we won't consider that. And we were able to help them advocate for them to do so. And so for a greatly reduced price, it was still quite a bit of money for the average person, but it was not $15,000. It was $2,000 or $3,000, which they happily paid because she'd been sick for 6 months and she'd lost 20 pounds, and it wasn't going to go anywhere good if they didn't intervene. And then The other thing, which technically has not yet been introduced, but you've heard me talk a little bit about it, is that we are working with my Congresswoman's office to introduce the Peggy Lillis C. difficile Inclusion Act, which would have C. diff be designated as a nationally notifiable disease. For those who don't know, a nationally notifiable disease means that everybody, whoever diagnoses it, must report it. Now, right now, C. diff is reported through the National Healthcare Safety Network, but mostly by hospitals, and there are exclusions for rural access hospitals and children's hospitals. Nursing homes can report it if they want to. I don't imagine they're chomping at the bit. But certainly, like, city MD is not reporting it, like nothing outpatient. And what we do know is that about half of the infections are occurring in outpatient. They're occurring in younger people. They're occurring in people that haven't even necessarily been on an antibiotic in the way that we have historically seen it. So if we're not tracking that, how are we studying it? How are we understanding it? Like, is the disease evolving? Are the treatments less effective? So these are the things that we'll be talking to our legislators both tomorrow and on an ongoing basis. And then is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just one thing. It's not really, it's a rule, and I just want to say this because we're talking about legislation, but there are also other mechanisms to be a little bit more impactful, and I'm speaking specifically for the federal government because that's where I do the most of my work. But as advocates, there's also when the federal government releases a rule, like this is how Medicaid is going to operate for this particular disease state or whatever. You can also submit comment letters like, we are a patient community, this is how this impacts us, this is what we see on the patient side when we are dealing with medical care, these are the regulatory hurdles. And when you apprise the federal government of these different challenges that you have, a lot of that information is taken into consideration before they roll out what is known as the final rule. So it'll be the proposed rule and then the final rule. So one of the final rules that will be going into effect, and I won't get into all the details, one, because I don't know them, but two, it's not relevant, but it was finalized in January of 2024 and will go into effect in 2026, but there is a particular section on there that impacts Medicare Advantage patients, CHIP providers, and Medicaid providers that reduces the waiting time for prior authorization, which is a big time challenge, especially when you're dealing with C. diff patients. But for example, if it is urgent, the wait time is now 72 hours in 2026, so it'll be longer until then. And then if it is not urgent, it's a 7-day wait time, so it substantially reduces how long the physicians get a response back from the insurers. And as you all know, that the treatment modalities can be denied if you don't get prior authorization first, so that'll be substantially impactful for them. But there's also some components in this final rule that will supposed to streamline the information sharing across these different networks, and so hopefully we will see positive results for the patients when this rule goes into effect. So, yeah.
We'll cross our fingers. Erin, do you want to take questions now? Does anybody else have anything they want to say before we open it up to questions? And then after this, we have a coffee break for those who are nodding off back there.
You know, one thing that you brought up, the whole idea of the electronic health record and how everything, and it's interesting to see how politics can. I'm somewhat naive, because I've never become a politician, and I guess partially because a lot of physicians say, as researchers or physicians, if we were to take off to go to Congress for 4, 6, 8 years, no one would hire us back to do what we did initially to get there.
Really?
It's not like you would say, oh yeah, now some firm wants to hire me back as a lawyer or a business person or a lobbyist. I mean, perhaps as a lobbyist, but they wouldn't trust me to take care of patients after 8 years of not seeing patients and not reading the medical journals and things like that. So, but I just remember back to the Clinton administration and the first lady at that time holding up this magical card that was going to represent how everyone's medical record would be portable and could move through. And then, of course, in the storm of politics that happened after that, that idea just got squished. Like, oh, that's just a crazy idea. But, we're still 30 plus years now wishing that we could have that and that things were private and portable, but we're not there yet. And we try to do, we have some things. We have this idea of some patients come in from a certain healthcare system. Oh, we have care everywhere. We get access to the records. And it's stunning to see that for those patients, having access to those records really does improve our ability to take care of them in the short term. We eventually catch up, but the fact that we just press a button on the computer and we see what happened at the other hospital, all of a sudden we can look through it without having to wait for a fax. Oh my goodness. You know, and to get that scanned into the EMR, and then you have to kind of look at these blurry images that are there. You know, it just pops up on the computer. So I think we're getting there. I think we're working at it. We're trying very hard, but it's not happening fast enough for anybody. I don't care who you are and how cynical you may be. We all wish that it could happen more. It's not like I don't think that there are some people saying, oh, how can we obstruct healthcare and slow it down? I don't think there are people like that in the basement somewhere.
No, but you know, there are people who are like, how can we make money between these two things? That's, yeah, I mean, that's...
Now you're squeaking like Catholic.
That's where the pharmacy benefit managers came from. But anyway, sorry. Do folks have questions? Because otherwise I'll just keep talking.
Hi, I'm Quindon of Dental Biosciences. As I was listening to you, Christian, and the panel talk about the obstacles to C. diff, I was wondering if you could maybe talk about what you think specifically are due to C. diff, or if it's not specific, that it compound further to general healthcare. And I think you mentioned, for example, continuity care, but I was wondering which one you think is very specific to C. diff. And then thinking about prioritizing some of these obstacles or challenges or opportunities, what do you think are the low-hanging fruit that would have the most impact? And then from that, are there data points that we know that we can track that we're getting there to achieve those goals?
That was a very complicated, multi-pronged question, to which I have no answer. No. I mean, I think specific to C. diff, there are two things that we have been concerned with for quite some time. One is raising awareness of the disease. You know, this is a disease that affects, 500,000 people a year. It kills more people than drunk driving. It kills more people than HIV at this point. And yet, maybe 40% of Americans have heard the term C. diff. Does that mean they know what it is? Does it mean they could tell you about it? Probably more like 20% probably could kind of say, oh, I think it's like an infection of your gut that my grandmother had in the nursing home. Like, that's the kind of response you get. So I think awareness of it, and I think with that I would also say awareness of the fact that antibiotics or antimicrobials of any kind are not solely benign. Like, I think we have convinced ourselves that unless you have, we heard the talk about penicillin allergy earlier, but like mostly people are like, oh, I'll take a Z-Pak, oh, I'll take a this, I'll take a that, like, and they do not think, because they don't necessarily feel bad. They don't think of what's happening in their system. But I think we also, we'll take a Tylenol and not think, oh, that is opening my blood vessel. Like people are not thinking through the biomechanics of what they're taking. And so, I think that we should, what we've seen in healthcare systems, what we've seen in England with the NHS, is that if you actually create more tight controls around antibiotics, you can reduce C. diff rates pretty drastically.
But at the same time, you talk about how pharmaceutical companies aren't eager to develop antibiotics when they're going to spend $1 billion to develop an antibiotic and immediately say, but don't use it, right?
No, it's
and as opposed to our friends from Denmark, whose country is floating on the backs of GLP-1 right now and Novo Nordisk, because these are things that everyone wants. We want to distribute as widely as possible. You're going to be taking it for more than, we're trying to say, oh, what's the minimum amount of antibiotics? Can we be 3 days, 5 days? Well, what's the return on investment to when you're trying to go 2, 3, 5 days of giving the drug as opposed to, I do feel like I need to go to Denmark and see if it's really like it's like welcome to the world of Novo Nordisk or not. You know, it's like Disney World or something. I'm not sure, but those are the financial pressures there. I think that we have to be realistic there. And I'm not saying this, hey, let's give the broadest antibiotic to everybody willy-nilly, because we already know what the problem is with that. But then how do we incentivize developing those kinds of drugs when those are the pressures that they're put under right away?
I mean, so I think, so I've thought a great deal about this. And I think that part of it is that you have to be willing to pay for value as opposed to quantity, which is something that Pasteur kind of recognizes. And I think that, you know, I don't know, maybe Louis Pasteur should have patented penicillin and we would be having a very different conversation. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that early on people felt like, well, I'm not going to patent that because that's unfair, because then people would be able to afford it. Of course, I have many people from companies here who, if I would start to say, like, maybe we should just break patents, they would all freak out. But I think that we have a $4 trillion a year healthcare system here that most people don't get good care in. So there's plenty of money out there to pay much more for antibiotics and for targeted antibiotics. You know, and as somebody who's on a GLP inhibitor or whatever it's doing in my body, I don't care as long as it makes me thinner. You know, it's people following the values of this society, which is that being thin and seeming to be in shape is more valuable than preventing people you don't know from dying from preventable infections. You know, so I think part of it is like you have to come back to something that I was saying last night at our dinner, which is like, or what I was saying this morning, rather, was like, you have to start thinking about things as a community. You know, people aren't vaccinating their kids anymore because they think of their family as the only unit that matters. Not their neighbor, not the kid that goes to school with their kid. And you can't have a society. Like, we've become much more Ayn Randian than I think anyone would care to admit. And that really didn't answer most of your question, Quinn, and I've since forgotten most of it. But feel free to come up to me afterwards and I'll do my best. Debbie has one.
This is more of a observation than a question, and I've been listening to all of your comments. And Christian, you said, where would we involve ourselves? Where would Peggy Lillis, what should we do? And as somebody coming into this kind of new, it seems to me there's really a shrieking need to have best practices or standard of care and to put a stake in the ground. And the questions like Mary Ann raised, what do you say to somebody when they're discharged the first time? And what is C.diff and what's recurring? And there's just a need, I think, to put some basic tenets down there about the disease and how do we treat it, and at least start a dialogue. You could follow what Tiffany was saying, like a notice for comment on an association basis, and put it out there, put some ideas out or some guidance. But I see this as being really missing, and that was one of the first questions I asked when we were all on the Zoom call. I said, how do you treat this? What are the best practices? And nobody respectfully really gave me an answer. So I think that's a glaring need that the foundation, I know it's small, it's not dealing with all these macro issues and economics, but I think it's really a concrete place to start, and it's very needed.
That was Debbie, our new board member, previewing our white paper that will probably come out this fall, where we will do the very thing she just described. Because you convinced us that was an incredibly important thing for us to do. And I think, you know, I think that there's a challenge where something like, for a professional society, like, we have maybe 3 or 4 professional societies that are kind of invested in C.diff, right? The American Gastro Association, IDSA, Infectious Disease Pharmacists, the American College of Gastrology, and they don't all agree, which is what makes it difficult to then say, well, what is the standard of care? And for something like the new live biotherapeutics, like, they haven't been around long enough for, I think, people to agree on what standard of care will be. I think we're still, but I think we can put roots in the ground in terms of what we think it should be. And because I'm not a scientist or a doctor, I feel completely fine just saying what I think it should be.
Me too. I agree.
We'll be like, we're going to tell the doctors what to do. Listen, it's worked for my husband for 2.5 years. He's turned out fine listening to me tell him what to do.
Look, you could start with what you know works.
Yeah.
You know, fidaxomicin has a pretty good track record. And then also, now that we have these new live biologics, as I mentioned previously, I don't know, someone here must know, can it be used prophylactically for someone like me if, I've had several surgeries post my FMT, and I've had to practically tattoo no antibiotics on my forehead rolling into the OR, and had major discussions over it, and I said, I'll deal with the infection if I get it, but I'm not going to have it prophylactically during my operation. And 3 times I have not had an infection, thank God. But, I mean, come on, we can do better.
No. Mr. President, you have a question? Our board president.
So
it's not the actual
despite the differences, there are also broad areas of agreement across the guidelines. And so my question for Tiffany is, with the evolving therapeutic landscape, do we have data and information with respect to how social determinants of health are impacting the access of a variety of populations to the current best practices, as imperfect as they may be? Nevertheless, there are some accepted across all the society's principles related to testing and escalation of therapy. Do we understand how the rollout of new testing algorithms and new therapeutic options is getting to a variety of patient populations in the U.S.?
So I'll say that my short answer to that question is no. But the reason why the answer is no is because there's still a lot of missing data with respect to minority communities. So there are things that I think that we can extrapolate based on what currently exists, and so the answer becomes, if we can get to these people, then this is what the results should be based on what we know. But at the end of the day, we don't really 100% know, because there's just a large gap and I spend a lot of my time looking for information with respect to minority populations. And the sad part about it is it doesn't exist. And so I think maybe like a year and a half ago, I actually had to go to a member office to convince them to talk to CDC about collecting a particular piece of data with respect to an ethnic minority community, because it just wasn't there. And I don't know that the answer is that nobody ever thought about collecting it or not. It just hadn't been done yet. And so the short answer to your question is no, but I think that we just have to continue to push harder to get to these minority communities that either don't want to answer questions, they don't know how to get to them. The financial investment has not been made to go to certain communities to collect this data. So, but the good thing is more people care about getting the answer, and so I think that we'll see a lot better data collection in the future. But unfortunately, no.
I think we have time for one more, or we can. Cool. So we're going to have a coffee break, stretch our legs for 15 minutes or so, and then we come back. This is going to be a presentation by Bobby Warren. He's going to talk about racial disparities in C.diff testing, which we've hinted at, but we're going to learn a lot more about it. And then we're going to wrap up the day with me talking with a bunch of our advocates about what they've been up to, what they've learned, and I think that's going to be actually really fun, because they're fun people. So go get some coffee. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Tiffany, Marian, and Vince. Vince has been playing doctor the whole day for us, since many of our doctors couldn't make it. And we will see you back in 15 minutes. Hello. So we are going to continue. We have just 2 more sessions. I'm very excited to have Bobby Warren here to talk about a study he did on racial disparities of C.diff testing in 3 U.S. hospitals. And then after that, we're going to have a panel with our advocates. So Bobby, do you want to take it away?
All right, test. All right, before I even begin, I'm going to apologize. I was up all night with a sick toddler, so my brain is not quite functioning, and I'm already a fast talker. So if at any point it's like, what is happening, just raise your hand and just give me one of these, and I promise I'll try my best to slow down. So, is my new slide up yet? Perfect. Going back. So, thanks for inviting me to speak here today. This is really exciting for me, and I'm going to specifically talk about something we published recently, which you can see the title up on there, but I'm also going to go through the backstory a little bit because you'll learn very soon that this is not my niche. It was something that I stumbled across, and I want to be very forthcoming about that. I have no relevant financial disclosures on this talk. So how did I get here? My lab primarily works with HAIs, disinfection, sterilization, and environmental contamination, particularly with C. difficile, MRSA. We do other bugs, but those are usually our typical ones. But in 2017, I was in graduate school, going through an existential crisis, as one does in graduate school, and just really latched on to my personal health for some reason. And I was looking into potential causes of some of my dietary or health issues at the time that were nowhere near as big of a deal as I was trying to make them into. And I stumbled across the idea of childhood or developmental poverty actually has long-term impacts on your health. Even if you have a complete reversion in your lifestyle and eating and mindsets, it can't be completely reverted later in life. So technically, I'm not completely responsible or liable for eating 2 to 3 Little Debbies per day. Not completely, anyway. But along those same veins, I kept noticing this pattern that came up that racial health disparities were frequently analyzed alongside socioeconomic status issues, and sometimes they're actually surrogated by it. And I think I'm missing a few slides, but that's all right. We'll deal. Did we move? Yeah, so this was a new idea to me. It's still relatively a new idea in the past few years. So I needed to do a little bit of background research. So I learned that the definition broadly is differences in health outcomes, disease prevalence, morbidity, mortality rates among people from different racial and ethnic backgrounds or groups. And for my brain, sometimes it's easier to learn what something is not. They are not biologically inherent. They're largely attributed so far to a complex mix of genetic, social, economic, and environmental factors. In this journey, I also learned that one of the largest drivers, at least hypothesized at the time, was access to health care. And along those lines, an increased access to health care usually ends up with increased or better clinical outcomes and vice versa. Totally makes sense, right? If you're sick, you have access to a doctor, you're likely to get better. But I wasn't an expert in racial health disparities or health disparities at all, and I still don't claim to be, but I was somewhat knowledgeable on C. difficile, so this kind of got me thinking. So C. difficile, as everyone in this room probably already knows, 5 big risk factors. Exposure to antibiotics, of course, we've talked about which ones, a previous C. diff infection, being immunosuppressed or immunocompromised, having a recent healthcare visit, and then older age, usually defined as 65 years older. Well, I would argue that 4, possibly all 5, indicate some level of increased access to healthcare, right? You don't really come across these things and not have some level of access to healthcare. So they got me thinking even more. Wouldn't C. difficile be kind of a great example to test this idea? Because if this idea of increased access to healthcare leads to better clinical outcomes, with C. difficile, it should actually flip that paradigm upside down, right? So the greater access you have to healthcare, then the greater access or the greater risk you would have for CDI. The slides that are missing, I will go over very quickly. It was a study before this one. Essentially, 2 years before the study I'll talk about next, they reviewed 178,000 CDI cases, and they found a few important things. I'll try my best to remember them. The first thing they noted, and these were from discharge surveys, which we know are error-prone. First thing they noted was white was by far the most common CDI rate, without considering any other factors, just looking broadly. They also noticed that if they manipulated their population and only looked at a subset of those folks that came from a skilled nursing facility, and why a skilled nursing facility, those folks already have a generalized increased access to healthcare to be able to afford the increased costs with a skilled nursing facility. Those racial disparities completely went away. Whites were no longer much more likely to have a C. diff infection compared to others. So that was the first big finding that they had. The second thing they did is they plotted median household income with CDI rates, and they noted that as your median household income increases, so does your CDI rate. And then the last thing they noted was that folks with primary insurance, as opposed to Medicaid or free pay or paying themselves, also had a much higher rate of CDI. Moving on to a second study that I looked into. This was by Argamani et al. This was only 1 or 2 years in the future from that one. Similar approach. It was a retrospective analysis of U.S. national discharge surveys over the course of 2001 to 2010. And just to go over the surveys, what they are is hospital state data. They have been collected by healthcare staff with the original idea to improve care and analyze trends within a small setting. They defined an eligible CDI case as an ICD-9 code for CDI, which is an outdated ICD code by now, but it's also a billing code. So as we know, there are flaws with that. They had to be an adult, and they also had to have reportable race data. They used a metric of CDI discharges per 1,000 patient days. That should be 1,000 discharges, not patient days. And then the secondary outcomes they also looked at were mortality, length of stay in the hospital, and severe CDI. So they also did a review of the socioeconomical status and insurance data within this population and noted only in text, not in figures, so I couldn't put it up here, that there was a significant difference specifically between white patients and black patients. White patients have a higher average SES as well as access to healthcare, but for the big one, you can see right up top, and that's kind of small. My glasses broke in the toddler fight in the middle of the night, so I'm working with cracks here. So they looked at 1.7 million CDI cases, or discharges. Of those, I believe someone had said earlier that 90% of those were actually white patients, and only 10% were from black patients. And if you can see on the right, 7.7 per 1,000 patient discharges were positive CDIs for white patients, and only 4.9 for black, with a very statistically significant p-value you can see on the far right. Where it gets interesting, though, is when you dig a little bit deeper. So at this point, white patients are more likely to get CDI than their counterpart blacks. However, once black individuals did undergo a C. diff infection, they had much worse clinical outcomes. So the hospital stay was greater. They had a much more likely to have a severe CDI and a worse mortality rate. They also, just for the sake of going through the motions here, they noted a trend that we're aware of anyway between 2001 and 2010 of this general increase in C. difficile infections in general. And I wanted to put this up here to show that this problem, even though there seems to be some level of disparities going on here, seems to be equivalent between the two, even though you can see that gap between them. So takeaways from this study and a few limitations that I personally wanted to build on, both this one and the one I spoke about. So these study results, all again, very broad level data. We haven't gotten into the nitty gritty yet, but they seem to imply that access to healthcare increases risk of CDI and is very apparent between, in this study, black and white races. Black patients, in a way, were protected from CDI by having a reduced access to healthcare, but once they did have one, it remained true that they had worse clinical outcomes. Limitations of this study, as you'll hear with mine coming up, are, discharge surveys are error-prone. They're not always filled out, and they're based on billing codes, which we know have errors in themselves. This study, as well as the other one, didn't really control for a disproportionate time spent in the hospital. So they both used discharge surveys, and it was yes, no, this stay in the hospital included a CDI or not. However, they didn't take into account how long these patients were actually there. So just yes, no. So my goals was to kind of build on that and to determine if racial health disparities remain detectable at some level if we attempt to control for this access to healthcare. So what we did was we looked at C. difficile tests, first of all, as instead of diagnoses. And we did a retrospective analysis of these from 2015 to 2021 at 3 university-affiliated hospitals in North Carolina. I'm sure you can guess which those are. And then our metric was C. difficile test per 1,000 patient days, which we actually stratified by race. So instead of using one denominator with just all the patient days, we put white patient C. difficile positive tests over those patient days as well, and then we did that for each individual race. We defined a unique test because we wanted to remove duplicates, which we hopefully wouldn't see too many anyway, where the testing occurred in an inpatient unit with a matching laboratory accession ID and on different calendar days, as well as having reported race data. We looked at the test overall, by hospital, by year, and then by positivity rate. So again, we're attempting to control for access to healthcare here just a little bit by doing that patient day metric as opposed to patient discharge. So in total, about 35,000 C. difficile tests and about 2.6 million patient days across all 3 hospitals from our time period were analyzed. And the first thing I wanted to point out was, what we suspected was kind of right. The difference in patient days was fairly stark. So for black patients, it was roughly 900,000 on the bottom left there you can see circled. And then for white individuals, it was close to 1.5 million. In our study, however, it was a little different than the prior in that the length of stay was actually similar between the 2 patient groups. All right, now moving on to the big one. So even when we've controlled some level of access to healthcare, white individuals still had a higher likelihood of receiving a C. difficile test. So 14.46 for white patients, 12.96 for black, and then our third group, or non-white, non-black, was 10.27. And those were all very statistically significantly different. However, it gets interesting when you look at the positivity rate. The positivity rate between those groups were similar, particularly between white and black patients. And that could mean a few different things, which we'll talk about. I also wanted to replicate the prior studies, just showing these trends over time. If you note, we started at 2015, so 5 years after the prior studies had finished their data analysis. And at this system, we did note a steady decline in the number of C. difficile tests ordered. This could be specific to our facility because we underwent an aggressive strategy to reduce and appropriately use C. difficile testing or diagnostic stewardship in our hospitals. So we were very happy to see that something was going well here. And then you'll note that big red bar is actually the same month, unfortunately, COVID pandemic started, as well as we started doing 2-step testing at Duke University. So we did both, I believe Mary covered it earlier, the NAAT and the enzyme assay at that time. And it continued to go down as a result of direct provider feedback. We really pushed on this idea of, hey, if you got a positive PCR test and a negative immunoassay test, and they don't really have the clinical symptoms, maybe we shouldn't treat that. Looking at positivity rates, it's kind of all over the place, but you can, and this is both overall and by race, you can actually see a very, very small upward trend in positivity rates, although it does bounce around quite a bit with that same red line indicating those 2 time points I mentioned, which is actually a good thing. Less tests overall, as we're going through time, if we have less tests and higher positivity rates, that's a great thing. That means we're applying diagnostic stewardship much better and our tests are much more efficacious. And the main reason I wanted to show these 2 slides is those differences are inherent to both races. So that gap still remains there between them, but anytime we take action on, A, B, or C, there does seem to be a shift, but the gap remains between the races. So what are the conclusions from our study? Well, unfortunately, it just kind of gets muddier from here, because again, this is just tip of the iceberg stuff. But from our specific study, white patients received more C. difficile tests than black patients, even when attempting to control for access to healthcare. And then positivity rates were similar for black and white patients, which we thought was rather odd. So lower rates of C. difficile testing among black and patients, despite similar positivity rates, could be the result of a few examples here, but it could be some others as well. First thing is, it could still just be an inequity in testing practices that we're unable to detect. The biggest limitation from this study is we did not look at comorbidities, because this was more of is there an issue there, and we'll dive deeper later kind of study. So that still needs to be done. It could be an appropriate diagnostic usage of the C. difficile test, which kind of leads into the next one, meaning that there could be a lower incidence of C. difficile disease among Black inpatients. And that has been described previously, but when it has been described previously, it's usually floated back to this idea of a lack of access to healthcare. And then overall conclusions. So health disparities, racial or otherwise, is a rapidly growing and important field of study that's working to determine non-biologically inherent causes and inequity in diseases. I'm a lab rat. I look at healthcare contamination. I look at where C. diff is in the hospital, how we can stop it, that kind of thing. But this is obviously an important field that's kind of coming to the forefront for everyone, right? So there aren't too many experts leading it, so we thought we would take a stab at it. And while it's politically charged, it does remain essential to study, and it does actually include areas that are less politically abused, such as environmental exposures. And then C. difficile is a great model for the field because with this access to healthcare paradigm, theoretically, it should completely reverse the paradigm. So if you can prove the paradigm in a different disease and then prove the opposite here, you're in pretty good shape. And then, of course, for this group specifically, studying C. difficile health disparities is essential in determining other risk factors for developing CDI. We spent a lot of time today, as we should have, talking about treatments, education, et cetera, but all of those somewhat imply access to healthcare. If you can't get them to the hospital, they can't even get the antibiotics to cause the disease in the first place. So with that, I will take any questions.
Great analysis. I think one of the earlier slides, didn't you look at the severity of the disease in the Black patient population, and then did you follow up and look at the severity in your study?
No, we did not in our study. No, so this was one of those, you had this study in your back pocket you wanted to do for a really long time. You had someone come along who could kind of bootstrap it and work on it hard. So the study isn't complete, so we did not look at severity in our study. But the data set is there for the next willing, hopefully graduate student who wants to dive a little bit deeper.
Oh, you got to give them, the graduate students, something to do, right?
Right. Again, I'm primarily funded for the environment, so it's tough to focus on this. Yeah.
And the data are there, as you point out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And
Similarly, you could calculate any sorts of comorbidity index that you would want and see if that's associated with testing as well.
Yes.
I did notice that your Black patients were, was it statistically significant that they were younger?
Let's see.
It's like 50 versus 55 or something like that.
1 second.
Table 1 here somewhere. Oh, 60 versus 65, but that
Yeah.
was not significant.
I don't believe it was, but we didn't put the p-values on here, so I don't want to step on myself here. But yeah, fortunately, the database these tests were pulled from has all of that data. Just at the time, I felt it'd be more appropriate to involve a clinician at that step, and we just don't have the clinician who's interested yet. Yeah.
What are the characteristics of the data set that you would like to have?
From the one we looked at, that's a great question. The data set we pull from has every clinical data point you could possibly want that's de-identified. What it struggles with, and the reason we were only able to look at 2015 to 21 with our data set, which goes back 20 years, is that we didn't ask or want racial or ethnic data until those years. And then only maybe a year and a half ago, one of the PIs at my center, Rebecca Mooring, actually pushed for ethnicity data as well. So I would like to look and honestly be able to overlap with the other studies and compare there. But I think in general, something that ours, another large limitation is like Duke University is a pretty, elevated medical center. Our patients on average are probably going to have increased access to healthcare with the exception of one of our community hospitals. So I think that's something that really hinders us as well, is that, we're really just comparing the races and assuming in our data set that there is a difference in SES status or access to healthcare when we can't definitively say that in our study. We're just basing it on prior studies. Yeah.
You said you shifted. I should know this because I just had dinner with Chris Paul a few months ago.
Yeah.
When you switched your testing, what were you doing before? Was it purely EIA or purely PCR?
Purely PCR.
Purely PCR. And what's the order in which you do your two-step?
It is PCR and with a reflex to toxin.
Reflex to toxin. So if
Yep.
it's positive by PCR, you then go to toxin, and you only count it positive if it's EIA toxin positive?
I believe they do EIA as well as toxin B and toxin A specifically.
Right, and so I guess my question is, the definition is if you only get the EIA if you're positive by PCR.
Correct.
Right? And what happens if you're discordant for GDH and toxin? How does that go? And let's just, and usually the way it's discordant is that you're GDH positive, toxin negative by EIA. What is that called in your system? How is it reported to the clinician?
Yeah, that is a great question. I don't know directly, but I believe if there was a discordance, they wouldn't report it. They, for lack of better phrasing,
Put a best practice notice of notification.
effectively. And
Use your clinical judgment.
yeah.
I'm not going to help you there.
Exactly, and effectively, you know, those things get, I don't know how familiar you are with like the front end of Epic, but it still gets put in Epic, it's just not pushed out to the report. So if a clinician really wanted it, they could dig for it, but they're not going to. No. All right, thank you.
Thank you. They keep handing me the microphone, but not telling me what I'm supposed to say. So if I could be joined by our wonderful advocates, Pam, Kiki, and Carol, on the stage, that would be great. I could probably sit on either end.
You haven't heard me project yet.
I think I'm going to hold this one, and then you guys can share the other two, so that might make it a little easier. Yeah.
Oh, I can manage.
Yeah, you can go.
So before we get started, and tell the people outside to get the hell in here before. So I think maybe what we should first do is just introduce each of you, maybe where you live, when you had C.diff, and maybe how long you've been involved with PLF, like just to give people a quick idea.
Okay. My name's Kiki Buckley. I live in New Jersey. I had C.diff in late 2019, and I got involved with PLF about 4 months later.
I'm Carol Ray. I'm from Boise, Idaho. I had C.diff in 2012, and I have been involved with the Peggy Lillis Foundation since 2020.
I am Pam McCollister. I am from Portland, Oregon, and I had C.diff 2017 to 2018, and I've been involved with PLF since 2020.
Yeah, when people had nothing to do and they were working from home, they were like, you know what I should do is become an advocate for a completely different disease than the one that's keeping us all in our houses. So I have had the enormous pleasure of working with these three wonderful women for the past 4 years, which is a little crazy. But what I really wanted this panel to be was to talk about some of the things that they've done, you know, some of the obstacles that they see, and just sort of their experience and why what they're doing is crucial. So I'd like to start off and, like, you know, we could go in order. You can just whoever feels compelled to answer first. And of course, if you don't really have an answer, that's cool too. But the first thing I'm curious about is was there a particular aspect of your battle with C. diff that made you want to help others? Like, was there a particular, like, we've heard a lot of different people's experiences, and that there's some through lines and there's some differences. So I'm curious if there was something that you went, I have to do something about this.
I'll go first on that one. When I was diagnosed with C. diff, like most of us, I had never heard of it, and I was completely lost. And as luck would have it, a friend of mine was friends with someone who was on the board for PLF, and she said, "Oh, you have something called C. diff? Well, you need to talk to this woman." And she connected me to her, and she literally was my lifeline. Like, she walked me through the initial stages of C. diff, and then I was hospitalized for a week with sepsis, and then I relapsed, and she gave me the courage to really advocate for myself to get an FMT, and introduced me to PLF, and I realized there was a wealth of resources on the website, and I thought, once I got my health back, okay, I need to be there for someone else, because I don't know if I would have made it through without this woman being there for me.
Well, I have told this story to a few of you already, but it's fun. My doctor of many decades gave up on me at about 6 months and didn't know what to do anymore. And I said, well, he said, I don't even know who to send you to. And I said, well, I have a guitar player that was in my band 15 years ago who's a teaching physician at the residency hospital. And he said, oh, go see him. So I did. So my volunteering for C. diff advocacy started with joining their patient advisory group at the residency program in Idaho, and training the residents and talking to doctors and dentists. And I had volunteered previously with the C. diff Foundation, which is no more, and that's unfortunate and sad, but I was trapped in my room during COVID and saw the virtual summit and immediately called Christian and said, I want to be an advocate. So since then, I've gotten more and more work, and I am using my retirement to help others.
I decided to join PLF when I initially got diagnosed and had no idea what I was diagnosed with. And nobody could tell me. They just said, you have C. diff. And that was all I got told. And it took my husband going on the CDC website to find out what it was, how to care for me and clean our home, because we have 2 kids, to keep them safe. And then the experience after the initial diagnosis with the recurrences and the multiple doctors coming in and out of my room, not having a clue what to do with me. That sparked my interest and knowing that there needed to be change.
Those are all good ones. So each of you has done nearly every possible type of volunteering for PLF. You've lobbied, you do peer support, public speaking, media. Actually, I think a couple of you filmed something for Pharmacy Times while we were here today. So I'm curious for each of you, what do you find the most rewarding in terms of the kind of work that you do with us? And then what do you find the most challenging?
Yeah. All right. I think I'll start with most challenging, which is probably one of the most important things I do, which is the peer support. I find it very challenging because these people that we talk to, a lot of them are suicidal, and they have basically feel like they have no more hope. And a lot of them are trying to find a doctor that will give them an FMT, and the hurdles that they have to go through to get that done. It's hard not to emotionally get sucked down the rabbit hole, to be honest. But I'm going to keep doing it because I know it's important. The most rewarding, I actually really love the public speaking. And the reason I love it so much is I speak at a lot of medical conferences, and I realize the power of a patient, like talking to doctors and pharmacists. Yeah, not none of them, but a lot of them have never had C. diff. They don't actually know what it is to go through it, and to be able to talk to them and let them know the reality of what it is, living with it and navigating it and trying to survive it, is just a really rewarding thing, to be able to use my experience and my voice to hopefully create change and make things better for future patients.
I would have to concur on the most difficult part. It's when I do peer support and someone is desperate and inconsolable, and you try everything to help them and they have given up. Because I remember when I gave up, and I remember when I thought I was going to die, and I was all alone. I was isolated. Nobody would step over the threshold. My friends would buy me groceries, ring the doorbell, and leave. And it was such an overwhelming, lonely, desperate feeling that it has compelled me to speak as loud to everybody that can hear me, to help educate mostly, and to spread the word and the patient experience. And I have had so many wonderful, rewarding experiences with meeting my new family and the wonderful people that I've spoken to. I've been blessed to be a guest speaker to multiple different pharmaceutical companies and to many, many people. I can't even recall who all I've talked to at this point. I'm going to make a list.
And I'm going to agree with both of them. Yeah, most difficult and rewarding is peer support. It's rewarding and challenging. It brings you back to your experience every single time you speak to somebody. So it's an emotional journey each and every time you speak to somebody who's going through it. When you develop a relationship with a patient, and see, I'm gonna cry, Marianne. I'm sorry, I cry every time I get up here.
It's okay. That's totally cool.
And then they lose their battle. It's heartbreaking. So that is the hardest thing ever. But then you have a patient that you develop a bond with, that you literally communicate with. You've never actually met face to face, but they're a friend, and they're healthy, and so that's very rewarding. And then speaking to all of you and getting our stories out, extremely rewarding.
You're gonna make me cry. It's contagious, like yawning. And I think there's something, I think something that I consider very beautiful about many of our advocates, and something that Pam just exemplified, is the willingness to be this vulnerable. Because it is challenging to be this vulnerable, especially when you've been through a very traumatic thing in your life, and to be vulnerable about that traumatic thing in your life. And so I think that is something else that you guys offer, and you offer it to each other, you offer it to us. I've Kiki knows this, but now whenever somebody reaches out and says, well, can Christian come speak at the thing? I'm like, is Kiki available? And there's two reasons for that. One is that I'm tired of it. And the other is that I've never had C. diff. So if I know that I have somebody, and Kiki's not alone, Marianne's great, I mean, any one of you would be great, Dennis would be great. But if I know somebody that can not only do what I can do, which is to talk about the stats and the this and the that, but can also personalize it to the extent of it was me this happened to, I think that just is a better experience for the audience, and then I also think it frees me up to talk about the policy wonkery stuff. And I haven't cried yet, but it could still happen. We could get there. I think I was crying like planning one of these things. I don't know. Anyway, so each of you has spoken to the press at different times. What do you hope to achieve by sharing your story so publicly? Because, and like, I think we have to keep in mind, like, there's like stigma around this disease. And so there's something, like you could be like, oh, I have leukemia, and everybody would be like, oh, yay. Not that that's not a horrible disease to have, but nobody's like, oh, leukemia. So I'm just curious what, to be so vulnerable again.
Okay, you want to start?
Now they're just shoving the mic at Kiki. They're like,
So when I got my health back, I told myself I am not going to be embarrassed saying the word diarrhea. And my whole life I thought, well, girls don't poop. That's not feminine. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to admit it. And then I have this horrific disease that's all about pooping. And so once I told myself I'm not going to be embarrassed about it, there's a certain sense of empowerment there. And what I hope to do, my primary thing that I hope to do with speaking about diarrhea publicly all the time, is to raise awareness about antimicrobial resistance and to get people to actually pause before they take antibiotics and think, do I really need them? Are the risks really worth taking the antibiotics when chances are I could probably get better from this sinus infection without them?
And I am the exact opposite. I'm born savage. I dropped out of college to become a whitewater rafting guide, and then I bought a company and was an outfitter. So I spent 11 years teaching people how to safely poop in the wilderness without contaminating the water. So I forgot what the question was now. What do I hope to accomplish?
by talking about pooping in the woods so publicly.
Oh, yeah. You want to talk about poop? I'm down with it. What do I hope to accomplish? I hope to change the world. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm devoting my retirement to doing anything and everything I can for PLF to get the word out. And some days I go out and garden and ignore my email, and then I have 50 messages to deal with, but that's life.
I want people to know, like, everybody to know what it is. I don't want people to be diagnosed and question, well, what is that? And then have to go home and do the research themselves.
So this is the kind of gotcha questions we're all sitting up here. A lot of people fear public speaking. I am not one of them. Do you find speaking to the media or presenting at a conference intimidating? And if so, how do you manage that? I don't think Kiki does, but what about the rest?
Why don't we start with you?
I probably did before I joined PLF. You definitely broke that. Yeah, I don't anymore.
I started classical voice lessons at 13 and started performing in public at 14. So I'm not afraid. I've been performing my whole life, and you can't scare me. I can stand up in front of a huge room, and I'm not scared. So I'll talk to anybody anytime that you want me to.
Do you feel asked and answered?
I feel, yeah.
You kind of addressed this, but something that we want to put out there to the audience, to folks who are watching the live stream or watch this later, is like you guys are part of the peer support program. There are other people who are not here who are involved in it. And we've talked about how taxing that is. And so we really need more people to step up, and especially more diverse people, because we largely have like white college-educated women who are, are very relatable to me as a white middle-aged gay man, but but we could use a little bit more diversity. We've spoken about how emotionally taxing it is, but it's also where I think we feel the most needed. So what keeps you going? Like, what keeps you coming back for more when it is so taxing in terms of the peer support?
I'll go first. I was so isolated and so scared and didn't have any idea what C. diff was. But luckily, I had a medical secretary background and could study and read and understand how to advocate for myself. I was also blessed to have a doctor who loved me and would do anything to advocate for me. But it was a fight. It was a fight to get an experimental FMT 11 years ago, and it has been in my blood since I was a kid to be a warrior, and I want to fight for everybody else that doesn't have a voice.
I think, luckily for me, everyone that I have counseled through the peer supports program has ended up having a happy ending. Sometimes it's taken a really long time to get there, but they've had a happy ending, and that keeps me coming back. I want more people to have happy endings, and if I can be a part of that, then I'm really happy to be.
When somebody that I'm encountering that does not have a happy ending, I just take myself back to when I was at my lowest and remind myself of the people that fought for me when I was not able to fight for myself. And I want to be that person for somebody else.
They're all so much like my mom. I mean, you're too young, much too young, but you're definitely giving strong Peggy vibes. So this was not one of the pre-sent questions. And I'm kind of an open book about this myself, but I think something, because you've talked about people being at the lowest point. We've talked about, people battling suicidal ideation when they're dealing with recurrent C. diff. But I think there's been a couple of papers, but they're relatively small groups of people that they've talked to. To the extent you're comfortable with, would you be comfortable talking about the impact that C. diff had on your mental health, both like while you were in the thick of it, since then? Like, do you feel like, I know some people get diagnosed with like PTSD or medically induced trauma as a result. I mean, even if everybody's doing everything right, like it's not like somebody made a horrible mistake, it's just that it can be a very protracted illness. So just to the extent any of you are comfortable and are willing to address that, because I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I definitely, while I was sick, was ready to be done. Said goodbye, was done. When I recovered, was diagnosed with PTSD, went through a lot of therapy, physically and mentally, to recover. Not only myself, my husband and my kids have also been affected by everything that I went through, just from, what they witnessed and what they also went through. So it not only affected me, it also affected them as well.
Pam, sorry, I'm going to just poke a little bit at that. Would you be willing to say a little bit more about what that looked like? Because if you're not familiar with Pam's story, when Pam got sick, your daughters were 10 and 12? So one of them's looking at college right now. So, but they were little.
They were little. So, like fifth grade and third grade. So they were young, and I was stay-at-home mom and their caregiver. So their world was rocked. So I was not, the school bus came home and my mom's car was there, then I was not there. And it was me not being there for maybe weeks at a time because I was in the ICU, and maybe I was coming home, maybe I wasn't coming home. And it was like to the point that they were not allowed to see me because they weren't allowed in the ICU. So it was a lot of FaceTiming or waving through the window. And like to the point where they would hold up signs. So, the reading stories at bedtime didn't happen, and homework didn't happen. So like an entire year was robbed from them and me. So the effects that had on them did not show up until, 2 or 3 years later, it started coming out because they just kept it in and didn't really know how to voice it. So it just recently, maybe in the last year or two, they started being able to actually voice things that they were feeling. So yeah, it took a toll on all of us for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for
now I feel bad. I'm like, well, you guys should ask me questions about my mother, and then I'll start crying, and then we can all start crying, because that's what it was the other day. I was talking about my mother, and I started crying, and I wasn't even talking about her dying. I was just talking about her being like who she was, and I'm like, Carol, did you want to?
I was all alone, no work. I had just recovered from wrist surgery and had a 5-speed and had just barely gotten my cast off, and I thought, I'm going to be able to drive again. And there I was with C. diff, still laying in my basement for another 6 months. And I didn't have anybody to care for me, and I didn't really have anybody to talk to. But I, by chance and good fortune, made friends over Facebook with a woman who is like a sister to me, who had recovered from MRSA. And I could at least drag myself to the computer once in a while and give her an update. But I could barely climb the stairs and take care of myself and take care of my animals, my cats. And this is where the happy part comes and my smile comes back. My kitty, Stinker, taught herself, and her name was not Stinker because of C. diff. Her name was Stinker because she was ornery. She taught herself to be my caregiver, and she would wake me up in the middle of the night right before I would have a terrible diarrhea attack. And during the day, she would jump up on my lap and push on my belly and warn me to run to the bathroom. I could barely care for myself. I could barely cook. I could barely eat. And just to be really pathetic, I have been so damaged by 6 months of C. diff that I have microscopic collagenous colitis and continued to have diarrhea for a decade. Some friends and some wise people have advised me on some things to do, and I can form a poop.
It's the little thing.
I know, I remember my first solid poop. It was amazing.
Talking about poop isn't feminine, though.
I know. No, for me, there was PTSD. I've been like a health and wellness freak my whole life, except for the fact that I overused antibiotics. But I didn't equate that with being a problem with being a health and wellness freak. But all of a sudden I had C. diff, and my body turned against me, and I didn't know what to do, and I kind of lost all sense of hope that, okay, I've spent my whole adult life trying to be like healthy and strong, and all of a sudden here I am in the hospital and I may die. And then once I finally got the FMT, I went right from that into the world of COVID. So, I had the isolation down pat already. However, it added a whole nother level to the PTSD. And I have to say, the thing that has helped me the most with regaining confidence that, my body is strong and I have my health back is my involvement with PLF and with speaking out and with speaking to other people. And it's just helped me own it. And of course, with time comes healing also.
Those are all the questions that I had, but do we want to open it up to other people's
I like
questions?
your last question on your list.
Oh.
Yeah. I think we should ask that one.
She got me.
I know. Because I have an answer.
You have an answer?
Yeah.
It's going to be that you get to hang out with me. What is your favorite part about being an advocate?
Actually, that is it.
Shut up.
It is like the community of people that I've met and these lifelong friendships, with all of you that I've made is my favorite part.
And beware, because I've taken down your names and I will be hitting you up on LinkedIn. I love meeting all of you, and I adore these people. And I mean, Christian, he has to send me pictures of his nephew, or else I'm going to cry. I mean, we're like brother and sister, and I don't have any family left, so this is it.
Yeah. I agree. This is family. 100%.
I mean, I kind of said this earlier in my welcome remarks, but I do think it. I'd like to expand upon it again, expound upon it a little bit more, which is, so I didn't have C. diff, but it'll be 14 years a week. Today's the 15th. So in 6 days, it'll be 14 years since my mom died. In 5 days, it'll be the day that we took 14 years since we took her to the hospital. And from the point of finding out that my mom had C. diff to that she had toxic megacolon to that she was in septic shock was very, very rapid. And then, despite everything that a hospital could do, she died the next evening. And and my husband's back there, he can probably attest to this. If I didn't do something about it, I was going to walk into the ocean. I was going to walk off a cliff. Like, I know that sounds weird for a 50-year-old grown man to say that, but I was 36 when she died, and my mother had me when she was 19, and so I thought that I was going to have her for a really, really long time. And, my brothers talked about this. It's like, we lost really our only real parent, because our dad was and remains useless, still alive though. And so, as much as you all feel like you get from PLF, like, I don't think we would still be going 14 years later. I think making the Advocates Council, which was an idea of mine, I think partially it was that I was desperate for community, for people who understood this, and it's not, we've had other members of the Advocates Council who also have lost a loved one or whose child had C. diff and they had to battle it that way. So, but I think more than anything, what I think that this speaks to is that, if you have community, if you have support, if you have someone you can call, I mean, when Carol talks about how isolated she was, like, I'm an extrovert, so like that to me is like just nightmarish. And, I mean, there is something very much about almost everybody who is an advocate, people that are on our board, even folks we work with in industry, like I often get like this vibe of like, they have some element of my mom in them, some sense of like, they took this job because they wanted to make a difference in the world, or they, they want things to be different. For my mom, that was education. That's why she was a kindergarten teacher. She thought that that knowledge was power, and if she could get kids young and get them to love learning, that they would become powerful. And so I see that, but I really, really most feel that in terms of the Advocates Council, where I'm like, these are people who, they would run inside a burning building for somebody, as I said this morning. And I would run into a burning building for any of you. Well, not you. Sorry, that was a little joke. So do we want to take some other questions, or Kiki, do you have any other questions that you want me to ask that I forgot about? We'll be here all week, people. Try the fish. Questions, comments, anything?
Just to reiterate the depth of my love, and I can't look at Marianne right now.
No? No? And don't be weird just because we're up here like practically crying and emoting and dripping into the table. We do it all the time.
Well, thank you for sharing your stories. I'm new to specifically this disease. I work a lot in the microbiome, so on this side, but just having this perspective is just so passionate and inspiring to me, so thanks for that. But I guess my question would be for me, I apologize, I'm new to this again into the organization, but I would ask you what are the things you're most proud of, I guess, because the thing with this many organizations is you do things, but you don't really see the change or how you impacting patients. So maybe what's the thing that you are most, and I know, helping patients, but what else would you highlight, the impact that you can see from the patients? And a little bit related with the rewarding part, but what would you highlight from that period of time?
Okay, I'll go first. I was a serial entrepreneur, and when I wasn't a self-employed business person, I was managing somebody else's business. And I am most proud of the fact that I can continue to use those skills and dedicate that to this foundation and help make it bigger and better. And we are on the brink, I feel it in my bones, of exploding and becoming a much larger foundation.
I am most proud of testifying with the FDA for Rebiota. Yeah.
I think
Definitely.
I'd add to that also the patient listening session with the FDA.
Yeah.
That was powerful.
Definitely.
And lobbying.
Well,
I think that's something that none of us realized we actually could do, is like go and speak to our Congress people and they would listen to us. And that's pretty wonderful.
I think the thing that I'm most proud of is that, in the days and weeks after my mother died, me and my brother were like, this can't be in vain, this can't be in vain. And I think throughout today, whether it was, people presenting, talking, and obviously this crew up here, I'm most proud that the foundation has endured and grown for 14 years, and I think will continue to. And people keep being like, you need a celebrity that had C.diff, and then it'll be like over. Because like it's not like famous people don't die from all kinds of diseases every day and nothing happens. But I'm actually kind of proud that I think my mother is the most famous person that's ever had C.diff. like she's become like the person most known for having had C. diff. You guys are welcome to try to replace her, though. Anything else? Oh, listen, I know it's almost 5 o'clock. I want to get out of here. I'm sure you want to get out of here. So I think we could wrap it up there. Oh, yes. We would love to get a picture of everyone who's still here. So if you would mind, what do you think? Come to the front, Kate? Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, but our backs to the room so you get the natural light? Yeah. All right, everybody meet where Kate was. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for being on it.